Oh, sorry about that, guys. I got an encoder error on my OBS, so that's why the stream stopped. But yeah, now everything should be back to normal. Let me just get rid of these. Get rid of these. All right. Oh yeah, we have to add Nightbot in here. Hold on.
Message from Heart Kirby. What?
I got an error on my OBS. That's why. Anyways, I'm gonna add Nightbot in here real quick. Let me put in a command.
Message from Heart Kirby. Oh.
I should join a bit. Or at least in the live streaming. Hold on, let me reset the Nightbot.
Nightbot.
There we go.
Welcome to the stream. Message from Nightbot. Let's fucking go. Message from Nightbot. At FNF guy dash current stream title, working a bit on something IG, then drawing stream. Message from Heart Kirby. Where is Pookie Bear at? Message from Heart Kirby. Damn, took it long enough. Message from Markiplier Markiplay. https://magma.com/d/189rx send 5 FRQ.
Oh, that reminds me. I need to put sound effects to the 11 Labs thing. I just hope I have enough, though. Let me see what I can put through there. Not this, not this. Maybe? I don't think it can generate that much. Let me cut it down a bit. Okay, there we go. Continuing trial mode. Alright. Alright. Yeah, like that much. Alright. Alright. There we go. I forgot I put that in there. Voices, wait. Ignore why I named it that. Hold on. James, sure. Okay, let's see. Should take a bit. It's taking some time.
Message from Nuhan.
Till ended a bisk. We can end and day and lang and sit up and vimp to the bird into the p and the bee without. Do till ended a bisk. We can end and day and lang and sit up and vimp to the bird into the p and the bee without.
Sound effects. Hold on. What can I put in here? Let me think real quick. People chanting car. Can I do that? Garn 47 actually. I just want to do this as a test.
Message from Heart Kirby.
That's not even.
Oh no.
That's not even close. I wonder how they did it though. This sucks. Gonna be completely honest, this sucks. That sucks. Wait a minute, I wonder. Yeah, no. Alright.
Message from Lex. FNF, do you know the BPM of the song?
Uh-oh. Hold on. Hold on, that's actually a good question. I can just
Message
look back
from
on the other stream.
Nuhud. After all, speaking head, speaking head, speaking head, speaking head, fire, 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 fire.
Alright. I can't click on that. Okay, let me see. It's 166, it says. Let me just go back a little bit. But I'm pretty sure that's the BPM. Yeah, it's 166.
Lukey BOI. Welcome to the stream. Message from Lukey BOI. Did I miss any Plank clones? Message from
I mean, you missed Bambi,
Heart
but
Kirby.
that was a long time ago.
No, chill out, dude.
But not recently, no.
Message from Heart Kirby. That's literally all you talk about.
But yeah, I agree with him, dude. Maybe chill out a bit.
Message from Lukey BOI. FR. Message from Lukey BOI. LMAO. Message from Sam Plays Games. I just watched the Boiled One phenomenon, it's not that scary NGL. Message from Heart Kirby. True. Message from Nuhud. Content farm moment, speaking head, speaking head, speaking head, fire, fire. Message from Heart Kirby. Vita Carnus is, in my opinion, the best analog horror.
Yeah, I like Vita
Message
Chorus.
from Sam Plays Games. I watched it. Message from Heart Kirby. Did YHEY fucking V hang the man face? Message from Sam Plays Games. It's a little more scary than the boiled one.
I'm not playing this. Find. I forgot
Message
what this
from
is.
Sam Plays Games. We don't talk about the oiled one. Skull.
That is so clever, dude. I'm just gonna put this on. Nah.
Message from Heart Kirby. The only part that was scary was the child screaming thing. Message from Heart Kirby. That was the only analog horror that fucking made me want to crash out. Bomber. Welcome to the stream. Just Dog Water. Welcome to the stream. Message from Bomber. Hi Squidward. Message from Just Dog Water. Hello.
Love you. Why is my cursor
Message
acting
from
so weird right now?
Bomber. Also, am I the only one who doesn't have access to the magma link?
Wait, are you? Hold on a second. Where are you? Wait, so you? Wait, so you're new first-time chatter, right?
Message
Okay,
from
I guess he's a first-time chatter. Hold
Heart
on.
Kirby. You need invite.
Let me get the invite for
Message
you, man.
from Just Dog Water. It's pinned. Message from Just Dog Water. Oh. Message from Bomber. Yeah. Message from Nuha. What help me fire speaking head. Lola. Welcome to the stream. Message from Heart Kirby. He isn't. Message from Markiplier. https://magma.com/invite/3se1t0wv. Message from Bomber. Thank you fella. Message from Heart Kirby. He spoke before. Message from Lola. Hi, I'm new. Message from Nuhut. Also the voice is updated. Message
Yeah, I
from
know the vocals got updated.
Bomber. Wait BRB, let me get my drawing tablet. Message
Hold
from
on a second.
Lukey BOI.
There's like two different
Yeah,
ones.
Plank, we know that. Message
Slow
from
Fever, but orange.
Lukey BOI.
Plank.
No content. Message from Lukey BOI. Random AHH channel. Message from Lukey BOI. No handle. Message from Just Dog Water. Hello Lukey. Message from Lukey BOI. What good? Message from Heart Kirby. That account was just made. Message from Lukey BOI. Yeah. Message
Wait, hold
from
on a second. Really?
Heart Kirby. Almost at least. Message from Lukey BOI. It blank. Message from Heart Kirby. Imagine
days
being
ago.
banned for having zero content or handle LOL. Message from
You're right.
Lukey BOI. Do I ban Lola Kirby? Message from Lukey BOI. But it cause it blank alt. Message from Heart Kirby. I don't care anymore, do whatever. Message from Lukey BOI. Stop trying to stop me from banning blank. Message from Lukey BOI. FNF guy, should I ban? Message
Dude,
from
I do not even care.
Lukey
also.
BOI. I don't know if I should man shrugging, man shrugging,
Plain
man
thing
shrugging,
is
man shrugging.
Just getting old.
Message
I'm
from
also getting tired of it.
Lukey BOI. Why the flip did I use emojis? Message from Lukey BOI. What is getting old?
The whole blank thing joining.
Message
Oh,
from
this cursor, I swear.
Bomber. I'm back. Message from Just Dog Water. Help, thumbs up, thumbs up. Message from Lukey BOI. I might just ban. Message from Lukey BOI. I don't know. Message from Lukey BOI. Bye for 10 seconds, Lola. Message from Lukey BOI. Lola. Message from Heart Kirby. It's not the fact that you're trying to ban Plank, it's the fact that you don't take the time to observe behaviors and just go straight for it. Plus,
It's actually
it's
kinda
like
true.
you are obsessed with Plankton. Message from Lukey BOI. I'm not obsessed, I just want that stupid freaking Gumby to stop griefing. Message from Heart Kirby. Obsession is like talking about someone 24/7 like you do. Message from Lukey BOI. I just ask if he here.
Yeah, but you ask that like every time you join the stream. free food.
Message from Luki VOI. I'll stop banning him, I guess. Message from Heart Kirby. You can ask sometimes, but if that's the first thing you say every single time, then that is obsession. Message from
True.
Heart Kirby. We never said stop, we just said slow down. Message from Luki VOI. Kirby, I pass obliterating the Sour Patch Kid to you. Message from Luki VOI. Oh, okay.
This is my quick sketch of Max Design Pro. I'm gonna censor this differently.
Message from Heart Kirby. 1 like equals 1 booty warrior to catch booty. Message from Luki VOI. Bruh, I wish I never clicked that magma.net thing. Message from Luki VOI. Now my thing lags like crazy. Message from Luki VOI. 50k ping. Message from Heart Kirby. Magma.com or net. Message from Luki VOI. Net. Message from Heart Kirby. 50k smiling cat face with heart eyes, smiling cat face with heart eyes. Message from Heart Kirby. You probably got a virus, my dude. Message from
Probably went to the wrong website.
Luki VOI. It was the link that racist guy put in our jam chat.
Why did you click on it? Honestly, the first thing I would do is not click on his link. With the spam body, username like that, I think that's already a red flag that
Message
you should have
from
seen.
Luki VOI. My curiosity took me over. Message from Luki VOI. I'm sorry. Message from Luki VOI. A. Message from Luki VOI. I didn't look at username until we went in different art jam skull. Message from Heart Kirby. You probably got like 50k viruses of hideaway on yo shit.
Either way.
Message from Bomber. How do you get eraser?
Also, if you're on a PC, it's like right next to the brush. All you gotta do is just scroll down to see this.
Message from Heart Kirby. It's at the left side. Message from Bomber. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Message from Heart Kirby. If I took my bow tie and ring off, wouldn't that make me naked?
Technically, yes.
Message
That's
from
like a piece of clothing.
Just
so,
Dog Water. Yes.
Yeah.
Message from Heart Kirby. But my snake isn't out, sad face. Message from Just Dog Water. Still yes on coming automobile. Message from Lukey BOI. Bro, I drew the boiled one from the pantry, bro's skull. Message from Lukey BOI. Okay, I regret saying bro twice. Welcome to the stream. Message from Hi Hot. Message from
Isn't that for? Oh.
Heart Kirby. Bendy. Message from Lukey BOI. GTG.
Alright.
Message from Heart Kirby.
Wait,
https://youtube.be/mkamagx expect question mark si=D_pa6aoy87 joke usvr. Message from Heart Kirby. Alright. Message from Just Dog Water. Goo goo bye. Message from Bye.
Oh, whoops. Had two playing at the same time.
Message from Heart Kirby. Go gaga.
It's not playing.
Message from Are you an infant? Message from
Okay, there we go.
Heart Kirby. Gaga go.
Wagabaga Bobo. Wagabaga Bobo. That's on that.
Message from Heart Kirby. I'm Card, so yeah. Message from Word. Message from Heart Kirby. Oh, make me act up.
Squidward C. No. I'm just gonna say it. Squidward CBT. I'm gonna get rid of one of my things because I think it stopped working.
Message from Heart Kirby. Hi, Mommy Skulls.
You know what it's time for, Mr. Squidward. Time for you to get your daily CBT. I was gonna say BBC for a minute. That would have been bad.
Message from Heart Kirby. Squidward leaks search history on accident. His search results shown 5k pounds of big black cock. Message from
I could see
Heart
Squidward
Kirby.
liking it.
Wow, I was allowed to say that.
I could see Squidward
Message
liking
from
that.
Oh,
Have you seen Squidward with Squilliam, dude? He probably has like a wide
Message
canvas.
from Heart Kirby. BRB.
Alright.
Message from I'm traumatized.
I mean, he put his own nose in his mouth just to see what it's like, so, I don't think that's far from the truth.
Message from Heart Kirby. Them dating. Message from Heart Kirby. Yeah, I've watched that.
Yeah. Oh, Shadow the Cock Hog. He sees Knuckles getting out on the bridge and he just dies. That'd be a crazy thumbnail for a YouTube video.
Message from Heart Kirby. How tall is Mommy Skulls?
That's actually a good question.
Message from Heart Kirby. Is she short? Is she tall? Is she massive?
I would say about like 8 feet, I think. Yeah, like 8 feet. Hold on, I gotta see what 8 feet looks like before I make that assumption.
Message from
Oh, never mind.
Heart Kirby.
Never mind.
Damn. Message from Heart Kirby. Still would smash. Message from Heart Kirby.
I never knew.
Because already have.
I didn't know what 8 feet was. I just decided to pull that out. Jeez.
Message from Heart Kirby. So on.
Alright, I changed it a little bit. Now it's like, dang, that's still really tall. Jeez. But. Jeez Louise, that dude is tall.
Message from Bomber. God, I can't draw.
I'm not. Sorry, I gotta do this, but I'm narrowing it down to like 5'9", cause jeez, I didn't know how tall 8 feet really was.
Message from What am I witnessing? Message from Heart Kirby. Wait, if she is like anything past 6 feet 11 inches, aka 7 feet, she'd have health issues, only if she isn't a cosmic entity. Message from Just Dog Water. Mona Lisa. Message from Heart Kirby. Nutbuds and Ruds.
Dave and Buster's my favorite busted. As said by one of my friends as a joke.
Message from The tallest man was like 8 foot something and he was fine.
I know. That's the first thing that I got when I searched up like 8-foot person. Let's see.
Message from Heart Kirby. LOL, no, he died and couldn't walk properly. Message from Heart Kirby. He died pretty early.
Jeez, we 4.4 something, that's a lot. Gonna get rid of Reason 11. Remove from computer.
YouTube
Message
Premium
from
is ad-free YouTube.
Bro, I'm
And the
gonna
YouTube
die
Music
early.
app altogether.
Message
Got one of those
from
free.
Heart Kirby. Get your facts up, LOL.
Cock remote.
Message from I don't have an immune system, loudly crying face. Message from Heart Kirby. If you're like 7 foot, I think you'd be fine, but anything past that you cooked. Message from Bro, I said I think, loudly crying face, 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 loudly crying face. Message from Heart Kirby. You wouldn't have one. Message from Heart Kirby. At least one strong immune system. Message from Heart Kirby. Also, due to our stance, being like 7 feet actually makes oxygen availability really low. Message from Heart Kirby. Anyways, BRB.
Alright. Gotta get rid of the middle part. I already
Message
beat
from
the game and all that.
Just Dog Water. G.
Is there anything else I want to get rid of?
Lil Animates.
Voice Cloner
Welcome to the
TTS.
stream.
I forgot I had this.
Message from
Wait a minute.
Lil Animates. Hey FNF God.
Hi. Also, you could just say hey instead of all that. By the way, I'm just saying, you know, just so you know. Yeah, you can keep saying that if you want to. Is it? What happened to the voice cloner? Wait. Voice cloner TTS. Must not have been that good anyway. This is honestly really good. Hold up a second. Is there a really good Game Over remix from
Message from Nuhud. A. Message from My immune system is extremely weak to the point where I basically don't have one. I don't know how I survived COVID TBH. Message from Nuhud. I'm bad making BF in FNF.
Why did I I forgot I named it that. What else do I know on here? That's all I know. Oh, I forgot my chair was laying. Alright.
John Lackland. Welcome to the stream. Message from John Lackland. Message from what was that? Message from
no idea.
Lil Animates. Play Fraternal Feud.
After this.
Message from John Lackland. I take a bottle, turn it into a glass, where it go, it's up my ass.
Interesting messages. Interesting.
Message from wasn't that from America's Got Talent?
Yep. Yes, it was. That was an actual act performed. Turn it into glass. Where did it go? It's in my bed.
Degree Kitamono MGI degree.
I'll always remember it.
Welcome to the stream. Message from Degree Kitamono MGI degree. Hi.
Hey.
Message from Hi. Message from Heart Kirby. Back.
Hey.
Message from Lil Animates. You forgot to play something.
Yeah, I knew that. Obviously. What was it?
Wix gives you the power of AI to build the website you need. With full business functionality and a design tailored just for you. Customize every element of your website and watch your vision come to life in minutes. Control everything from the biggest tasks to the finest details. Personalized, optimized, ready to go live.
Cashback on dining, cashback on groceries, cashback on gas. The TD Cash Credit Card lets you customize how you earn cash back so you can earn more. TD Bank, unexpectedly human.
Message from Lil Animates. That looks like my old style. Message from Lil Animates. This one is Ezzy.
When Hershey's met Cookies and Cream, things really felt.
Message from
Sorry.
Heart Kirby. I have no time to play.
I have no time to play. I love it. I love it.
Hey, it's your dry skin. Help me stay hydrated.
Sure, this. I'm gonna keep it a little bit down.
Everybody remembers John.
Actually, hold on. I'm probably just gonna try to make another comic dub. At least my last one for now, but yeah. I don't know if there's friends or not, so I'm not gonna do
Message from Lil Animates.
that.
Did you finish Mario taking a shit?
No.
Message from
I never fit it. I didn't
Heart
finish
Kirby.
it yet, but
Remember when Sonic was inside?
what do you mean by that? Let's see. Sure.
Message from Heart Kirby. Remember when Evil Golden Sonic was inside?
What are you talking about? WEBP to PNG. I'll take a quick picture of that.
Message from Heart Kirby. Gucci.
Alright, I'm gonna go record my thing in the closet. Be right back. Oh shoot. I forgot. I legit forgot. Hold on.
Message from Heart Kirby. I simp for someone who isn't in the chat RN.
Ever since quitting, I've had time to visit my kids again. Shut the fuck up. Welcome to Bear World. Ever since quitting, I've had time to visit my kids again. Shut the fuck up. Welcome to Bear World. I know beer. I know beer.
I'm never doing that voice again. Jeez, it's so. I'm never doing that again. I'm never doing that dry voice again. No, actually, I could just. Finally! Hold on. I could have just done that. Okay, I'm doing one more take.
Message from Heart Kirby. LOL, you're just inexperienced.
Shut the fuck up. Welcome to Bear World. I just want that beer in my mouth. I want the beer in my mouth. Beer! Beer!
Just doing too many things at this point. Hold on a second. Oh yeah, I have to import everything from the... No. Well, I'm gonna select the text. I'll be right back. Alright. Just gonna convert them all. Let me just keep playing this.
Message from Heart Kirby. Just get better at voice acting, lil bro. Message from Heart Kirby. It will hurt less.
Oh, that whole thing. I think it's better for me to not do that. Instead, just go with it's me, SpongeBob! Because it sounds more dry, you know. It's rather going
Message from Heart Kirby. Bruh, I played the Baldi video, and my mom heard and closed my door. Skull.
Oh no! That's crazy. Also, screw you for saying that I'm inexperienced. Just for that, I'm gonna put you in the basement again if you ever say that again.
Message from Heart Kirby. BTW, don't check the comments in that.
What do you mean? Okay, yeah, I'm not.
Message from Heart Kirby. You are because I have good vocal range. Message from
You have a good vocal
Heart
range
Kirby.
as well.
Wait WAIY wait. Message from
Never underestimate
Kirby.
me.
Wait.
Do whatever the hell I want in the stream. Nah, I'm just kidding. I don't really care.
Message from Heart Kirby. You're still unexperienced.
I mean, true. I'm still inexperienced, but at least I'm trying.
Message from Heart Kirby. But don't put me in the basement.
No, I'll dwell on that for now. Anyway. Download, deliver this. Okay, I'm gonna edit this now.
Kaji.
Luigi. Ever
Welcome
since
to the
quitting,
stream.
I've had time to visit my
Message
kids again.
from
Shut the
Kaji.
fuck up. Welcome to
Hi,
Bear World.
came across you just now. Message
Nice.
from
Welcome to Bear World.
Heart Kirby. The only reason I'm good at voice acting now is because of the cracked shit I was doing when I was younger due to ADHD.
Oh. Alright.
World.
Message from
Ever since quitting.
Heart Kirby. Beer World.
Weird. Just gonna do like an American beer thing. Hold on a second. Let me just get this real quick. Just gonna get that out of the way. You've got to be kidding me. Still nothing? Hold on a second.
Message from Heart Kirby. Oh. 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 Oh, way,
True. I dread the day when that VR chat avatar making guy creates that baldy avatar that just goes, oh! Ah! I'm just kidding. That'd be crazy if he did that, though. It was like Dreaded Fire Monkey or something. I'm not really sure. Oh, whoops, I sent the wrong thing.
Message from Heart Kirby. I am a very friendly fellow.
I am a very good person. She might harm herself. She might harm herself. Ooh. Where's the... Ah, here it is. 28.
Message from Heart Kirby. https://youtube.com/short/o2rm8hgjich question mark si equals sign rt hyphen hcybjgxlzdgccu.
Dang.
I am a very friendly fellow. 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 I am a very friendly...
Facts.
There.
Beer World.
There.
Alright.
Message from Heart Kirby. Told you. Message from Lil Animates. How are animating cat? Message from Lil Animates. Car. Message from Heart Kirby. I'm a very friendly fellow, not freaky too.
Welcome to Beer World.
There.
World.
There.
Message from Lil
Ever since
Animates.
quitting,
How did you animate car?
I've had time to visit my kids again.
He didn't animate it. I think he took that from the Garden 47 Twitter.
And shut the
That's
fuck.
why.
Ever since quitting, I've had time to visit my kids again. Shut the fuck up. Welcome to Beer World. Ever
Message from
since quitting, I've had time
Heart
to visit my
Kirby.
kids again.
Garning.
Shut the fuck up. Welcome to Beer World.
Message from
Ever since
Heart
shut
Kirby.
the fuck up. Welcome
Should I
to
get
Beer
Twitter?
World. Ever since quitting, I've
Probably
had time to
not.
visit my kids again. Shut the fuck up. Welcome to Beer
Message
World.
from Heart Kirby. Just
Ever
get good
since
at
quitting,
animating.
I've had time to visit my kids
Message
again.
from
Shut the
Heart
fuck
Kirby.
up. Welcome to Beer
I got
World.
Garning.
Ever since quitting, I've had time to visit my kids again. Shut the fuck up. Welcome to Beer World. Ever since quitting, I've had time to visit my kids again. Shut the fuck up. Welcome to Beer World.
Message from Heart Kirby. Beer World Weary Catface Weary Catface. Message from Heart Kirby. I'll never stop drinking acid.
No, never stop eating microplastic. What? I'm backing out of that one. I don't know what that was. I don't want to dwell on that for too long. What's this?
Message from Heart Kirby. Imagine if I made like 2 Twitters, one being Mommy Skulls and my own. Message from Heart Kirby. https://udo.be/mkmigexpect?mark si=n2z2hb5mf_ojljg.
I'll watch it after this.
Message from Heart Kirby. Bruh, we have Skibidivania. Message from Heart Kirby. I'm not joking, I was recommended that shit.
You thought the Koopa worked alone?
Yeah, I know. These are just all old. Some of them old at least.
Message from Lil Animates. I'm bored.
Go look up the friends.
Message from Heart Kirby. Exactly, that's why I headbutt the camera. Message from Lil Animates. Hey FNF guy, go to the link that Heart Kirby send it.
Oh yeah, I said I was gonna do that. Yeah, I already seen this video like thousands of times.
Message from Lil Animates. On YouTube chat.
You mean YouTube comments? Alright.
Message from Heart Kirby. Screen. Message from Lil Animates. When I first watched it, it scared the fuck out of me. Message from Heart Kirby. Your screen.
Oh, whoops. Still, it was the same video. I mean, what else can I find? Just no.
Message from Heart Kirby. It wasn't LOL. Message from Lil Animates. Can you redraw my art?
Redraw what? I'm not gonna redraw anything for now, I'm just gonna draw my own stuff. Or suggestions I think is worth drawing.
Message from Heart Kirby. Take that hot ass pic off your screen.
Did I? I swore I did. Like, I have to click the button multiple times.
Not a cool girl. Welcome to the stream. Message from not a cool girl. Hi guys, maybe. Message from Lil Animates. Hey, not a cool girl. Message from Heart Kirby. Hi. Message from Heart Kirby. Her name is Mary. Message from Lil Animates. How do you know? Message from not a cool girl. Same question. Message from Heart Kirby. Because I actually interact with her outside streams. Message from Heart Kirby. And like she also made it public. Message from not a cool girl. Oh really, I forger. Message from Lil Animates. BRB. Message from not a cool girl. Dang, Starman Slaughter goes actually pretty hard. Message from Heart Kirby. Sans. Message from Heart Kirby. FR.
Mario, who will be played by Chris Pratt.
It's a me, a Mario.
Message from Heart Kirby. Don't think I forgot to add this, not as hard as me. Message from Lil Animates. Okay, back. Message from Not a cool girl. What?
It's me, Amari.
Message from Heart Kirby. Nothing face with hand over mouth. Message from Lil Animates. Oh yeah, FNF guy, can you send a drive link so I can show this to Mary?
What drive link? Oh wait, you're gonna send it right now?
Message from Lil Animates. There are 2 of them.
Alright. You want me to send it through YouTube chat? Is that what you're saying?
Message from Lil Animates. Yes.
Right.
Message from Markiplier Markiplay. https://drive.google.com/d/1nk_cvgb2-5DOJ0WSQ6VHR/view. Message from Markiplier Markiplier.h/drive.google.com/file/d/1nk_cvgb2-5RLXKQ5DOJ0WSQ6VHR/view. Message from Not a Cool Girl. Holy Frunkle, bad day goes so freaking hard. Message from Heart Kirby. Bro, forgot my tie. Message from Heart Kirby. Mary, do you want a Magma link? Message from Heart Kirby. Oh shit, more Spookies content. Message from Not a Cool Girl. Maybe. Message from Heart Kirby. I'm sad that Spooky's Jump Scare Mansion is finished, sad face. Message from Heart Kirby. I'll send it just in case. Message from Heart Kirby. Wait, actually FNF guy, you got to send invite.
Wait, alright.
Message from Markiplier Markiplay. https://magma.com/invite/3se1t0wv. Message from Heart Kirby. I love how now I usually just draw 2 or 3 things then do nothing else afterwards, lol.
True.
You thought the Koopa worked alone?
Message from Heart Kirby. BTW, check my community post.
That's actually epic.
Message from Heart Kirby. It's bigger. Message from Heart Kirby. Yeah. Message from Heart Kirby. Harkin uses his true form to intimidate Hark. Message from Heart Kirby. FNF guy, after eating 5 nights at Freddy's in the bedroom at 3 AM, eating 5 nights at Freddy's.
me dipping a chicken nugget in there.
Message from Lil Animates. FNF corruption is back.
Alright. I think I'm slightly improving. Not on my art, but like my addiction to Pibby, because now I don't even care about it anymore. If it's a song, then it's fine. But if it was old me, I would have just lost my mind.
Message from Heart Kirby. Okay.
I'm glad I grown out of that phase so long ago. I don't know, I keep obsessing over that.
Message from Heart Kirby. It died BTW. Message
Yeah,
from Heart Kirby. Pibby died. Message from Heart Kirby. I never was obsessed with Pibby, I was just obsessed with the fact that Finn and Jake was used LOL.
Like, I used to draw some Pibby content like 24/7, but now I just barely even draw it.
Message from Heart Kirby. SMG4 fell off TBH.
True. They can be the first contestant that gets eliminated.
Message from Heart Kirby. No, make him so unlikable, people vote his ass out.
True.
Message from Lil Animates. Okay, what should I name the object show? Message from Heart Kirby. Battle for Baked Beans, BFBB. Message from Heart Kirby. Best prize ever. Message from Lil Animates. That sounds. Message from Lil Animates. Perfect. Message from Lil Animates. But we need voice actors. Message from Lil Animates. Voice actors. Message from Heart Kirby. I'll voice act IG.
No, he's not. Trust me. This is what I'm gonna do. This is not going in the. This is not going in the community post, by the way.
Message from Heart Kirby. Have you ever wanted to inhale your own nutrients, but you can't get down there? I can't. It's not fair. How come she gets to absorb my own nutrients?
gonna tell Mom I was smoking?
No, Mario. I'm not gonna tell.
Yeah, you better not, or I'll kick your ass. Anyway, just keep your mouth shut, Scrubs. Here come the guys. Hey.
Message from Lil Animates. Why do y'all guys hate Plankton AI? Message from Heart Kirby. Discord moderators will sit in their own musty stench with shit being collected in their butt cheeks and snip that shit and will never take a shower and are physically stuck to their chairs. Message from Heart Kirby. Stupid troll.
You dumbass geek.
Message from Lil Animates. So Plankton AI trolled y'all.
I'm supposed to get Peach out of Bowser's shithole, but I'm probably gonna blow it off. I don't give enough of a fuck today.
You want to jump the fence at the country club and use the pool?
We did that 2 days ago. Oh, Cody is a piece of shit. I am so tired of that.
We did what you said, Mario. The Kickstarter sucked. The team's done.
The game wasn't much popular than people thought, boyfriend. You think I don't know about the merchandise? You tried to fuck me.
He's finally gonna Bambi's genocide. Yep. Bambi's genocide route. If I can't steal anyone's corn, then no one can. He's American as well, so yeah. Thanks. Yeah. He's British? British. Speed chat off. Are you? It disconnected. Hold on. It actually disconnected.
Message from Heart Kirby. Yeah, scribbled on our drawings. Yeah.
Also, hey Abby's Tom, thank you for joining.
Message from Not a Cool Girl. Ban Ban. Message from Heart Kirby. Buff Josh touches whatever he wants. Message from Not a Cool Girl. Ban Ban is so funny, ha ha ha, I'm dying. Message from Heart Kirby. Me when garden of Ban Ban. Message from Heart Kirby. https://youtube.com/short/z9cavd5xbim $FLHRVB2DFPPWGSBB. Message from Heart Kirby. Hard PP.
So true.
SV_cheats1. Welcome to the stream. Message from SV_cheats1. No idea who you are, gang, but I randomly found your stream from a couple of hours ago and I just gotta say the music fucking slapped. Folded hands.
You mean the ones
Message
that I
from
What?
SV_cheats1. Investing in you before you make it big.
Oh, shoot. I'm just gonna do it like this.
Message from Heart Kirby. I need my gits. I need my gits. If I can't have gits, then no one can.
I can actually hear it.
Message from Heart Kirby. Does anyone want me to make a part 2 of Drake Leak?
Where's the 8 player?
Oh, Baldi, take it. Go kill someone. I grant you my AR-15.
I want to see a whole animation of just King going.
Baldi, I'm going to give you this AR-15. And what I want you to do is to go to that exact same gas station and get me a candy bar. Got it?
He'll be the kind of person to say that, though. Oh, a second. Gotta fix something.
Message from Heart Kirby. Domain expansion, infinite backshots.
I think when it reaches about 1, I'm just gonna go BRB, because, I'm just gonna go eat.
Free Kai Bob. Welcome to the stream. Message from Free Kai Bob. Relatable. Message from Heart Kirby. No. Message from Free Kai Bob. Still relatable. Message from Heart Kirby. Free Kai Bob, you're getting your balls cut off. Message from Lil Animates. Hey, I got Plankton AI's elimination.
Hey, Plankton, what? With 165 votes, it's time for you to get out. What? Yay! What do you mean, yay? Yep. You are
Hey,
out.
just a question. Can I voice act for Plankton?
all this time.
Free Kai Bob. But I love my balls, I play with them every day at the park.
Oh, Animates, if you're hearing this, can I voice act for Plankton AI? I could do a mean Plankton.
Message from Lil Animates. Sure.
Let's go.
You guys want me to get out of this game?
Message from Heart Kirby. I
You
hate
don't
your
understand
balls.
why.
Message from
Wait, what?
Heart Kirby.
What happened?
I'm stomping on
I don't know
them.
what happened.
Message from
This Plankton.
Free Kai Bob.
Plankton.
Love you too.
Ruin our drawings and scribble on it.
Message
and
from
this is why that
Free
I
Kai
want
Bob.
him out so badly.
Loudly crying
so we
face
can
folded
celebrate
hands
that
light
he'll
skin
never
tone.
be here. Wait, what? No! Sorry, it is what it is. Everybody hates you now. Listen, guys, I'm so.
Message from Heart Kirby. I'm putting multiple boots on
I
too.
don't feel so good.
Message from Heart Kirby.
Ow!
With spikes.
Ow.
Message from Free Kai Bob. Oh, I love that.
That was a literal jump scare for me.
Message from Heart Kirby. Weary cat face. Message from Free Kai Bob. Cat face with wry smile. Message from Lil Animates. That's their elimination. Message from
Interesting.
Heart Kirby. Also, did Plank get sent to digital hell LOL? Message from Free Kai Bob. Loudly crying face, folded hands, light skin tone. Message from Lil Animates. No, he got scribbled and turned into this. Message from Heart Kirby. I'm gonna use my domain expansion, Infinite Ball Crushing. Message from Heart Kirby. Ag. Message from
Alright, I'm gonna BRB, I'm gonna go eat something.
Chuyuwa. Message from Heart Kirby. Achua. Message from Heart Kirby. Alright. Message from Heart Kirby. Who wants back shots? Message from Lil Animates. This is what he turned into. Message from Markiplier. Markiplier hard PP 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 Markiplier. Message from Markiplier Markiplier Markiplier. Gonna go watch Salty, CYA. Message from Not a Cool Girl, CYA. Message from Heart Kirby. It's his birthday BTW. Message from Markiplier Markiplier Markiplier. Oh nice. Message from Not a Cool Girl. Oh really? Message from Heart Kirby. Yeah. Message from Not a Cool Girl. A happy birthday maybe. Message from Heart Kirby. Not FNF guys. Message from Heart Kirby. https://youtube.com/short/z9cabd5xbim ? SI=FLHRVB2DFPPWGSBB. Message from Heart Kirby. Me when BLRY maybe. Message from Not a Cool Girl. Oh. Message from Lil Animates. Really bruh. Message from Heart Kirby. I'm a very friendly fellow. Message from Heart Kirby. Wrong video, hold on. Message from Heart Kirby. This is a message from Heart Kirby. https://udo.be/rkrw5xozio ? SI=9SMUQNRH8NMQQH6S. Message from Heart Kirby. Anyways. Message from Heart Kirby. I'm tired. Message from Nuhud. AAAA. Message from Not a Cool Girl. Aw shucks. Message from Nuhud. I'm back. Message from Heart Kirby. I'm gonna die myself. Message from Heart Kirby. You cannot mute us. Message from Cat. Hello. Message from Heart Kirby. Hi. Message from Not a Cool Girl. Hello. Message from Nuhad. Hi. Message from Heart Kirby. Guess, am I a very friendly fellow? Message from Heart Kirby. Guys. Message from Cat. Yes. Message from Heart Kirby. I meant. Message from Cat. I think. Message from Heart Kirby. Yippee. Message from Lil Animates. That piano was so good, face holding back tears, face holding back tears, face holding back tears. Message from Heart Kirby. I think. Message from Heart Kirby. Grr. Message from Heart Kirby. Thank you, don't ask how I played that. Message from Heart Kirby. Gogig poo. Message from Heart Kirby. https://udo.be/xfgwid_si=enwvsgjezxrv9wel. Message from Not a Cool Girl. TF is that video LOL. Message from Heart Kirby. Major Klug is a pedo. Message from Not a Cool Girl. Yes. Message from Heart Kirby. Anyways, Max Pro Design vanished. Stop posting. Message from Heart Kirby. https://udo.be/onivjc5 /si:/d7k-yk0wlg. Message from Cat Skibidi. Message from Not a Cool Girl. Rip Max Design Pro. Message from Not a Cool Girl. Poor guy. Message from Heart Kirby. Did you just say Skibidi? Message from Heart Kirby. That's it, I'm skibidding everyone's toilet. Message from Cat. Yes. Message from Cat. Fuck. Message from Nuhud. Gen Alpha moment fire 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 speaking head speaking head speaking head speaking head speaking head. Message from Heart Kirby. If only I was born 2013 and beyond. Message from Heart Kirby. Then I'd have true brain rot because that's Gen Alpha. Message from Heart Kirby. You're being a real skibidi. You know that, right? Message from Nuhud. I got skibidi in my toilet. Message from Cat. No. Message from Heart Kirby. Yes. Message from Heart Kirby. I'm gonna go risk it's in Ohio.
I'm 1 inch closer to death from you saying that.
Message from Heart Kirby. LOL, too bad I just died. Message from Heart Kirby. I'm turning into Pomni. Message from Nightbot. Nightbot's the name, getting clapped is the game.
I swear. Did Dark put that? Oh, of course you did. Oh! Whoops.
Message from Nuhut. Okay. Message from Nightbot. Let's fucking go. Message from Nightbot. Nightbot's the name, getting clapped is the game. Message from Heart Kirby. Bro, that wasn't me that time.
It wasn't you. What the? Yes, it was. Yes, it was. You liar. You goober.
Message from Heart Kirby. It wasn't. Message from
Yes, it was.
Heart Kirby. I swear.
Okay, whatever you say.
Message from Heart Kirby. I'm innocent, sad face. Message from Lil Animates. I just got flashed.
Huh?
Message from Heart Kirby. What? Message from Bambi. What's up? Message from Lil Animates. IWA on the community post and oh got flashed. Message from Heart Kirby. What do you mean you just got flashed? Loudly crying face, loudly crying face. Message from Lil Animates. What is wrong with people? Message from Heart Kirby. Who's? Message from Bambi. E. Message from Bambi. Plus okay. Plus not cringe plus nice job plus based plus grammar good. Message from Lil Animates. I don't know, I was on posts. Message from Heart Kirby. Was it involving Sarvanti? Message from Lil Animates. Yes. Message from Luki Boi. Good job. Message from Luki Boi. His desk said Baldi's Basics content. Message from Not a cool girl. Markiplier 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 Markiplier. Message from Luki Boi. And he was Bambi. Message from Luki Boi. But Kirby, why was he banned? Message from Heart Kirby. Well, his content was Baldi's Basics, and Bambi and Dave were in Baldi's Basics mod. Message from Heart Kirby. Because he said something that pissed me off. Message from Luki Boi. Wait, what? Message from Luki Boi. Oh. Message from Luki Boi. Okay. Message from Luki Boi. Was it the thing with plus? Message from Luki Boi. Cause I don't want to say it and get banned. LMAO skull skull skull. Message from Heart Kirby. Yes. Message from Lukey Boy. ALR. Message from Lukey Boy. He was suspicious anyway. Message from Not a Cool Girl. War, you guys are talking Abu. Message from Heart Kirby. Nothing. Message from Not a Cool Girl. Oh, okay. Message from Heart Kirby. We were talking about a nobody. Message from Lukey Boy. What Kirby said. Message from Lil Animates. Hey Mary, what's your full body? Message from Lukey Boy. Yeah. Message from Lukey Boy. Named. Message from Bambi. What did I do? Message from Heart Kirby. If you want her OC body, just look at her tabs. Message from Heart Kirby. Be fucking annoying. Message from Bambi. How was I annoying? Message from Lukey Boy. Plus. Message from Lukey Boy. I'm not saying to avoid ban. Message from Heart Kirby. With that plus whatever shit. Message from Bambi. How was that bad? Message from Bambi. It was being nice. Message from Bambi. To the creator. Message from Bambi. Saying he was doing a nice job. Message from Bambi. And stuff. Message from Heart Kirby. Yeah, no lil bro. Message from Bambi. Also, just because I have Baldi's Basics content in my description, it was bad. Message from Heart Kirby. It was flat out annoying. Message from Heart Kirby. That was Luke, not me. Message from Lukey Boy. Clapping hands, neutral face. Message from Heart Kirby. I timed you out for just saying that shit. Message from Lukey Boy. Where the flip is FNF guy? Message from Heart Kirby. I don't know.
Just checking out something real quick.
Message from Lukey Boy. Should I change my PFP? Message from Heart Kirby. If you want. Message from Lukey Boy. I don't know if I want to. Message from Nuhud. Yuwika. Message from Nuhud. Message from Cat. Meow. Message from Lukey Boy. No. Message from Lukey Boy. Belisnigius, we have to run. Message from Nuhut /J. Message from Heart Kirby. Message from Cat. Cat 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 cat. Message from Lukey Boy. It's the Balsingius Crusher. Message from Bambi. Message from Timmy Ballhairs, I like YouTube. Message from Nuhut. Message from Message from Message from Message from Heart Kirby. WTF. Message from Lukey Boy. 10 viewers. Message from Lukey Boy. Cool. Message from Not a cool girl. Message from Message from Message. Message from Heart Kirby. Message from Cock and Balls Torture Device. Cock and Balls Torture Time. Message from Bambi. Message from Obama, you are kicked out of the election.
That shit doesn't make any sense.
Message from Lukey Boy. Kirby, you mean message from Plank's life sentence. Message from Heart Kirby. Message from BLRY. BLRY 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 BLRY. Message from Not a cool girl. Message from I don't fucking know. Message from Heart Kirby. Yes. Message from Bambi. Message from Ozama, wanna hijack some planes. Message from Nuhut. Message from Nuhut 2. 9 plus 10 is 21. Message from Heart Kirby. Message from Car. I am a very friendly fellow. Message from Heart Kirby. FR. Message from Bambi. Message from Epstein, who's 12 years old here. Message from Lukey Boy. Message from Hark, you know what, I'm done with this speech crap, man. I quit FNF guy, see you later. Message from Not a cool girl. Message from N/N/$7/ euro carat /pound /euro percent euro dot euro pound euro pound carat pound. Skibidi. Message from Heart Kirby. Message from Heart Kirby. You know what, I think he is right, I quit, I'm retiring. Message from Bambi. Message from Heart Kirby, I accidentally miscounted the amount of ball hairs on Freddy Fazbear and now the FNAF fandom oh no. Message from Lukey Boy. Scale broken. Message from Heart Kirby. WTF. Message from Bambi. I'm getting timed out for 24 hours. Message from Not a Cool Girl. I'm message from Heart Kirby. Freddy Fajras. Message from Bambi. 100% guarantee. Message from Heart Kirby. https://youtube.com/short/w1sfazakri si=0 0h2-n-9ywh Saki. Message from Heart Kirby. Message from Not a Cool Girl. I'm down bad freaky. Message from Heart Kirby. That is what Silly Gang does, we recreate FNAF 4. Message from Bambi. Message from Walt Disney. The Mickey Mouse Slaughterhouse is the new interventional cartoon 3D TV show sequel to The Clubhouse. Message from Heart Kirby. Message from Mommy Skulls. Meow LOL. Message from Not a Cool Girl. Message from Not a Cool Girl. Message from Lukey BOI. 5 nights in Heart Kirby's bedroom. Kirby, how long are we surviving? Tell each of us how long and what is going to happen. Message from Not a Cool Girl. Message from Not a Cool Girl. Message from Lukey BOI. BRB. Message from
Alright, man.
Heart Kirby. Who wants to 5 nights at my bedroom? Message from Bambi. E. Message from Bambi. Message from Joe Biden. FNF guy is the new president. Message from Not a Cool Girl. 5 nights at Markiplier. Message from Heart Kirby. Who wants 5 nights at my bedroom? Message from Bambi. Message from Heart Kirby. I will smash anyone in my bedroom. Message from Heart Kirby. Cannon. Message from Heart Kirby. What? Message from Heart Kirby. That's not true, guys. Message from Bambi. Message from Heart Kirby. I just timed Bambi out for 576 hours for being a bitch.
PP Suck 2 is coming out soon, guys. PP Suck 2 coming out in theaters this Saturday. Wait, that's today. This Monday, I guess. Oh, wait, let me put the music back on.
Message from Heart Kirby. What? Message from Bambi. Messagra from Kane. I can confirm I will slaughter and shoot Pomni to death in this mod.
Sorry guys, I was just seeing if I can find any other text-to-speech bots that can replace speed chat. I think speed chat can, I mean not yeah, speed chat, that's what I mean. Just gonna see if I can find a replacement for it.
Message from Heart Kirby. Message from Pomni. Lankai Box. Message from Bambi. The Squeak TDS from scratch.
Pawnee strangling the ever-loving shit out of Lanky Box. Revenge time.
Message from Heart Kirby. Plot twist, they're into that.
That'd actually be pretty funny. Just gonna see if I can set up a bit of the speaker bot. We'll be right back. Actually, I'll still be here. I'm just doing something right now.
Message from Bambi. Message from Bandu. I will come to your house at 3 a.m. and turn you into a Krabby Patty. Message from Heart Kirby. Go fuck your phone, Bandu, you're not doing shit.
I'm just watching this tutorial and this dude really said, I love filling up my computer.
Message from Bambi. Sad face. Message from Heart Kirby. Relatable. Message from Bambi. Message from Bambi. Fuck you, Bandu. Message from Not a cool girl. Krabby Patty is. Message from Not a cool girl. Dotted line face. Message from Bambi. Breastfeeding dark skin tone, 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 breastfeeding dark skin tone. Message from Heart Kirby. Yeah, let's say that. Message from Heart Kirby. The way my jaw just dropped, bro. Message from Bambi. What have I done? Message from Bambi. When will it stop? Message from Heart Kirby. I have to time you out for 10 seconds. Message from Bambi. Bruh. Message from Bambi. Okay. Message from Bambi. Finger red number 1.
Yeah, your balls are getting
Message
bad.
from Not a cool girl.
Obviously.
Oh fuck, my brother threw a house on me, rah ha ha ha, I'm so dead, not I ate it tongue. Message from Heart Kirby. You're free now. Message from Bambi. Bruh. Message from Bambi. Breastfeeding dark skin tone. Message from Heart Kirby. Mary, why you so freaky? Message from Bambi. It's not my fault. Message from Bambi. It's a real emoji. Message from Heart Kirby. Mary, you freaky. Message from Bambi. LOL.
Bobby, lots of choking, but I'm gonna put my hand around your neck and choke you to death. Let's go.
Message from Bambi.
I want to die.
Soccer ball, banana. Message from
Why does this dude have a
Heart
ball
Kirby.
pin this streaming setup?
Just a skin, is there any pieces of the house you could feed to me? Message from Bambi. Soccer ball, banana, soccer ball. Message from Heart Kirby. Ayo, what? Message from Not a cool girl. What the fuck? 1. Message from Lukey BOI. Back. Message from Heart Kirby. What bro, weary cat face, weary cat face, weary cat face. Message from Lukey BOI. Had to walk my dogs.
Alright.
Message from Bambi. Ogre Goblin map of Japan, Japanese post office, Japanese castle, Japanese dolls, Japanese symbol for beginner, pride flower, rainbow heart, pride people embracing two, pride face, green tears, pride person, earth intersex, pride megaphone, rainbow handle. Message from Bambi. Message from Free Kai Bob. Message from Lukey BOI. WDYM, what bro? Message from Bambi. Emojis are banned now. Message from Heart Kirby. Bambi's emoji, bro. Message from Bambi. Face blue smiling. Message from Bambi. Emojis are illegal now. Message from Lukey BOI. Oh. Message from Heart Kirby. Free Kai Bob. You acting like you wouldn't enjoy they. Message from Lukey BOI. FNF guy say mods ban his balls. Message from
What? Ban his
Hard
balls!
I did that already.
Oh, never mind.
Message from Free Kai Bob. You're right, smiling cat face with hard eyes, smiling cat face with hard eyes, smiling cat face with hard eyes. Message from Not a cool girl. Man, what's this song? Message from
It's the best day
Lukey
ever
BOI.
by Captain Jorge.
Free Kai Bob. Message from
Here's my newest
Heart
boyfriend.
Kirby.
Get through
I
it.
still remember what you did with Baldi. Message from Lukey BOI. Do you like Snickers? Message from Bambi. You can't ban me for expressing myself. Face with thermometer, face with head bandage, face vomiting, nauseated face, sneezing face, hot face, cold face, woozy face, dizzy face, face with spiral eyes, face with medical mask, sleeping face, drooling face, pensive face, relieved face, lying face. Message
This
from
is how people are gonna start talking
Free
like
Kai Bob.
13 years, I swear.
That's not expressing anything. Message
It's
from
not. It's really
Heart Kirby. You just sent the most cursed shit ever. Your balls getting snipped off. Message from Lukey BOI. I am killing Bambi. Message from Lukey BOI. Respond. 10 seconds. Message from Free Kai Bob. Yay. Message from Heart Kirby. Who are you asking? Message from Lukey BOI. Asking what? Message from Free Kai Bob. Timed out, loudly crying face, folded hands, light skin tone. Message from Bambi. Clown face, ogre, goblin, ghost, alien, monster, pile of poo, 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 angry face with horns, smiling face with horns, skull and crossbones, face with symbols on mouth, pouting face with steam from nose, yawning face. Message from Bambi. LOL. Message from Heart Kirby. Who likes who? Message from Nuha. Among Us. Message from Lil Animates. Hey FNF guy. Do you want an Among Us OC? Message from Lukey BOI.
Nah, I'm good.
Freaky Bob is Snickers. Message from Heart Kirby. Yeah. Message from Free Kai Bob. Yeah. Message from Lukey BOI. Same banner and desk. Message from Free Kai Bob. Yup, same person. Message from Lukey BOI. Yeah. Message from Lukey BOI. Speech chat YAAAAAAI behind LMAO. Message from Heart Kirby. Free Kai Bob. Why did you enjoy those Baldi backshots too much? Message from Bambi. See no evil monkey, hear no evil monkey, speak no evil monkey, pouting cat face, crying cat face, weary cat face, kissing cat face with wry smile, smiling cat face with heart eyes, broken heart, red heart, fire, red heart, adhesive bandage, red heart, orange heart, yellow heart, green heart, blue heart, purple heart, brown heart, heavy heart, exclamation. Message from Lukey BOI. Bro, those first 3 emojis. Message from Free Kai Bob. Nah, they hurt like a ruler slap. Message from Lukey BOI. Bambi, you leaked my head. Message from Lukey BOI. Ag. Message from Bambi. What? Message from Bambi. How? Message from Bambi. How? Message from Lukey BOI. I forgot all caps. Message from Bambi. No, I did not. Message from Bambi. LOL. Message from Lukey BOI. I am a monkey. Message from Lukey BOI. OOA. Message from Lukey Boi. Blah AAAA. Message from Bambi. That's racist. Message from Nuhan.
Huh?
If it did /J.
What the hell do you mean?
Message from
Did.
Lukey Boi. The animal. Message from Heart Kirby. He is one though. Message from Free Kai Bob. I got HIV from that too. Message from Message from Lukey Boi. Person blue eating spaghetti face turquoise music note person blue speaking microphone person pink swaying hair rocket red countdown liftoff face purple raindrops person purple stage event face pink drinking tea face purple open box person yellow podium blue baseball white cap out whistle red blow finger red number 1 person turquoise crowd surf text yellow gold medal yellow first red card red penalty person blue wheelchair
That
race
sounds like some
stopwatch
kind of
blue hand
code.
timer YT. Message from Free Kai Bob. Loudly crying face folded hands light skin tone. Message from Lukey Boi. Oops buffering the vibes stay home elbow bump good vibes thanks doc video call you got these virtual hug sanitizer take out chilukat hydrate chiludog elbow cough wash hands learning social dist shelter in. Message from Bambi. E. Message from Lukey Boi. That all off them. Message from Bambi. FNF guy today is my dad's birthday and his name is Nick Gers so can you wish him a happy birthday? Message from
No.
Heart Kirby. Who wants go check out my basement leading up to my bedroom?
Bro, someone.
Message from
That. No.
Lukey
Don't
Boi.
play around with that joke, dude.
Stop repeating. Message from
Don't actually.
Lukey
no.
Boi. And stop leaking your family members' info. Message from Cat. You stupid any. Message from Bambi. Blonde-haired person blonde. Message from Lukey Boi. Nutta. Message from Heart Kirby. You stupid CA. Message from Lil Animates. Band Bambi forever. Message from Bambi. LOL. Message from Lukey Boi. No I just removed message. Message from Heart Kirby. Do I time them out of hide them from channel?
Yes.
Message from
Do it.
Lukey Boi. I don't feel like strangling speech chat. Message from Bambi. Message from Mr. Beast. You just won $1 million to claim it give me your bank account savings. Message from Heart Kirby. You didn't remove it actually. Message from Heart Kirby. Which one? Message from Lil Animates. I'm not joking I'm dead fucking serious banned him. Message from Lukey Boi. Can I kill Kirby? Message from Lukey Boi. You can hide. Message from Lukey Boi. No not kill Kirby himself I meant Bambino. Message from Bambi. Him I'm Baldy nice to meet ya. Message from Heart Kirby. Wait. Message from Lukey Boi. Bambi NOOO asterisk. Message from Bambi. Books your game. Message from Bambi. Just shout my name. Message from Bambi. When you let me use my stick. Message from Bambi. So that's one book right but you're all wrong. Message from Heart Kirby. FNF guy, do we time him out or hide him from channel?
I've already said
message from
yes like millions of times to that.
Bambi. You haven't even let me use my stick. Message from Bambi. You're taking too long so ill ding dong to the door I open on you. Message from Lukey BOI. Campfire Cam. Message from Bambi. Hey race a tip abandoned ship. Message
Raised
from
tip.
Bambi.
What?
Or you're gonna see my campfire gear. Message from
Excuse you, what?
Bambi. Oh hi there. Message from Bambi. Welcome to my problem palace. Message from Bambi. Oh hi there. Message from Bambi. Please don't leave, I have no friends. Message from Lukey BOI. Welcome to the banning room. Message from Bambi. Oh hi there. Message from Bambi. Oh hi there. Message from Heart Kirby. Both. Message from Bambi. Haha, I tied you up. Message from Lukey BOI. Kirby means which one? Message from Bambi. Every boy and girl come dance around. Message from Bambi. Let's get a party started. Message from Heart Kirby. What does yes mean? Loudly crying face, loudly crying face. Message from Bambi. Get the bully's fists and the skipping rope. Message from Bambi. We'll fill your present with it. Message from Bambi. Gonna make it rain Coca-Cola. Message from Bambi. Or gonna send you right back to detention. Message from Bambi. Pay attention to what I mention. Message from Bambi.
Gonna turn off text to speech.
16
I'm going
bits
to
of
be
dodgy
testing
tension.
Something.
This is a test message.
This is a text message. Why is that so funny? Hold on. Test speed. Not in use. What? What do you mean not in... Huh? Output device. Did it just change my output? Hold on.
See you around, officer. Pay attention to what I mentioned. Why is that so catchy?
Alright, let's go back to the streamer bot. We're gonna have 11 Labs text-to speech probably. Let's go. We're finally gonna move out of speed chat. Alright, let me see. Now, how do I do this? Okay, actions. Okay. Yes, pass through bad word filter. Because yes.
This is a test message.
For some reason it's not showing up anywhere. What did I do? Okay, fine. Get off the screen. Everyone. Commands at TTS. I mean, exclamation mark at 11 Labs. There we go. Alright. Let me just make sure.
This is a test message.
So it is supposed to be working. I think I just did something wrong. It's still not working. I swear it was supposed to work. We played on. It's not playing on the headphones though, is it? That amount. It's supposed to be for everyone as well. I really wanted 11 Labs to be the text-to-speech in the first place, but I just didn't know how to do it. Say username. Right? Replacement. Nope. Voice aliases.
This is a test message.
This is BS.
This is a test message.
Such BS.
This is a test message.
Put TTS everywhere. R. Just gonna make it say one simple letter. For some reason it's not working. Wait, was it? Hold on. That's not working? This is... What's yeet all? To be one of these. That's not good. 11 lamps at pitch 1. Me right now. On. Always run. Put that there. Connecting another test. Anymore. I think I really need to fix that. I think she could have. of these do I gotta put in? Jeez. Alright. Save. Alright. Let me test it again just to see what it works. I don't know how many of these I'm gonna do, but. Yeah, I'll just use this. Yeah. It ain't gonna say anything, is it? I think something's highly wrong. I don't understand. I'll be right back.
Plus 500, the intuitive and easy-to-use trading app that gives you a glimpse into the future of futures trading. No matter what kind of trader you are, Plus 500 has you covered. So download the app and start trading futures today. Plus 500, it's trading with a plus. Trading in futures and options involves the risk of loss and is not suitable for every investor.
Are your team struggling to find the latest plans? With Asana, tasks and company-wide goals are in one place, so everyone's aligned. Try Asana, the smarter way to work.
Yo soy Luigi. Oh man. Wait a minute. It is not activating, is it? It's not.
Native's moisturizing lotion for long-lasting moisture that blends in easy without the greasy.
When it comes to ideas for your bath project, you have options within options at Floor & Decor.
This is a test message.
I just don't understand. Do you mean the mod or the song? Okay. No, that's not it. Oh, shoot.
This is a test message.
Yo soy Luigi. Alright.
Cat. Welcome to the stream. Message from Cat. I'm back.
Hey.
Darkry. Welcome to the stream. Message from Darkry. I'm gonna fart. Message from Heart Kirby. Nah, I'm just trolling the creator of that RN. Message from Heart Kirby. They wanted MFS to draw their character, who has big boobs and a penis and nude.
Oh my god.
Message from Darkry. What the hell? Luki BOI. Welcome to the stream. Message from Luki BOI. Delete that. Message from Luki BOI. Delete that. Message from Luki BOI. Now. Message from Luki BOI. Now. Message from Luki BOI. PLS. Message from Heart Kirby. No.
Alright. You know what? I'm just gonna say this is gonna be my final test. If this doesn't work, we're just gonna
Message
stick to the
from
one that we have now.
Lukey BOI. Anyways, FNF guy, can you make new canvas?
Right.
Message from Heart Kirby. You're acting like I took multiple screenshots and started sending it to you.
There you go.
Message from Heart Kirby. They finally deleted the fucking penis stuff.
Did I not add one in here? Alright. Yep.
Message from Cat. Wi-Fi password, $H, K_Thuris_Y.
I'll be right back, guys. I'm gonna do something real quick. I apologize for railroading the stream way too long.
Message from Heart Kirby. I'm done LOL. Message from Heart Kirby. FNF guy, where did you go?
I just said I was going to go. But I do have to go. And I was just here to grab something. Okay.
Message from Heart Kirby. Cat, you're gay though. Message from Cat. Fuck. Message from Heart Kirby. So like, FNF guy, be careful with the servers. Message from Heart Kirby. Cat. Message from Cat. Message from Heart Kirby. Let me see your search history. Message from Cat. No. Message from Heart Kirby. Yes. Message from Cat. No. Message from Cat. No. Message from Cat. No. Message from Heart Kirby. Why? What do you have on there that makes you not want me to see? Message from Cat. Message from Darkry. Exposing Cat, very real. Message from Cat. Secrets. Message from Heart Kirby. Alright, I just got your phone, bro. Message from Heart Kirby. I'm gonna open Google. Message from Cat. Running. Message from Heart Kirby. Cat, why are there 5,000 pictures of me, BLRY, and an airplane? Message from Darkry. What? Message from Heart Kirby. Why is the airplane on a website called Only Planes? Message from Cat. Crushed heart balls. Message from Heart Kirby. Should I click the link, guys? Message from Heart Kirby. Fuck. Message from Heart Kirby. Cat what? Message from Cat. Do not looking at my history. Message from Cat. Okay, slash. Message from Heart Kirby. But I let BLRY look at mine's sad face. Message from Heart Kirby. Well, you didn't see it. Message from Heart Kirby. But still, sad face. Message from Heart Kirby. Nobody else gets to see it. Message from Heart Kirby. Cat I won't look. Message from Cat. Crushed heart brain. Message from Cat. Pouting cat face. Message from Heart Kirby. Ahazk Sheker Reject. Message from Cat. Skibbiting your toilet. Message from Heart Kirby. Akojaysk Kfya Joidoid Slappa. Message from Heart Kirby. Nah, my brain is too silly to be crushed. Message from Heart Kirby. That's it, I'm gonna stomp on your balls with multiple boots with spikes. Message from Cat. Well. Message from Cat. Message from Cat. And. Message from Heart Kirby. And rip them off. Message from Cat. And. Message from Heart Kirby. You're gonna live life as a female cat. Message from Cat. And. Message from Heart Kirby. Message from Heart Kirby. Then I'm gonna smash BLRY. Message from Heart Kirby. Then I will commit several war crimes on you. Message from Cat. End.
Good to see you again, Your Highness. Now, down to business.
Message from Heart Kirby. Mary BLRY. Message from Cat. Chip. Message from Heart Kirby. Yeah. Message from Cat. Fuck. Message from Cat. You. Message from Heart Kirby. Scared now. Message from Heart Kirby. Bet. Message from Heart Kirby. Where is BLRY? Message from Cat. Running.
I've returned. To the 15 souls. Hang on.
This small token of my gratitude for your coming all this way to see me.
Message from Heart Kirby. Cat, I'm not fucking you. Message from Heart Kirby. I'm doing that to BLRY. Message from Heart Kirby. Where is the milk?
Oh. Here you go. I gave it to you.
Message from Darkry. Yummy. Message from Cat. FNF guy, help me, Heart want to stomp on my balls with multiple boots with spikes.
What are you talking about? It's not gonna do that. If I did, I would Get out my brown brick.
Message from Cat. Fuck.
I'm just gonna cast Go Get Your Brown Bricks in your ass if he ever does that.
Oh, come on. Don't act like you weren't expecting me to show up.
Message from Cat. I'm dead.
Wait, it's kind of too late to do anything. I mean, I'm still gonna do it. Go get your brown bricks in your ass.
Message from Heart Kirby. He did it first but less violent.
So technically we're getting revenge on him. For payback.
Message from Heart Kirby. What? Message from Heart Kirby. FNF guy, I can't take my revenge.
So, were you crushing his balls for revenge or not? That's what I want to know.
You brought this place to its knees. You destroyed it.
I feel like listening to the gameplay again. They've listened to it so many times, so yeah, no. Off camera mode. I'll look at that later.
Lil Animates. Welcome to the stream. Message from Lil
Who's a
Animates.
thug elf?
Is that 4 from BFB?
Yeah. So it is technically it. Alright, you know what? I'm gonna click on this, let a little bit play, and then I'm going to go back to that. Actually, I'm gonna look it up. Look it on my phone.
Message from Cat. Hey Lil, why I can't find your channel? Message from Heart Kirby. Half of you BFD fans don't know that 4 originated from something before BFD. Message from Lil Animates. Search up Lil Animates. Message from Cat. I search it. Message from Cat. I can't find it. Message from Heart Kirby. Many people have your name Lil Bro. Message from Lil Animates. Put on channel my mode. Message from Lil Animates. Channel mode.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Message from Cat. Okay. Message from Lil Animates. FNF guy, get my channel, give me the link.
The link to your channel, you meant? It's kind of hard to understand, and that's why I'm asking.
Message from Lil Animates. Yes.
Okay. I have to your channel anyway. Hold on. Actually,
Message from Heart Kirby. https://youtube.com/lilanimate-od5 year.
You're not sure
Johnny
this.
Bravo, that classic late 90s Cartoon Network show centering on a kind-hearted idiot who has stylish hair yet fails to understand women. But something that I'm sure a lot less people remember is the short-lived spin-off block also centering on Johnny, called JBVO. JBVO,
Message from
cartoon show,
Lil
was a
Animates.
weekly block of cartoons that aired
Thanks
on
to Heart
Sunday nights
Kirby.
from April 2nd, 2000
Message
to May
from
21st, 2001,
to Heart Kirby.
before being canceled due to its
No problem.
unpopularity. The block had Johnny Bravo as the host and relied on viewer requests to determine which cartoons were played. The concept of this block was to create a live interaction between Johnny and the viewers, as the viewers could call in, write emails, and send letters to Johnny to not only request the cartoon, but also interact with the character over small talk and other real-world comments.
Oh, hey Jacob, it's JB.
Hey Johnny bro.
Hey, how are things in Omaha?
Pretty good.
Really?
It's rainy.
Really, it's rainy in Nebraska. Little something for the ladies right there. Hey, are you posing daily, Jacob?
Huh?
Are you posing daily? You know, a daily is very important.
Yeah.
You know, I know the dude who made this Daffy cartoon did his daily. You do yours, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let me hear one.
Like,
All things considered, the show was quite the clever creation and required a weekly effort to gather all of the viewer comments and record unique lines of dialogue for Johnny to run the show every week. Unfortunately, this live talk show style is believed to be the reason why almost all content involving JBVO is lost. Aside from the series' low popularity to begin with, every week would have time-sensitive dialogue like the date and real kids talking to Johnny over the phone. In order to save the illusion of a live talk show with a fictional character, Cartoon Network probably decided they weren't worth re-airing after their initial premiere, and popping in a videotape every week to record a show that would be
Message
lost
from
10 years in the future
to
never
Heart
crossed
Kirby.
anyone's mind.
FNF guy, if you were female would you let me hit?
Episode from January 5th, 2001, with all
What
the
kind of
cartoon
question
episodes
is that?
included, an October 22nd, 2000 episode containing only the Johnny segments.
I'm
from the
not
cartoons,
comfortable with
as well as
asking. I'm
various
not
clips of other
comfortable with
episodes
answering
and
that
random
because
bumpers
what
and
the hell?
promos.
First of all,
If JBVO did air every Sunday from beginning to end,
That
would
just
mean
came
there
out
were a
of
total
nowhere,
6
dude.
Episodes out there, with again only one full one and Johnny segments of a second one resurfacing. Even if it aired half as many times as that, and only 30 episodes were made, that's still mind-blowing that a
Message
single full
from
episode has survived after
to
all
Heart
these
Kirby.
years.
I would let you hit
the
if I
whole
was female.
time-sensitive live talk show idea certainly hindered the archival of this show. As mysterious as JBVO is in itself, there's arguably a more
Okay, you know
desired
what?
lost
Fine.
media interest to be had here.
By the
It's
way, no one
popped up
clipped
countless
this.
times
Yeah,
over the
fine.
years, and
I
is
would.
probably the most memorable thing to have come
If you
from
would, then I
JBVO.
definitely would. Then
One of the
it's only
rules
fair.
of JBVO is that you couldn't request a half-hour-long show. Only the usual 10-minute cartoons were used. Despite this, a girl allegedly once called into the show and requested for Johnny to play an episode of Dragon Ball Z. Albeit being reluctant, he proceeds to play it, except at a fast-forward's pace and gives his own commentary over what's happening in the episode.
Who's that handsome guy? Hello, 911 emergency. Better bring out the reinforcements.
He then apologized to the caller for the inconvenience. While countless recollections of this event occurring have been retold online, and I'm sure it did happen, there is technically no proof in regards to this event ever happening. Digging a little deeper, I was hoping to maybe pinpoint where in the
Free Kai Bob. Welcome to the stream.
To direct a search for recordings
Message
at a
from
particular time of year.
Free Kai Bob.
Considering Dragon Ball Z's
What?
original run on Toonami was
Message
from
from
1998 to 2003,
Heart Kirby.
it could have been anywhere.
He
as
said he'd
JBVO's
let me hit.
entire run falls right in the middle. Though I have seen some claims that the episode Johnny played was one involving
Message
Frieza,
from
which would actually make
Heart
sense
Kirby.
as that saga premiered a while
Don't believe
prior
me.
to JBVO's
Rewind the
premiere.
thing.
So it would be reasonable to assume that Johnny would have played an older, more outdated episode and not one from the current Toonami saga. Plus, Frieza's stuff is iconic enough to rewatch out of series as well.
Message from
That does it for JBVO
Free Kai
and
Bob.
claims of a fast-forwarded
I'm
Dragon
not
Ball Z
surprised.
episode. This is another one of those cases where it's unlikely that any kind of research online is going to yield the episode, as all of the stuff currently available for JBVO came after the obscurity and desire to document the series was had within the community. So it would take hunting down old VHS tapes or even getting Cartoon Network to release it directly if it's still in their archives. Despite the unlikelihood of people having recorded the episodes, I'd like to think that someone was too busy on the Sunday the DBZ event happened to watch it, so they recorded it for later viewing, and that's the person we hopefully someday need to come forward. So until that happens, with not only the DBZ event, but also with the series to a greater extent, JBVO and the Dragon Ball Z event will remain a mystery. Every era of Cartoon Network can be defined by its most iconic shows that aired over a particular set of years. The late 90s yielded the likes of Dexter's Lab and Johnny Bravo, while the mid-2000s heralded Foster's Home and Camp Lazlo. But when it comes
Message
to the
from
late 2000s, things get a
Heart
little
Kirby.
mixed. This
Would
was a
you let
combined
me hit
result
Free
of
Kai
Toonami
Bob?
being cancelled and the network trying to push their live-action agenda. It was such
Message
a strange
from
time to be an avid viewer of the
Free
channel,
Kai Bob.
and as a result, I feel like the
Maybe
staple
cat face
cartoons of
with
the era
wry smile.
fell victim to the times. For me, Cartoon Network's most iconic late 2000s
Message from
shows were Chowder and
Cat.
Flapjack, and to this day
Look.
I still feel like they were underrated and
Message
snubbed at
from
the longer life.
Heart
Chowder
Kirby.
in particular is one of my
Maybe
favorite
crying
cartoons of
cat
all
face.
time, and to this day I'm still pretty shocked at its small 3-season run, though this short life on air probably contributes to its lack of lost media. Being such
Message
a huge fan
from
of the show, I was really
Heart
disappointed
Kirby.
to find out that there wasn't
Who
much
is letting me
lost
hit?
media in existence. The most extensive case I could find was something along the lines of a wider
Message
camera shot
from
in one of the scenes of the original
Free Kai
pilot,
Bob.
but that's hardly
Me,
interesting
me,
or
me.
worth researching. Until I stumbled upon a really cool blog post from the creator C.H. Greenblatt himself, where he discusses a cancelled project. The post goes on to describe
Message
the
from
premise of a 1-hour
Heart
TV
Kirby.
special that was in development.
Reasons.
According to Greenblatt,
Message from
the story of the special
Cat.
involves Chowder finding
Meow.
half of a map that leads to Pieland, where the ultimate gravy recipe lays. Panini has the other half, and it takes both of them, or true love in Greenblatt's words, to unite the two halves and journey to the treasure's location. Apparently there was even going to be
Message
a big kiss
from
scene between Cheddar and Panini at
Heart
the end.
Kirby. Meow.
What's more, is that this special was actually going to introduce new characters into the Cheddar universe, the most prominent of which was featured in concept art in the blog post. His name is Pekanahe,
Message
and
from
he's the leader of the Pirates.
Cat.
Greenblatt
Meow.
says that Pekanahe was the lead antagonist of the special who wanted the gravy recipe for himself. And if the name Pekanahe sounds familiar,
Message
it's
from
because the character was based
Heart
off of
Kirby.
actor Matthew McConaughey,
Meow.
and they were apparently hoping to
Message
get him to do
from
the voice of the character.
Free Kai
Well,
Bob.
unfortunately, this
Face
special
with
never
hand
fully
over
got off the
mouth.
ground and was shelved. Greenblatt further states
Message
in the blog
from
post that if they had a little
Cat.
more time, maybe it could
Meow.
have gotten completed. Now this post is from 2009, which is pretty close to the end of Chowder's run on the
Message
channel.
from
So initially I thought that
Heart
shelving
Kirby.
was due to time constraints
Meow.
Cartoon Network put on the production team. Curious for more information, I reached out to C.H. Greenblatt
Message
himself
from
for clarification on this project's
Cat.
cancellation.
Meow.
He confirmed with me that yes, it was shelved as a result of their quick schedule, but not due to the fact that Cartoon Network wouldn't let them get the project off the ground. Apparently the entire special had been storyboarded from start to finish, but unfortunately, Greenblatt wasn't very happy with it, and since they had no time
Message
to go
from
back and rework it,
Heart
canceling it was
Kirby.
the only option.
Meow.
But in theory, had Greenblatt been satisfied with the direction of the project from the beginning, then there's a much greater
Message
chance
from
we would have seen this take shape.
Free Kai
And
Bob.
as a result of this unfortunate
Anxious
turn of
face
events,
with sweat.
where
Anxious
Greenblatt
face
finished
with
by saying
sweat.
they never attempted any more
Message
long stories
from
like this that would have eaten
Cat.
too much production time for the
Meow.
miniseries. It's actually kind of a shame that this never came out, not only because I really like Chowder, but also because it could have changed the outcome of the entire series. In regards to the show's universe, it would have been interesting to see Pekanahe become a recurring cast member, and had Chowder and Panini kissed so intensely at this point in the series, The entire dynamic between them may have been different for the remainder of
Message
the show.
from
Plus, I'm sure
Free
it would have
Kaibob.
changed a lot of the content in the
Tired
series
face
finale,
clapping
Shadow
hands
Grows
light
Up,
skin tone.
which may not have even existed if this cancelled special had been well received. It could have led to more seasons or more specials. But all of these outcomes we'll never really know for sure.
Message from
Since, again, I'm a big fan of
Heart
Chowder,
Kirby.
I am pretty disappointed that
Meow
this project never saw fruition, but at the same time, the fact that such a
meow
large
meow
piece of Chowder Lost
meow.
exists makes me really excited, thinking about the what-ifs and lost potential that this special had to offer.
Message from
It seems almost certain that this
Heart
TV movie
Kirby.
will never see the light of day in its
What?
final form, now that Cheddar is over with and Greenblatt has moved on, which means that it'll definitely remain a mystery. Whatever happened to Robot Jones is
Message
one of the
from
least popular Cartoon Network
Cat.
cartoons from the early 2000s
I don't know.
era, but it did have a decent fan following and is still praised for its originality and throwback animation style. But since the series is so obscure and wasn't that popular back during its original run,
Message
it seems
from
only natural that something from the
Heart
series
Kirby.
would become lost years in the future,
Free Kaibob.
which is what we're going
What
to
do
talk
you
about
mean?
today. Despite having an overall short run on TV, believe it or not, 2 episodes that were scheduled to air never actually did, and fans questioned whether or not these episodes ever existed in the first place. In late October 2002, on the Toon
Message
Zone
from
forums, a thread was
Free
created
Kaibob.
questioning the continuation
Don't
of
worry
Robot
about
Jones,
UT.
since Season 1 had just ended in September. The thread has one reply, and states that the series would be coming back on January 3rd, 2003, with the episodes
Message
Risk
from
and Robotic Graffiti,
Heart
which
Kirby.
would kick off the second season
I
of the
don't know,
show.
I'm worrying about it.
Needless to say, these 2 episodes did not air on that date, but Season 1 reruns did instead, and Season 2 as a whole didn't air until October of 2003, almost an entire year later, with these episodes still absent. So that poses the question,
Message from
what happened to these episodes,
Cat.
and do they actually exist?
Face with raised eyebrow, 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 face with raised eyebrow.
Word 98 text
Message
to
from
stage computer voice for
Free
Robot.
Kaibob. Don't.
I can't take it anymore. Humans are illogical and efficient, and they talk really weird. Face with these
So before Season 2 premiered, Cartoon Network wanted to redub all of the old episodes using the human voice actor Bobby Blog,
Message from
as well as use him for all of the new
Heart
episodes
Kirby.
as well.
What do you mean? Bro, face with raised eyebrow, 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 face with raised eyebrow. Message from Free Kaibob. I'm doing SMTHRN, but don't worry about it, winking face. Not a cool girl. Welcome to the stream. Message from Not a cool girl. Hello everyone, I draw sans yet I don't know.
But that's not
Message
all there is
from
to talk about with this mystery.
Heart Kirby.
Really, we've only established what could have happened to them if they exist. But do they actually? So far, there's really nothing concrete enough to make you believe they exist, especially since they're sourced to a Toon Zone forum. But that isn't the only place they've appeared. There's another forum site online which directly makes mention of the episodes, along with the same alleged premiere date, only to be replaced with reruns. This website is a David Duchovny fan site. He's an actor, writer, and producer, among other things. And this site claims that he was going to do a voiceover for
Message
the character
from
named General McCarlson
Heart Kirby.
in Risk and/or Robotic
Boy Mary.
Graffiti. Now, the source of this information is not something we should take lightly. It's tvtome.com, which I believe became tv.com, which is arguably the most inaccurate website for information regarding old cartoons. So while that, combined with the fact that Cartoon Network never acknowledged these episodes, is pointing to red flags, it does make you wonder. David Duchovny has done cartoon voiceover work before, and even his exact character, General McCarlson, was listed. That's a really specific detail, especially with a celebrity
Message
name
from
attachment to just randomly
Heart
make up
Kirby.
out of thin air. Yes,
How
it
are
could
you?
be made up, but it's so specific I wonder if there's any truth to it. And this thread is from late December 2002, whereas the Toon Zone one we looked at from before was from October. I don't know if the Toon Zone guy got his information from the same TV to Me site that the David Forums guy did, but either way, this rumor was circulating the community for quite a while, and you'd think that if it was fake, someone would have questioned it or caught it for the 2 months it existed. There is one last website still accessible with an interesting piece of information. On the Iliop Cartoon forums, there's a thread specifically talking about these episodes. If we scroll to the bottom, there's a part of a post we need to take a look at. This user points out that they saw these episodes on Wiki, presumably Wikipedia, in 2012, and that there was a link to a crew member who discussed these episodes while they were in production. Obviously, I have no idea who these crew members are, what they said, or if the link was even legit, but they got me thinking about who else we could contact in regards to these episodes, since if we believe these crew members are legit, there could be more people out there who know about them. Well, when it comes to contacting people, there's not too much we can do. David Duchovny is a busy guy and has hundreds of thousands of followers, so we can't just casually ask him if he recorded any lines or even remembers being offered to voice. The Robot Jones creator also seems to be off the map, but I like to contact people who aren't just the creators, so that leaves us with one person in particular. A storyboard artist who worked on Season 2 of Robot Jones in 2003. In 2006, he posted the storyboard to an unproduced episode involving a talk show, which was unable to be produced before Cartoon Network cancelled the series. If we fast forward to 2013, there's an interview with the creator on Facebook where he makes mention of 3 unproduced episodes that were cut due to cancellation, and one of which is that talk show episode. This means that the storyboard artist definitely has connections to Season 2's production, and could possibly have the answers regarding Risk and Robotic Graffiti. The only contact I could find for him, however, looked fairly inactive, so after about 3 weeks I decided to just hope one day he sees my message and replies to it. In that interview though, the creator also mentioned he doesn't remember the plot of a 3rd cancelled episode, but it probably wasn't one of the rumored ones, since that would have been long after their alleged creation, and it would contradict the claim of them being unaired versus unproduced. At the end of the day though, these episodes do sound pretty fake, and the story behind why they were never shown seems all too suspicious. But at the same time, parts of claims such as David Duchovny voicing a character, and the rumor of their existence surfacing all the way back to late 2002, does keep me a bit hopeful that there actually are banned episodes still surrounded in so much mystery all these years later after their initial surfacing. Robot Jones was a really short-lived cartoon with an odd production history, so hopefully time will tell if these episodes actually exist, or if they actually are just hoaxes. It's been a while since I've made a classic feeling LSSQ mystery on the channel, and the reason for that is because it's been a while since a classic-styled Lost Media Wiki hunt has taken place. But not too long ago, a topic was brought up on the forums which reeked of mystery, and brought us all back to the time when the infamous Clockman short was lost. Well, it all started on the Lost Media Wiki forums, when James recalled a strange short he had seen as a kid that stuck with him ever since. He describes the short as a modern style of animation with minimalist lines and shapes. A man sits at a desk with a picture of his family when he noticed a cord attached to his foot. He follows it to the wall where he finds it's plugged in.
Message from
Upon unplugging it, the
Not
narrator says something
a cool
along the lines
girl.
of, and no one ever
Good
heard
prob.
from him again. Most importantly, James recalled it airing on Cartoon Network sometime between
Message from
1995 and 1997
Not
during a
a
special
cool girl.
showcase of short films
I
done with
actually
different
bad.
animation styles. Each film had apparently won an award, and the special apparently replayed all day long. And that's all James could remember. With a concept as cool as that and a mystery with as few details as that, it didn't take long to pique my interest. Not only does it remind me of Clockman, but Cartoon Network mysteries always intrigue me. So with that said, I decided to start the search. Except there wasn't much to search for. All I had to work with was a special block on Cartoon Network in the mid-90s. I kept making comparisons to Clockman, whose details of the search I didn't know much about. So I stopped by the Lost Media Wiki Discord to get some ideas. And that's when the search really kicked off. The first area we honed in on was the fact that it allegedly aired as part of a block on Cartoon Network. In theory, if it aired on a block, we could look at every block that ever aired on the channel and narrow it down to which ones it likely could have been from. Almost immediately we excluded stuff like What a Cartoon, because the tone of the animation doesn't sound like it would fit with that. So it had to be something more obscure or unknown, and this was our first lead. There was an anthology series that aired on Cartoon Network in the late 90s called O Canada. This program compiled independent and original shorts from Canadian animators and rebroadcast them. I had never heard of O Canada before this, but thanks to a Wikipedia page, we could check out some of the shorts that they aired. And from the looks of it, Plugman could definitely fit in. The animations were weird, sometimes creepy, and most importantly, they were all award winners
Message from
sourced from the National Film
Cat.
Board of Canada.
Skibidot.
While inspecting the shorts, I noticed that they were all uploaded from the Film Board of Canada's YouTube account. We looked for Plugman from what they had, but came up empty-handed. I assumed either the channel didn't have a full archive uploaded, or the short was not listed on the Wikipedia page for O Canada. I went on to contact the film board about Plugman, thinking that our answer just depended on whether or not they recognized the description of it, until the smaller details began to throw us for a loop. James insisted he saw Plugman on TV around 8 PM, in place of Two Stupid Dogs. O Canada primarily aired at midnight or later,
Message
with the
from
earliest known airtime being at
Heart
9:30
Kirby.
PM. I was
What's
pretty in
wrong?
denial that Plugman aired on anything that wasn't O Canada, so I assumed it could have been a pilot or perhaps the debut of the series, and that the specific episode that Plugman was featured in was just never rerun again. What made this extremely hard to be sure of is that there are no O Canada episode lists, and I'm sure the Wikipedia page has to be missing some of the shorts, on top of the fact that O Canada has lost episodes to begin with. We slept on the progress we made in the Discord that night, and as certain as I was, I declared, it has to be something like that. Can't be a random one-off special, unrelated to something completely different. And well, that's exactly what it was. The next morning I was still thinking about it, but we were waiting for the film board to reply, along with more deconfirmation regarding O Canada. So I decided to pop by Captain Bizarre's Discord, who some of my viewers may know, when he found proof that the JBVO clip of Dragon Ball Z actually exists. I gave everyone the rundown of what we know so far, and in that moment the search had a new direction. Bizarre instantly said, Toonhead's Night of Independent Animation. He seemed really sure of himself, and it hadn't been brought up before, so I was starting to believe we at the Lost Media Wiki Discord were following the wrong lead. Bizarre claimed to have an ad for the special, and I was thinking the ad might contain a clip of the Plugman short, or at the very least, James could check out the ad and see if it was what he remembered the special being, as he claimed it was advertised a lot. To everyone's surprise, Bizarre went into the Lost Media Wiki Discord
Message
and posted
from
the ad to the special.
Heart Kirby.
Containing a short clip of what James
https://youtube.com/short/ootz ad-7 HMU question mark SI equals sign chi 24 #RZP2 RLGA.
Hey, you're impersonating me. How does it feel to... Ah, you stupid car! Hey!
Despite its 11-year run on Cartoon Network, the series overall is pretty obscure, and most of it is lost.
Message
including
from
the Night of Independent Animation.
Not a cool
this
girl.
Special was dedicated to
What?
indie and original animation, and in some way can be described as the USA equivalent to O Canada. While it's great we proved Plugman exists and can see a little bit of it, how are we actually going to get the whole short found? Well, KoboChat from the Lost Media Wiki made an attempt
Message
to search
from
different title variations of
Heart
Night of
Kirby.
Independent Animation.
I just
quotes,
soloed Sonic.
And it actually pulled up articles that mentioned this special. And this led us to the guy we were looking for. The article confirmed that Aaron Augenblick was the creator of
Message
Plugman,
from
officially known as The
Heart
Wire.
Kirby.
You might recognize Aaron
Anyways,
from his work on Ugly
why did you
Americans
say
and Super
bad?
Jail. This article also confirmed the short aired on Toonhead's Night of Independent Animation in 1996, and that the short itself had won awards. This confirmed it all. The mystery was mostly solved, we just had to get in touch with him and ask if he had the short. The Discord server looked pretty extensively elsewhere, but the short was nowhere to be found, so contacting Aaron was the next step. We sent him a message only a day or two after
Accidentally
finding
put
out it
car
was his
instead
work,
of cat.
He apparently was active on Facebook after we sent the
There
message.
we go.
Unfortunately, he has not seen our message yet, and we think it's unlikely that he ever will. And that's too bad because
Wait,
he's
that's a
probably
font.
the only person who still has the short.
Never mind.
And if for some reason he doesn't have it, well, that's when we're gonna have to get old school with the search. The Wire and Toonheads are both partially lost, with both having aired publicly on Cartoon Network. Just as Captain Bizarre had the ad for Night of Independent Animation, other VHS tapes out there might have the full special on them, which would unearth The Wire, or other full episodes of Toonheads to add to the small amount of content that's available for the series. I think this video also acts as a good PSA to get the word to Aaron. It seems like a really cool piece of animation, and this search was pretty fun too. While long drawn-out searches like Clockman have their own legacy, I feel like the searches where everyone jumps on it right away and can solve it in a matter of days are cool too. That's one of the cool things about Lost Media and the Lost Media community, and I really had a lot of fun figuring out this mystery. Until The Wire
Message
was uploaded,
from
however, the full mystery is
Heart
yet to be
Kirby.
solved, on top of all the
I never
Toonhead
heard the
stuff I
full
mentioned
version of
before.
that cat song thing.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Toonhead's Night of Independent Animation and
Wait, didn't they play it already? I'm still gonna play it anyway. I remembered I did, but alright. Oh no. No, please don't tell me. Uh-oh. That's not good. I think I messed something up. Oh no. Wait a minute. Where is it? Where did I put it? Please, where did I put it? Cat? No, that's not it. That's not it either. That's not good. Alright, you know what? I'm just gonna see if I could try to find an old version of it somehow. FL Studio, sure. Back up, where is it? 629. See if I can find anything for that. Okay, I did. 11:35 a.m. Oh no. I messed up the song. How though? Uh-oh, no. How? I messed it up. I mean, I guess everything else is still fine, but
Message from Not a Cool Girl. Goes hard, comma dot. Message from Heart Kirby. This is pretty fire. Message from Not a Cool Girl. Heart Kirby, don't say it. Message from Heart Kirby. Cat face with wry smile.
the only thing I don't like about it is how it skipped a section of the vocals. Hold on.
Message from Heart Kirby. Hee hee hee.
Like, the rest of the song sounds fine. It's just that part that bothers me right there. And I cannot fix that.
Message from Not a Cool Girl. Don't say that it goes hard like. Message from Heart Kirby. It goes hard like me tongue.
Oh my. Let me at least see the instrumental.
Message from Lil Animates. Are you still think about the song that you were going to make?
Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna be able to do that. Not really interested in the idea. Okay, that seems fine. What about the vocals?
Message from Lil Animates. Sad face.
See, okay.
Message from.
Here's how I can fix it.
Lil Animates.
Because I'm gonna be able to fix
Oh,
this
man.
pretty easily. All I have to do is just put the instrumental and vocals together and make that the second OST. But the only thing I'm worried about is the cymbals and the vocals. If it's gonna collide with, you know, the instrumental, it's just gonna sound way louder. It just makes it extra. Okay. Hold on. You're not actually. Hold on. Can you do that?
Message from.
No.
Heart Kirby.
Screw you.
Nobody is gonna change their mind.
Okay.
Message
I
from.
gotta fix this.
Lil Animates. Ick. Message from. Cat. Fuck.
Okay, Splitter.
Message from. Heart Kirby.
Let me see what I can do.
Then wipe out?
It does bring up a good point, though.
More of the Toonhead series get uncovered, they'll all remain a mystery. Johnny Bravo is no stranger when it comes to lost media.
Message from.
In the past, we've talked about
Lil
two famous
Animates.
JB
Because of
topics.
Stranger Danger.
It's just
The original
that.
prototype short called
I
Meso
need to
Blues,
make a mod
and
for
the live
Scratch.
spin-off cartoon block called JBVO. While Meso Blues remains to be released
I mean,
in
still,
fall,
you
and
get
most
your
of
answer.
JBVO is still lost,
Message from.
content for both has slowly
Heart
and
Kirby.
surely been found over the
Okay.
past couple years, including animation cells for the short and a clip of the coveted Dragon Ball Z episode.
Message from.
of
There we
JBVO.
go.
Heart Kirby.
Today we're going
It's
to add
almost
to the
done.
list
Just
of
ask
Johnny
someone
Bravo
else.
content by taking a look at two obscure Johnny Bravo spin-off blocks, which curiously were both exclusive to Europe, and seem to be variants of JBVO, as both were hosted by the man himself. As stated previously,
Message from. Lil Animates. Well. I can't ask her cause she's going to leave FNF. Message from. Lil Animates. Oh maybe easy what. Message from. Cat. Time to crushed heart balls cat face with rice smile.
Oh, this is not good.
Message from. Heart Kirby.
There's gotta be a way.
Bro.
Like, there actually needs to be a way. Stem remover audio.
Message from. Not. A cool girl. Crossmark. Message from. Heart Kirby. Mary you got to save me. Message from. Cat. WH not. Message from. Heart Kirby. This man is obsessed. Message from Lil Animates. You know what FNF mod I'm obsessed to? Message from Lil Animates. Hijinks human. Message from Not a cool girl. Why? Message from Cat. Time to crushed heart balls. Message from Lil Animates. Because it has good arts. And I'm pretty jealous. Message from Lil Animates. Grinning face with sweat.
JBVO was
Message from
Johnny Bravo spin-off
Not
that
a
ran
cool
for a couple
girl.
years in the early 2000s
LOL.
on Cartoon Network in the USA.
Also, I saw more of the Aruda mod. Surprisingly, one of the most wholesome endings, you know, from a not so, you know, from a bad, I don't know how to explain it. But weirdly, it had a wholesome ending.
Of a live talk show
I don't even
by
know
answering
how.
callers and emails. The show allegedly did poorly in ratings, so it was cancelled after only a couple years of airing.
The
and
show
never
got wrecked,
rerun.
yeah.
Despite this, Cartoon Network Europe created a spiritual
Best way to
successor
put
to
it.
JBVO called Viva Las Bravo. This block worked similarly to
It got
JBVO
pwned.
in that viewers were encouraged to go online to the Cartoon Network website and vote for which cartoons they wanted Johnny to play on the block. One of 3 cartoons would win and would be played for 2 hours on the block the next day. During each cartoon, Johnny would allegedly make jokes and answer viewer emails, similarly to JBVO. However, unlike JBVO, which was a weekly series, Viva Las Bravo allegedly aired every day during the summer of 2005 and 2006.
How?
What's more is that the only remnant of this block that's been saved is an incomplete promo of Johnny telling the viewers to vote.
And here are the nominations for tomorrow's show.
At least from the looks of this clip,
Message
you
from
can see it visually represents
Cat.
what JBVO did, and
Crushed
directly
heart
addresses
balls.
the viewers regarding the cartoon
Message from
choices. However, I remain
Heart
skeptical
Kirby.
on some of the details that are
Please
claimed.
Mary help me.
While it's undeniably
Message
set up
from
like JBVO, that
Heart
show was
Kirby.
aired weekly and only for a half
What the
an
foo?
hour. Viva Las
Message
Bravo
from
was allegedly aired for 2
Not
hours.
a cool
so
girl.
It seems like a monumental amount of effort
sorry, I
to
can't.
interact with the viewers and create unique dialogue for Johnny that wouldn't repeat daily, all for the sake of creating the illusion of a live talk show. In fact, I was wondering where those specific details were sourced from, as next to nothing even exists on this blog.
Message from
I tried looking through the
Heart
Wayback
Kirby.
Machine, but that proved
Why?
useless, as the Cartoon Network HQ site advertised in the ad is a mess. The actual web URL redirects you to language options, and if you click Europe, it brings you to even more languages. Most of them don't load
I have
except
an
for the
idea,
Polish
hold on.
site, but it's extremely basic and there's no trace of the
Actually.
block anywhere. I doubt these details are too far off the mark, even if they are false. But it's just really surprising to hear, since JBVO was allegedly cancelled due to poor ratings. Maybe these kinds of live shows just did better in Europe, because there's another European
Message
cartoon
from
block that Johnny hosted,
Cat.
which predates Viva
Joke.
Las Bravo, and more closely resembles
Message
the
from
American JBVO,
Not
further
a
adding
cool
to its
girl.
mystery.
My brother threw a town on me and I didn't hate it.
Showcasing a very obscure
Message
blog
from
called Toon FM.
Heart Kirby.
On the surface, it looks
Cat,
like a
I'm
simple
gonna pull
reskin
out the
of
boot.
JBVO, since it reuses many of the
Message
same
from
animation segments of Johnny.
Heart Kirby.
However, if you watch further,
Damn,
you'll see it
can
gets
I
much
eat the
more
town?
original. Brack from Space Ghost appears as Johnny's co-host, in addition to a 3-headed character. The text and logos used for the series are a lot more vibrant and in-your-face than that of JBVO. There's another ad that promotes a special live show from Tokyo, and the appearance of Godzilla, who looks to be a meteorologist. I think it goes without saying that Toon FM
Message
definitely
from
was much more experimental
Cat.
and crazy
And
than what we've seen so far of original JBVO.
Message from Heart
It
Kirby.
also had a much different air
Crush
cycle
your
than
balls with it.
JBVO's half-hour prime
Message
time slot,
from
with episodes of 2
not
FM
a
lasting an
cool
hour
girl.
and being aired in the mornings
Maybe.
from 7 to 8 a.m.
Message from
This could be a result of all
Heart
the
Kirby.
additions that weren't present in
Plus it has
JBVO.
spikes. Message
Needless
from
to say, this is a show
Cat
I'd really like to uncover more
and
from, but unfortunately, the rarity of the ads should give you an idea of how rare this show is, as these currently are the only remnants of the show's existence. We don't have any actual content from the episodes themselves,
Message from
and if it weren't for these ads
Heart
in the
Kirby.
first place, I don't
Please
anyone would
Mary,
even remember the
I
show
want
at
to
all.
eat it pleading
According
face.
to the Live from Tokyo
Message
commercial,
from
it hints at a late
Heart
2001
Kirby.
air date, since the video game featured in the prize pack released in late 2001.
Message from
The latest
Heart
episode
Kirby.
of JBVO we currently
I'm
have is
taking
from
you
June
to an adoption
2001,
center.
so it's unknown
Message
when
from
2FM was created in
Heart
relation
Kirby.
to JBVO's run
Then
on American TV.
Message
which would be
from
really useful information to know.
Heart Kirby.
It raises the
I don't
question
know.
of why these features weren't brought over to America to spice up JBVO, or on the contrary, why so much effort was put into adapting JBVO for Europe when the series allegedly didn't do so well to begin with. Further adding to the intrigue is that the normal ad and the Tokyo ad are in two
Message
different
from
languages, which means
Cat.
it's likely the series was
Oh,
dubbed
shit.
over many different times for the different parts of Europe.
I feel like I'm on crack listening to this.
Message from Heart Kirby.
This is what you get when you go to
Yeah.
Bro thinks he's Parappa.
You'd think more dubs would mean more chances for the show to reappear
Sorry, I'll
online,
stop.
but
Message
that just
from
doesn't seem to be the case.
Heart
Although
Kirby.
For some reason, an article
Listening
from
to what?
1999 that discusses a
Message
2FM
from
radio show pops up.
Heart Kirby.
It mentions
You didn't
Cartoon
hear it?
Network
Oh,
and
that.
Johnny Bravo by name, but I don't understand what the article is trying to convey, or if it relates to the TV version of Toon FM at all. JBVO did premiere in 1999 in America, but I doubt there's any connection between that and this. The whole existence of JBVO seems to get stranger and stranger with the more we uncover about it.
Message from Cat. Skibbiting your
That
toilet.
it truly is an enigma of Cartoon
For the
Network history,
Rizzler.
and it's unfortunate we can't get our hands on more of it.
Riz more like
As I've
jizz.
said in the past when discussing JBVO, the Toon FM search is also limited to old VHS
I used to
tapes,
think
as
that
the
was
series
funny,
was
by
not
the
released
way.
on home media, and the episodes were probably not rerun. If you think looking for an actual show on VHS tapes is difficult, try searching for an obscure block that aired
Message
extremely
from
briefly for about a month back
Heart
in
Kirby.
2009.
I'm gonna
Network
riz
ran a
someone's
block
gat,
called
bro.
Johnny Johnny, which was
Message
only an
from
hour long and ran one Johnny
Heart
Bravo
Kirby.
episode and one Johnny
I never
Test
did.
episode. One
Message
bumper
from
exists online that features Johnny
Cat.
Bravo up next,
And
the Johnny Test version up
Message
next is
from
still missing.
Heart
I feel like
Kirby.
I vaguely remember seeing this
Well,
block when it aired
I
on
sort of
TV,
did.
but I'm not sure if there are any other promos or animations that were made for it that would be worth finding. While I was teasing this video on Twitter,
Message
one of my
from
viewers recalled a bumper in which
Heart
both
Kirby.
Johnnies had an argument over
And
which
riz
Johnny was the
everyone's
real Johnny.
gat.
It's possible that could have existed, as the whole concept seems like something funny
Message
Cartoon Network
from
could have done a lot with, but as
Cat.
far as I know, there's nothing
Okay.
else concrete online about it.
What if there was a
While
brain
it's
rot
pretty cool that
version
there's
of
so much Johnny Bravo
the Three
related
Little
lost media
Pigs?
still out there that connects to each other, the overarching theme to consider
I don't
is
know,
the
just
true rarity and
thinking.
obscurity that lost media can have. All three of these blocks were aired on national television, sometimes for years at a time. Yet all that remains are short bumpers, and very few people even mention the show outside of YouTube comments.
Message from
First got
Heart
exposure
Kirby.
from my video. People
Three
were
little
really
Ohioans.
interested in a revival of the concept, or some kind
No.
of special release from Cartoon Network.
I mean,
It's
yeah,
not entirely
kinda.
realistic to expect a Blu-ray release of every Viva Las Bravo skit, but it would be really cool to actually get a JBVO or Toon FM compilation from the network. In the meantime, we can be on the
Message
lookout for
from
VHS recordings of the
Heart
bumpers
Kirby.
or other oddities from
Is
blocks
that
and
your
DVDs.
face, lil bro?
Preservation is really
Message
important,
from
and these blocks do a great
Lil
job of
Animates.
illustrating that.
Hey
Until
Mary.
more comes forward though, Viva Las Bravo, Toon FM, and Johnny Johnny will remain a mystery.
Whether you're familiar
Message
with the lost
from
media scene or
not
you've
a
probably
cool
heard
girl.
of things being banned before. One of the more famous examples of this is a scene from an early 2000s episode of SpongeBob where Squidward is seen getting blown up. This short clip was edited out of re-airings of the episode and banned from TV for its suggestive imagery following 9/11, though has since resurfaced and can be viewed. But not all banned cartoons resurface on their own, or only get certain scenes edited.
Message from
In some cases,
Heart
entire
Kirby.
episodes can go missing.
Bro, when
and their
can I eat the
existence is
city?
only a rumor that
Message
requires a
from
higher power to give the
Heart
fans
Kirby.
the answers they need.
Also, I'm gonna
This is exactly
explode.
what happened to an
Message
episode of
from
Dexter's Laboratory back in
Cat.
1997.
Riz your gat.
This show is one of those
Message
classic
from
cartoons from the golden age of
Heart
CN,
Kirby.
and I'm sure most of you
Killing
out there
millions, if not
say you
thousands.
remember it for being shocking or mature.
Message
However,
from
there's one episode which might
Lil
change your
Animates.
opinion on that.
If you had a non-real child and BF, what name will they be?
In order to remove the
Message
rudeness
from
Dee Dee's personality,
Heart
which
Kirby.
results in both characters
You want me to
falling
risk
into the
it?
device after an argument.
Message from
The device does remove
Cat.
the rudeness from these characters,
Yes.
resulting in pleasantness, but the rude parts manifest into clones. The episode becomes a matter
Message
of how to
from
stop the clones from being rude,
Heart Kirby.
which sets up the whole joke
What
for the
question
episode.
is that loudly crying face? Loudly crying face.
Yes, the rude clones use censored profanity for the entirety of the episode. Now, you might be thinking this episode was made as a joke or never intended to be aired, but you'd be wrong. Rude removal was created in 1997 during production for the second season of the show, and was intended to be broadcast on TV. The network seemed to be on board too, with Linda Semensky, the VP
Message
of
from
original programming, having
Heart
gone
Kirby.
on record stating that the episode
Cat.
was funny.
Whose gat should I risk?
The
Cat
larger
face with
obstacle,
wry
however,
smile.
were the television standards who deemed the episode too inappropriate and banned it from ever being aired. And just like that,
Message
Rude Removal was
from
shelved. For the
Lil
next
Animates.
13 years, its existence
Just wanted
only
to
lived
make
on
a
as
canon.
rumor told
Degree
throughout the
degree.
fandom.
Message from
Understandably, the thought of
Cat.
Dexter's Lab being banned
Lil
for use of
Animates.
profanity seems like something that could have been made up, and evidence of its existence was scarce at the time.
Message from
Series creator
Cat.
Gendy Tartakovsky
Skibidi.
was known to screen the episode at conventions
Message from
and lectures he appeared at.
Heart Kirby.
The most famous being the
Freaky ass
1998
question,
World
bro.
Animation Celebration, which is often considered the debut of this episode.
Message
These
from
screenings were very limited, however,
Heart Kirby.
and no one really had the means
Lil is
or
too young.
mindset to document the episode when it made appearances. This was until 2010
Message
when
from
Frederator's Fred Cyber
Lil Animates.
made his annual visit to
I'm
SVA
11
in
unamused
New York,
face.
when the question about a rumored banned episode of Dexter's Lab was asked.
Message
Fred gave
from
Gendy a call during the
Heart
class,
Kirby.
where Gendy stated that rumor
Exactly.
did exist and was
Message
banned by
from
standards.
Cat.
This was the first time in
Fuck.
modern times where
Message
the episode was
from
confirmed to exist.
Heart Kirby.
And now the question became,
Cat, you can do
how
that.
was this long-lost episode going to get found?
Message from
Following the confirmation
Cat.
of the episode's existence,
No.
discussion and interest in the episode grew the following years. When questioned, Cartoon Network even denied having it in their archives, which prompted fans to take their interest to the man himself, Gendy. In a Reddit AMA from October 2012, a question about a possible release quickly gained attention
Message from
and was met with a hopeful reply.
Heart Kirby.
Next time I do a public
So whose
appearance,
gat I riz
I'll bring
now?
it with me. Lucky
Message
for us,
from
though, we didn't even have to wait
Cat.
for that, as adults
I don't
soon
know.
got wind of it and began
Message
airing
from
bloopers on TV
Cat.
that claimed they were going to
Random.
unlock the episode and air it themselves if there was enough interest. The response was overwhelming.
Message
prompting
from
an internal search for the
Not
episode,
a cool
though it was
girl.
confirmed a few weeks
Bye
later
again, guys.
that an agreement had been reached and it
Alright,
would
see
be
ya.
uploaded in about a week.
Message
The week
from
release ended up taking
Cat.
longer than that, however, as
But
it wouldn't be until late
Message
January
from
2013 when
Heart
Adult Swim
Kirby.
finally uploaded the entire
See you, Mary.
episode in high quality to their YouTube channel. This was still met with huge praise, and thanks to the preservationists out there, we now have several backup copies of this episode. This ended up being massively important as the Adult Swim
Message
episode
from
ended only a few weeks after
Heart
going
Kirby.
out, though the reason for that
Also,
is unknown.
before you go,
That
if
isn't
there's
the only
anything
mystery
wrong,
remaining about Rude Removal,
just tell me and
however,
I'll
as there
try
was
my
something
best
about
to
the
help.
episode itself which piqued the
Message
interest
from
of dedicated fans.
Heart Kirby.
The possibility of an
Also,
uncensored
FNF guy,
version
is that
without
your
the beeps
face?
over the swears.
No, that's not my
This
face.
rumor was heavily discussed, with some fans having speculated that Adult Swim inserted the beeps themselves.
Oh yeah, I
only in
forgot.
the
Ah,
audio.
wait.
However,
No, yeah.
the artist for the series, Greg McCracken, confirmed on Twitter
I
that
see what you're
Adult Swim had
talking about
uploaded the
now.
already censored version, but that an uncensored
I was like,
version
what are you
does
talking about?
exist.
That's not my face. It's like,
He's not
oh
sure if
yeah, I
Cartoon
did
Network
drew
still has
that face
audio,
one time,
and to
so
this day, it
yeah.
remains a mystery where it is.
I
or if it
just
still exists
realized.
at all. Many fan recreations and fake edits have also been made, but beware, these are not official.
Yeah.
Rude Removal is a really interesting and special case in Cartoon Network lost media, and it's great that the episode was found, nonetheless internally from Adult Swim. When Linda from
Message
Programming
from
commented on how funny it was
Heart
when it was
Kirby.
first banned,
She crying.
Also stated it would probably air better at late night. Unfortunately, Adult Swim didn't exist in 1997, but if it did, there's a chance it actually could have ended up on the block and become more of a cult thing rather than a lost thing. Someday we might end up with the uncensored audio, but for now,
Message from
mystery, no
Cat.
more.
Skibbiting your toilet paper.
Kelly Toy is what I call an average American toy company. They've been creating original and license-based plushes since the late 90s, and to this day continue supplying the products to retail stores as well as amusement areas. In the past, we've seen some pretty mysterious Kelly Toy plushes, including the unreleased metallic Sonic and Tails, as well as a Fire Mario whose origin is still unsure. And because details aren't
Message from
confirmed, I took the Kelly
Heart
Toys
Kirby.
website from the Wayback Machine.
Stop
in
doing
hopes to
that
find some
before I
information
riz your
possibly
gat.
archived on the site. While I unfortunately came up empty-handed in regards to the Fire Mario plush, something from Out of Left Field actually caught my eye, and I immediately became intrigued with their mysterious lack of
Honestly,
everywhere outside of this product catalog.
Hold on, let me unblock the screen for you guys for a
Cartoon
sec.
Network merchandise has quite
Honestly,
an
I just
odd
feel like
history and
playing
release cycle, as well as
Loco
quite an
Roco,
abundant product line
Loco
in the early
Official, whatever that
2000s
game
dwindled
is.
down into limited time web store
I want to see if I
exclusives that
can
have
win a
fallen
match.
mostly into obscurity, if not some products being lost altogether, as I always find new things I never knew existed before.
Message from
Exclusivity aside, Kelly
Cat.
Toy have released quite a few different
Skibbiting your
Cartoon Network
toilet
plush
paper.
lines in the past, including the Powerpuff
Why is it
Girls,
so
Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends, The Grim Adventures
Yes.
of Billy and Mandy, and Ben 10. Despite all of these lines releasing for both retail stores as well as amusement parks, they're still decently rare and pretty obscure. As it turns out though, the previously mentioned plush lines were not the only Cartoon Network lines Kelly Toy listed
Also,
in their catalog.
don't read that.
Two other popular Cartoon Network series, Chowder
Message
and the
from
Marvelous Misadventures of Flapjack,
Heart Kirby.
both had plush lines created.
I told you stop
The
and
Chowder
why you
series
should.
features Chowder, Mongdal, Truffles, and Panini, and the Flapjack
Message
series
from
features Flapjack,
Heart
Traffic
Kirby.
Knuckles, and Bubby.
Unless you want me to do that face with raised eyebrow.
Meaning that they were intended to be released as carnival prizes and not sold in stores. Even after you consider the obscurity and rarity that carnival prizes can hold, you'd think that someone online would have had an in-hand picture of at least one character, especially after considering multiple
Message
sizes
from
of every character were listed for
Cat.
release. Well, in any case,
Skibbiting.
no one has pictures. In
Message
fact,
from
there is no other documentation
Cat.
on these plushes outside of
Your
the one that Kelly Toy catalogs
Message
in which they
from
appear. No listings of
Heart
older
Kirby.
catalogs or newer catalogs
Cat.
from Kelly Toy. No
Message
in-hand
from
anywhere, not even a prototype
Cat.
of different angles of the plushes.
Toilet.
With that said,
Message
wait,
from
these just holy grails or
Heart
did they never
Kirby.
actually released?
I swear.
Well, something I've been doing a lot
Message
more recently
from
whenever there's a mystery to look
Cat.
into is contacting people from
Paper.
companies who worked on a particular
Message
line
from
I have a question about to get the
Heart
official
Kirby.
award. So in this case,
Cat,
I
I
tried
swear.
to find Kelly Toy designers or product
Message
developers
from
around the time these plushes were
Heart
listed in the
Kirby.
catalog. And
Get out of
surprisingly,
my house.
Kelly Toy employees are very secretive. The people I found either had no online presence or their information was unavailable to me. So that leaves us to speculate and conjure up our own ideas about what could have happened to these plushes. In my
see what's
opinion, the
new.
most
Tower
likely
Message
scenario
from
requires us to look outside of the
Cat.
catalog and Kelly Toy as a company and
Skibbiting your
into
toilet
Cartoon
paper.
Network. Both Chowder and Flapjack ended their run on Cartoon Network in 2010, and the
Message
catalog
from
where these plushes appear is from
Heart
2010.
Kirby.
So I'm going to
Get
assume by the
get
time these
woo.
plushes were developed and showcased as upcoming
Oh, there's
products,
new cakes.
Cartoon
Hold
Network
on,
decided
hold
that
on.
they weren't worth trying to market for a series that was dead to them, and thus resulting in their cancellation. Had they been planned and listed for an earlier release, though, I'm sure they would
Alright,
have at least
hold on,
been
I'm gonna
test
come back to
marketed
this
at
later,
carnivals only
because-
to start, and then brought over into the
Message
stores if sales
from
were good
I'll
enough.
probably just play on
Cat.
Being listed as limited
Skibbiting
carnival
your
prizes to begin with kind of raises a red flag in itself and shows that Cartoon Network probably didn't have much faith in them being successes anyway.
Here it is.
Also, as much as I hate to admit it, Chowder and Flapjack were nowhere
Message
near as
from
popular as any of the other four
Heart
series I
Kirby.
mentioned prior. So maybe they
Cat,
were doomed from the
do
beginning.
you want me to do that face with
On the
raised
opposite side of
eyebrow?
the spectrum, there's so much obscure and rare Cartoon Network merchandise out there that it really wouldn't surprise me if these were made in extremely
Message
limited
from
quantities. And in
Cat.
combination with their low series
Toilet paper.
popularity at the time of release, it caused very few plushes to survive nowadays.
are all of those
what I'm
so
saying is,
full? You know,
Mongdal could very
I guess
well
we're
be the
doing this
USA
one.
equivalent of the Japanese UFO Gamma plush, and we just haven't found him yet. I want to hold out hope that these did get released in some way, because then at least we'll know for sure there's a chance Cartoon Network
Message
fans will get
from
their hands on them.
Sure.
But
Heart
until
Kirby.
then, it looks like the Chowder and
Answer my
Flapjack
question,
toy
lil
plushes
bro.
will remain a mystery.
No, damn it! I should have said official. I would have
If you've
won
been
that
following
way.
my channel closely for
Damn
the
it.
past few months, then chances are you've come across my stream playlist or maybe even joined one live. These are usually weekly events where I
alright,
hang out with
7.
my viewers in the chat, and we talk about all kinds of stuff.
Huh?
I get asked a lot of fun questions,
Fine.
like if there have been any updates
Sure.
to past Lost Media topics. However, there's been one question specifically that's come up in almost every stream I've had recently. What's my most wanted piece of Lost Media? Something that above all else
I got
wish
nothing.
was found.
Alright.
My first thoughts about
keep.
this question were rather
Actually,
simple
no.
answers.
No, I could've placed
like
that
the Jimmy
down.
Two Shoes pitch pilot, or the Batman
I'm playing on my
Fights
controller
Dracula
right now. I'm not
Filipino
playing
film.
on
And while these
keyboard.
topics are on my list of most
Damn it.
wanted pieces, I wouldn't say they are my most wanted. That spot is to be reserved for something I've been wanting
I
to
gave
find
away
for much
that
longer,
win. I'm
or have a
such a-
deeper attachment to. I
Not
looked
saying
back
that.
through my catalog of videos,
But,
and
I
nothing
think you
really
know.
struck me as my definitive most wanted
Oh, we're doing
piece.
another one?
Until
Never
I
mind
reached
then.
the content from 3 years ago, around the time my channel first started gaining popularity. It was then I remembered a topic that slipped through the cracks, for how long ago I covered it, and began to wonder, how the heck has this not been found yet? The topic I'm alluding to, and what I can answer as my
Just
most
play a
wanted piece
damn
of Lost
card.
Media, is Meso Blues, an animation
None of them
that
have
acted
the
as the
yellow.
precursor to Johnny Bravo, which is one of my favorite cartoons. Though the story of this short is not as simple as you might think, as there are a lot of layers to its creation and reason for becoming lost. So let's start at the beginning.
already. What's this?
In 1993, Johnny Bravo creator Van Partible
about
was a student at
this
Loyola
person
Marymount University, pursuing a career in animation. Before graduation, as part of his senior thesis project, Partible decided to create an original animated short about 3 Elvis impersonators who fought crime, known as the 3 Elvi. However, Partible thought it was too ambitious as he was the only one working on the short, and so the idea was reworked to include only one Elvis, who was then described as an over-the-hill aging rock star who thinks he's Elvis. This became the elusive Meso Blues short. Now, during the short's creation, it was only intended to be used as a senior thesis, and never pitched as an actual cartoon. However,
he switched
Partible's
hands.
animation professor at the time, Dan McLaughlin, showed the short to a friend working at Hanna-Barbera Productions, who then fell in love with it. Coincidentally, they were looking for new cartoons to air on the newly launched Cartoon Network channel, and as a result, asked Partible if he could do a pitch for a 7-minute cartoon using Meso Blues as the basis. He agreed, though several aspects of the short were changed to fit this new pitch. The biggest change was that of the Elvis impersonator becoming more of a 50s iconic James Dean character, though still retained the classic Elvis
Let's
sounding
go.
voice. Eventually, this new pitch officially aired on What a Cartoon in 1995
Calling it
and
and
resembles
placed on
Johnny
a card.
Bravo as we know him today, leading to the successful 7-year run of the show. While the Johnny Bravo series is available for
royally
viewing
messed
on
up.
streaming
Wait a minute.
services,
No!
and the What a Cartoon pilot can be seen online, Meso Blues has never been officially
keep
released,
turning it
and to this day
around.
cannot
Message
be viewed
from
in full.
Cat.
The story surrounding its
Skibidi.
availability and reason for being unreleased
Alright.
are up for debate, as there's been a lot of
Red.
information thrown around when it comes to these factors. Beginning with its availability, it should be stated that Meso Blues has
alright.
never been aired publicly, much less on TV, despite
Really?
claims that it made scarce appearances on What a Cartoon and even Boomerang. The short was only ever documented to have been shown behind closed doors to the Hanna-Barbera executives at the time of its pitch, and never again. This is why the reworked Johnny Bravo pilot from What a Cartoon exists in the first place. However, that's not to say that some pieces of Meso Blues haven't found their way out. Most
you.
famously, this instance occurred in the Bringing Up Bravo documentary included in the Season 1 DVD release. Van Partible discusses the origins of the character,
What?
to which Meso Blues is directly mentioned and appears on screen for a few moments. These clips give us our first and only look at the animation quality and Elvis impersonator. However, the clips are muted and there's not a lot that can be seen here, but it does very much retain the feel of the final show. When this resurfaced thanks to Yoshi Killer 2S a few years ago, it was a huge break in the search for any of its content. Other than these clips,
Message
there's only
from
been one other instance
Heart
of Meso
Kirby.
Blues content
I'm
finding its way
alone.
to the public. And this time, it's in the form of
Technically
animation
you're not,
cells.
because I'm still here.
When Meso Blues was
Sounds starts
created
in
in the
3,
early
2, 1,
1990s,
let's go.
animating using cells was the industry standard, so it makes sense that cells would exist. In a promotional video from Loyola Marymount University that described the creation of Johnny Bravo, a total of 4 animation cells are shown on screen, as Partible
Message
details
from
where the idea for the character
Heart
came
Kirby.
from.
At
These
least
cells
alone
are
in chat.
exceptionally high quality,
Yeah,
which
true.
leads me to believe they must have been scanned for this video, as they've never appeared anywhere else. While this unfortunately concludes all of the Meso Blues content currently available, the existence of these
Super
cells
Willy.
and their high
What a
quality
username.
leads me into the reasons
What
for
a
why the short was
username.
never released and where we might be able to go for a copy of
Lex.
it.
soy Ouija.
Firstly,
Welcome to the
these
stream.
cells have been around for
Okay, I'm
years.
Message
not
from
even
They've been
gonna make that
archived in the
joke.
Lost
Lex.
Media Wiki article.
Hi
for
guys,
years
I'm
long.
back.
Yet Meso Blues
Hey,
was
I
produced in the
messed
early
up the
90s.
Message
instrumental
from
Does this
vocals.
mean there
Sorry
are
Heart
about that.
Kirby.
cells hanging around somewhere
Hi,
that
Lex.
could be archived?
But hey,
Well, technically, yes, and it's believed they're in the hands of
Plus
Van Partible
hard.
along with the short. For almost as long as people have been searching for Meso Blues, it's been speculated that Van Partible himself owns the only copy of the short in existence, and all the animation cells that go with it. While Partible has never outright said this is the case, I do believe it's likely to be true.
Message
Since
from
the short was his senior
Heart
thesis
Kirby.
project and
So,
shown to Hanna-Barbera in a passing
Message
manner,
from
I don't have any
Heart
reason
Kirby.
to believe they held on to
Is
a
the
copy,
female ver of you
or that
ready?
Cartoon Network would have one in their archives. I've tried to get in contact with Partible for years, but have always
yeah.
come up empty-handed. He has ways of being reached, but he doesn't
Message
seem
from
to openly answer questions
Lex.
about Meso Blues. despite
Cold
being
face
first
no.
in it. This leads
Message
me to
from
another portion of the mystery
Lex.
in why it hasn't
Yet.
been released yet and isn't
Message
even mentioned
from
by name very often.
Lex.
This is clear on
I was
Partible's own
doing
website.
things for my mod.
It's commonly
Please
believed
change
that a
it to
large
another
reason why
number.
the short
Yes,
remains
screw
unreleased
you.
is for the fact that Partible doesn't think it's very good
Another
in the
official,
first
damn
place,
it.
but also that an Elvis song called A Mess of
Yeah,
Blues
sure.
was used in it and prevents Partible
Message from
legally releasing it.
Heart
In the
Kirby.
past, I've looked for evidence
All right.
that supports either of these
Message
theories,
from
but I've largely come up
Lex.
with nothing. So I
Or
should
well
state
for
that
the
both of
mod
these
I'm
claims
working
are
on with
heavily
other
unverified.
friends.
I'm not sure how anyone is to
Damn
know
it.
that a copyrighted song was used in it, considering we've never seen more than a few seconds of it. Though I could maybe believe Partible is worried about releasing it
They're all
as a result
equal.
of its
So I'm
quality.
gonna pick this
We
dude.
can't
Message
forget that it was
from
a one-man project
Lex.
he made almost 30
It
years
vs
ago
Amanda.
that was never intended to be used as a pitch for anything. I can understand him not wanting to release it for these reasons. However, as I stated earlier, I don't believe he's ever gone on record saying this was for sure the reason. Now, you might
alright.
be asking
Let me pull out
yourself at
another
this point in
card
the
out of my
video,
ass.
El Supersonic Q, where's the searching? Who else can we contact in hopes of getting this thing found? And that's when I'm about to tell you, this is a very odd case of lost media. While we don't know for certain if Partible is the
Message
only
from
person who has a
You
copy
don't
of
have
the
any?
short,
Yeah, have any,
we can
please?
pretty much confirm
FNF
that
guy
he
let's
does
play
have one,
Pillar Chase on
considering it was his
Roblox.
college
Oh,
project,
sure.
and he's
After
never
this
suggested
round,
that he
'cause
didn't have
get
a
my ass
copy.
pwned right
if
now.
anything, I think those clean animation cell scans cement
official.
this idea. But what about his animation
Did I win?
professor, Dim McLaughlin, or Buzz
Oh, I
Potomkin,
didn't.
who was one of the people to watch the
Alright.
short at Hanna-Barbera at the time? Even if they don't have copies of the short,
Let me
they
look.
could
Let me
give
look
us
for
some more
Pillar
information
Chase.
about it. Well, there are a lot of roadblocks to contacting more people here, mostly in the fact that a lot of them have passed away, most
Force?
notably Dan and Buzz. Even if they were still
They
around,
should have said the
however,
Force
I've
Queen,
always
but,
felt
whatever.
weird about navigating around Partible to his closest
Alright.
peers that helped put Johnny Bravo together and try and get them to leak it without Partible's blessing. Still, I stand by my theory that copies of this short weren't passed around and archived, so the likelihood of more copies being up there is pretty slim anyway. Though,
Here is
in
died.
keeping with the idea
Very
that
useful
Meso Blues
information.
simply exists outside of Van Partible's archives, is something worth looking into. A few months ago, one of my viewers messaged
Purple
me
guy
from
fetus.
Loyola Marymount University after hearing about the search for Meso Blues. He was a student there and really curious about whether or not the campus had anything archived from the short. He searched through the library and other archives of work, but unfortunately came
It
up
stops spinning.
empty-handed.
Oh,
My mind would have
okay.
been blown if Meso Blues had been sitting at the university for all these years and no one thought to look, but that doesn't seem to be the case. It seems like Van Partible is the only chance of getting this released, and since he's still in the animation business and has a lot of pride for Johnny Bravo, I think that could happen someday. Remember, Maxwell Adams released his Billy and Mandy College short a few years ago, so hopefully the same can be done here, and we can archive this piece of Cartoon Network history for everyone. I've been wanting to watch this ever since I first found the Lost Media Wiki article, but until that day comes, Meso Blues will remain a mystery.
With the Wells Fargo Active Cash credit card, earn unlimited 2% cash back on purchases you want, like dance lessons. Ow, ow, ow. And on what you need, like memory foam inserts. That's real life ready.
Sonic the Cut Card.
Active Cash. Terms apply.
Man, I miss playing with my friend.
When it comes to Lost Media on my channel, I usually do not format the mystery of episodes in this kind of way. I just talk about the Lost Media and that's kind of it. But today's episode is an exception because it talks about Symbionic Titan, which was one of my favorite Cartoon Network shows of all time, even though it got snubbed a full run. Originally, the idea for this episode was just going to cover one section of the Titan lore, but there's so much stuff to talk about regarding this show and all the strange things that happened towards its cancellation that I just had to make a big episode talking about all kinds of Symbionic Titan stuff. So this episode is going to cover its cancellation, all the merchandise controversy, and unproduced episodes, which for a time I didn't even know existed. So you might be asking yourself, what is Symbionic Titan? Well, Symbionic Titan was an action show that premiered on Cartoon Network in the early 2010s and focuses on a group of 3 characters who sort of crash land on Earth as they try to escape their war-torn planet.
I was trying to get out.
It was created by Genndy Tartakovsky, who you may know from Dexter's Lab and
I was
Samurai
trying
Jack,
to book it.
But this show was totally its own style. It had action, it had drama, it had big giant monsters fighting each other. It was one of the best shows on Cartoon Network at the time, and one of my most anticipated cartoons of all time. I remember first seeing the show in concept art form at Comic-Con in 2009. It was really early on in those stages, and there wasn't much from it. We had to wait quite a while to get a trailer or any real information about the show, but eventually more stuff started to come out, and the show was looking really, really promising. And like I said, I was excited. So many people were excited. It was going to be one of the most hype Cartoon Network action shows that we had seen in quite a long time on the channel. Up until that point, it was mostly Ben 10 superhero cartoons and weird one-off stuff like Fire Breather, so this was really, really refreshing, and it looked really, really cool.
Whoops.
I remember its original premiere was supposed to be sometime in the summer of 2010, and they actually pushed it back to September. I never found out why exactly they moved the premiere date, but I remember being disappointed because I wanted to watch it so much. But I almost think that sort of added to
how he has like a metal
how excited I was for the show, because at that time I was just going into high school, and part of the plot line was that these characters were starting in high school as to try and blend in with society. So in a way, I had like a special connection to the show right off the bat. And I watched it every week. It aired on Friday nights, and it had a really healthy run for the rest of the year. The first 10 episodes of the series ended right before the new year, and this is when things kind of get weird with it. It went on hiatus until early February of 2011, and when it came back, it was never quite the same show. I remember thinking that some of the episodes didn't really seem to be as high quality as the previous 10 they had showed, but I thought maybe that was just, you know, because we're kind of in like a filler arc or something. But something else was happening with the show that I didn't realize at the time, and it was gearing up for cancellation. Not even a year after its premiere, it was going to be cancelled. Aside from my opinion on the plot of the episodes at that time, they had moved the time slot of the show from Friday nights to Saturday mornings. There weren't a lot of good action shows around Titan to support it in a Saturday morning time slot, and I remember having difficulty getting up that early to even watch the remaining episodes, and soon enough, the show just kind of died. That was it. They wrapped up the plot lines really, really quickly. It didn't really make sense because they were obviously rushing to get the show done in, you know, these last 10 episodes. And that was pretty much it. Titan was over, and I was like, what? I was really, really disappointed that my new favorite show was now canceled, and I wanted to know what exactly happened. So the aftermath of this cancellation was met with a lot of outcry. I was not the only big Symbionic Titan fan out there. There were a lot of people on the Cartoon Network forums, which I was a part of at the time, and you'd see petitions online of all these people wanting Titan to come back. At the time, I was sort of the Cartoon Network pessimist, and I sort of accepted the fact that it was canceled and probably would not come back. But there were a lot of people who believed it could come back, and if there was enough fan outcry, it would. Of course, that never ended up happening, but it's a question of why, and I think after the initial smoke cleared, after everyone was done being angry at Cartoon Network, the reason sort of was looked at and analyzed a little bit more as to what really happened to cause Titan's cancellation. Now, this is something that I have, talked about before and I've thought about before, and I just cannot wrap my head around it, and that's because the reason doesn't really make sense to me. So, the reason, allegedly, why Titan was canceled is because Cartoon Network believed that the show was not marketable regarding merchandise. So when it comes to cartoons and stuff like that, merchandise is a big factor in a show's success. And Cartoon Network believed that Titan did not have enough merchandise that could be made for it to make the show profitable and make, all that money from selling plush toys and t-shirts and stuff. So they decided to cut their losses and just kill the show. But that's something I've just never been able to believe for a few different reasons. One of the reasons is because at the time, every other Cartoon Network action show had toy lines and merchandise lines produced for it. While yes, some of these shows didn't do as well as others, it didn't stop them from making toys of these characters. So I'm not really sure why Titan would have been the outlier where they would have looked at it and said, you know what, we're not going to bother with this, when they bothered with Generator Rex and other shows at that time. Additionally, I remember seeing a lot of discussion about the fact that they did not want to go through the toy line because one of the characters, Ilana, is a girl, and boys don't want to play with girl toys.
Message from...
That really, really stretches, I think, considering that all the other action figure lines they had female characters in there. Not to mention, they could just omit the female characters if they really wanted to, and what, 10-year-old boy wouldn't want to play with a huge mech of the Symbiotic Titan? It just doesn't make any sense to me. So for this reason, I've almost come to my own conclusion why Titan was actually killed. And that's because there was something else happening around this time. Genndy, the show's creator, was leaving for Sony Pictures Animation. That was already, said and done when Titan was airing. So I think Cartoon Network decided to cancel it just to cut their ties with the creator and the show and everything about it, rather than have another team pick up and continue it, because that easily could have happened. And considering the fact that Titan was getting competitive ratings to other shows during that time,
this is reminding me of One More Round,
decide, well, this action show
the
is
Sonic.exe
ratings,
fan game.
But we're not going to bother making merchandise for it because there's one female character in the show. It just doesn't make any sense to me. As far as I know, there were no prototype figures made. There was no merchandise. There was nothing. They just straight up, we're out of here, and that was pretty much it. I don't believe the show had any more reruns on Cartoon Network after that final episode aired. So, fast forward a few years to 2012, Adult Swim actually showed Titan in its entirety on Toonami, which was really, really cool because we hadn't seen it in a year and a half at that point. So people were kind of speculating that this might spark a revival. There might be more interest in the show now, and since it was on Adult Swim, you could do more intense things with the show, because to some extent I felt like the show always was sort of held back by being on Cartoon Network. They could do some more really intense things with the action or the violence. So with it being on Adult Swim, that would have been a perfect fit for it, I think.
Drain system.
But unfortunately that did not happen, and eventually in 2015 the show was written off as a financial failure. Although I knew the series had been up on iTunes at one point, so I did a quick Google search and I did find it. It looks like it's purchasable, but I'm not quite sure because I'm not signed in or anything, so maybe if you sign in and actually go to buy it, it won't let you. But I guess you could get some bootleg DVDs because those actually exist now.
Oh no, I can't run.
The series was released on DVD internationally officially, but you can't really play those DVDs
He's goofy
on
when
US
he chomps.
players. And also, they're really, really rare apparently, so you probably wouldn't even be able to find one. But the story of Titan doesn't actually end there, because you might be thinking, well, the series had such a short run, but was there anything that was made for it that didn't get aired or produced in that amount of time? And there actually was some stuff. So, in a Reddit AMA with Genndy from what looks like about 7 years ago, someone
so it's just all the base
game
game
episodes
ones.
he wanted to make for Titan before it was canceled. Genndy
This
replied
is-
and said that there were
hold on.
10 more episodes
So,
written in their entirety that were
this
better
is
than
a
the
really
first 20 we
weird
actually got,
set.
but unfortunately they never came to be. A couple years ago, I believe I read that Genndy still has these scripts in his archives, but I don't think it's likely we'll ever get to see what they actually
This is
contain.
very
I can't
unusual.
believe that he actually had more material that never saw fruition, but also that he admits were better than what we actually got. Like I said earlier though, the second half of Titan wasn't that great and you could kind of tell that it was rushed, but I did enjoy the first half a lot, so it's a wonder what he could have that was better than that. It might be worth trying to track him down and see if he can scan one of these scripts online, just so we can see what exactly it contains,
Very
because I'm
interesting.
really curious now. And it might be easy to do if he has them readily available. I don't think Gendy is too hard to track down, so it might be worth a shot. As far as I know, he's never discussed what exactly is in these scripts, so in terms of it being lost, yeah, they're kind of lost. We have no idea what these episodes actually contain. To this day, I still miss Titan, and I still wish it could be continued, and it's still one of my favorite
Hold on a
Cartoon
second.
Network shows of all
I need to
time,
enable
just
my sound first.
because it was so good in the time that it
Real
aired, and
quick.
just all the lost potential, just everything about it. Titan really, really is a mystery, and I'll definitely never forget all the rage and all the anger that was happening on the Cartoon Network forums at the time when the show was canceled, and how sad I was. But also, I'll never
Nice.
forget how great the show was when it premiered, and
They have
how
to hit
excited
those
I was,
lullaby sound and
waiting
everything.
for the premiere and watching it every week, and just having
Bro,
great memories.
so true.
Of the first 10 episodes of that.
Oh, let me try another.
It was so good.
Oh, these are all the mods, by the way.
Does it for Simba
Oh, yeah.
Titan. That was its cancellation. the
Quit
situation
song.
with The merchandise and also the unproduced episodes, which hopefully someday we'll get to see. It's a show with a lot of lost potential, but still one of my favorite Cartoon Network shows of all time.
Hey guys, I hope you enjoyed the video.
I'll always come back.
Lost Media videos.
The volume's
Thanks
so
for
loud.
watching, and until next time, Finn.
Michael, I stuck my balls in the car door, Michael. Excuse me?
Jr. in 2001, and followed Bob with his crew of lively vehicles as they built, repaired,
Oh,
and
no.
renovated different construction needs throughout their universe. Often
He's
running
gonna
into
put you inside
problems
his
with their
fursuit.
work that needed to be solved.
His fursuit of death.
The show quickly became a huge success and ran for a decade, spanning 250 episodes, spin-off series, and 10 specials. However, before all the success the show received, it
Evil
had a
furry's
rather
gonna
humble
get you.
beginning and was nearly dropped by the production companies altogether. Before the series was picked
light
up in 1998,
torches.
a pilot episode was filmed in 1997 as a pitch to Hit Entertainment. The plot involves Bob trying to remove a bird's nest from the gutter by using a ladder to climb, though he falls as Digger is there to catch him. These characters are the only two who appear in the pilot, and
I
the
don't
designs
know
are
what
much different looking than that of the final show. The animation itself
So just
is
try
pretty
to
rough,
look around.
with iconic series designer Curtis Jobling
Oh,
having no
yeah,
hand
here
in
it
the
is.
designs of the pilot.
Alright.
For over 20 years, no one would
You gotta
ever see
find
this
about,
animation
like,
at all, as it was never
11
aired on
more.
TV or released on DVD. Only a few screenshots would
Oh.
resurface and get passed around online. While Jobling has
No,
gone on
no,
record
no,
to
no, no.
state he owns a copy of the pilot, it wasn't until 2020 when another producer of the show would be contacted by King Mr. Harvey, and finally the entire short was uploaded online for everyone to watch. It was originally believed to have a runtime of around 90 seconds, but was actually closer to being 2 minutes long, and was found on a tape mysteriously labeled Essential Pictures.
I'm not the gambling
If there was
man.
ever a lost media search that
It's the
seemed to drag on and on with little to no updates, I think Pink Morning Cartoon would win that award. A lot of people who are more in tune to the lost media community probably forgot about this topic, and if you're new to the scene, there's a chance you missed the
I
entirety
drowned
of the
myself?
search when it was in full swing.
Oh no, I
For
can't.
those unaware, Pink Morning Cartoon was the name given to a series of eerie animations that were discovered
Getting
on
clapped is the
YouTube
game.
a couple years ago, whose origins were unknown. At the time of their discovery,
Getting
they had
clapped
been
is the
sitting
game.
online for more than a decade, only being able to be described by their appearance and rumors of where they came from. Since the topic was so mysterious and remained unsolved for so long, a search group quickly formed and the rumors started being researched, with the most popular claims stating
those
that
are
the
like the two
animations
main ones
were
that you
segments
have
from
now.
a religious-themed
Bal-
show
what-
that
Baldy.
only aired on local stations
Oh, you
early
mean
in the morning.
coins.
Of course, this
Ah, I
concept
see, I
made
see.
the topic far more interesting.
How do I
and the
go
thread on the
back
Lost Media
now?
Wiki forums quickly grew, in addition to a Discord
oh,
server
yeah,
where the
of course.
uploader of the original clips was helping out.
That's cool.
While I only came upon the thread towards the end of the search, all of the different claims were really fun to read about, including which local station might have aired the series and who were the people that produced it.
It's probably gonna be in the
Contrary to popular belief, this series of animation wasn't anything malicious and was completely sourced once a portion of the end credits was unearthed. The name was found to be associated with a reverend who owned a local station at the time and created an animated show called TV8 Kids Fun Festival, which is where the original animations came from. Apparently, it was really popular in the community, and rumor has it, the series was frequently recorded, which is where the mystery begins.
I'm gonna do
To date,
Monster of
very few
Monsters,
segments
cause
from Kids Fun Festival
yay.
have been archived or survived in any capacity, and the search for them has been in a rather dormant state for close to
I think I chose the wrong song.
Going on 2 years
Never mind.
this August. The big break in the search was definitely sourcing the animations, but the problem with getting any more content from the series comes from the fact that it was confirmed the masters were
Oh, shoot, yeah.
from someone related to the Reverend. Not only that, but the church he worked at was also demolished in 2010, so there's no way a backup archive would exist in that way either. The community decided to do the next best thing, which was purchase tapes that might have had content recorded on them. A good theory, considering the show was apparently popular back then, as I stated previously. It was reported that a box containing around 800 VHS tapes was bought from the area where Kids Fun Festival aired, and ever since then, the Pink Morning Cartoon community has been going through them one by one to see if there's any more content that was recorded. This is probably the only way any more content from the series could be recovered, but unfortunately, as far as I know, nothing was found on any of the tapes that have been viewed. I'm not sure how many tapes of the 800 have been watched.
What is that?
Since
Oh,
that
shoot.
in itself would take a lot of time.
Oh, I'm
But
cornered.
so far, nothing new has
I
come
got-
from this lead,
I was cornered.
which is a little disappointing when you consider how long it's been since the tapes were acquired. Even still, it's not likely that the entire series would be saved on the tapes, so there will probably still be missing content
this?
left after all the tapes have
Oh,
been
that.
gone through. I still think the story surrounding this piece of lost media is really heartwarming, but it's
Absolutely.
unfortunate we might never get to preserve the work that was put into the Kids Fun Festival series. If you watched Playhouse Disney early in the morning during the mid-2000s, then there's a chance you might have seen a miniseries called Breakfast with Bear. This series was a spin-off of Bear in the Big Blue House, created during the hiatus of the main series. What was cool about Breakfast with Bear was how it brought the character of Bear out of his fictional house and into the real world. Every episode featured Bear visiting a different kid from a different state, and spotlighting how they got ready for the day, namely through eating breakfast. A total of 20 episodes were produced, with 10 being filmed in California and the other 10 being filmed in New York. Currently, less than half of the episodes are available, with the majority of the remaining ones completely lost. The Lost Media Wiki has a great list of which ones have been recovered and which ones haven't, along with summaries for the first 5 episodes. What's even more interesting, however, is the fact that some of the lost episodes have screenshot galleries available for viewing, which suggests they could have been online at one point. Breakfast with Bear did have a website and print material discussing filming of the show, as well as many promos advertising the series, which can still be found online. Its general obscurity has made tracking down the remaining episodes difficult, since I personally remember the series only being played early in the morning, and it just didn't have a lot of content made for it to begin with, so it's doubtful we'll ever see a DVD release or anything like that. As with most short series that had a short airtime, VHS tape recordings are the best way to find lost episodes, so if you remember watching this series as a kid, you might want to check your recordings and see if any were saved. For as long as I've been in the Lost Media community, I've noticed the constant fascination with Lost Kids show content. This is the kind of stuff you'd see on PBS Kids or Nick Jr. Personally, I love searching for this kind of stuff and unearthing the earliest iterations of content that influenced the kids who grew up with it. Recently, there seems to be an increase of interest when it comes to kids media, and likewise has inspired the search for another piece of lost media, the Super Y pitch pilot. If you don't know what Super Y is, well, I'm sure you're kind of familiar with its characters, as one of them was stolen and used for an antivirus commercial, which became a pretty popular meme. However, the real show debuted on PBS Kids in the late 2000s and ran through the mid-2010s, becoming very popular. It uses CGI animation and depicts the characters with exaggerated yet realistic features, each one of them with a signature costume as well. Though you might be surprised to see what the original iteration of the show was going to be like. The pitch pilot, created in 1999, uses a completely different style of animation, that being stop motion. On top of this style change, the show itself looked a lot more abstract, with softer colors and an overall more childish tone. According
It would have
to
been
summaries of
easier
the
if I was
plot,
using
main
the
character,
keyboard
named
buttons.
Super Y, is 6 centimeters high,
Like my
and lives in a
basic
children's
keybind.
library. When he has a
Would've
question that
been
needs an
kinda
answer, he
easier.
asks popular storybook characters to help. But unfortunately,
Because like I
we
was
can't
using
really
like
get a
the
grasp
LB,
on how this
RB,
concept is
and the
illustrated, or even how smooth
other,
the animation
you know,
is,
buttons
because the pilot
on
is
my
lost,
controller to do it.
which is largely where
Kind
the
of
mystery
uncomfortable.
begins. The visuals that I've been referencing came from the old website of the company that animated it, Cup of Coffee Animation, and no videos or clips can currently be found. However, the pilot did have a screening at the Annecy Film Festival in the year 2000. Its runtime was 9 minutes long, and it even won an award for its educational value at the event. Despite the praise Super Y received, Nick Jr. did not pick up the series when it was pitched to them, and after that, it disappeared, until the PBS revival we know of today. Though rumors have since popped up which claim during its dormant years, the pilot aired on Nick Jr. and was once available on the Cup of Coffee website, but these are unconfirmed and I couldn't find any proof of it myself. That's not to say there hasn't been new content found since the search for this pilot began, and I have a few leads I've been trying to get in contact with who should know something as well. Once the topic started gaining attention, one of the first pieces recovered was a reggae tune that was supposedly used as the pilot's theme song. It got passed around quite a bit and was reposted to YouTube, where discussion of its legitimacy came into question. Thankfully, the original upload was able to be tracked down, where it was discovered that the song came from the composer's own website, proving it's real. Though it was eventually
I'm not even
discovered
gonna ask.
that the song went unused in the pilot itself. It was still a cool piece to find, and got the ball rolling for more leads to be found, which is where things get a little strange. I had started looking more in depth into the pilot at this time, and mostly only had wiki articles to use as sources. While none of the articles I read were too detailed, there seemed to be comment threads that popped up discussing not only names connected to the pilot,
Bro, I
but
lost
also
both of
rumors
his
that
arms
someone
and
in
I
the
can't do
community
it
had
anymore.
already found it. Taking that with a grain
What's
of
this?
salt, this began my contact search as I started to find names buried online who stated they were associated with the Super Y pilot or Cup of Coffee animation. I surprised myself with who I was able to find, most notably a storyboard artist who worked on the pilot itself, and a Cup of Coffee executive who oversaw all the projects they were working on back in the 90s. They were both contacted weeks ago, but I unfortunately never heard back. As of the making of this video, they've been contacted through different
I just
addresses,
realized.
so here's hoping to get in touch with them eventually. While I was waiting for them
I'm
to
not gonna
reply,
go
I
touch
had
that
contacted
button.
Cup of Coffee Animation itself,
Gotta go
thinking they
touch
might
the
still
other
have
ones,
a copy
though.
in their archives, but I never heard anything back
Wait.
from them either. Finally, I had thought about contacting
Man, it survived.
Angela Santamero, the creator of this pilot.
It was
as
just
well as
standing
Lucy,
there.
but she must get dozens of messages, so I figured this one would go unanswered. While this was wrapping up, I went back to the comments section and noticed that the
I think
threads
the
had been
AI
updated
in that
to
one
claim
broke,
that the guy
to
with
be
the pilot
honest.
was going to upload it. Around the same time, I
That
sent my
would've made
contacts
so much
messages.
more sense.
While I would have been disappointed all my
I'm gonna
search
go
was
grab
for
a
nothing,
cookie, I'll be right
it
back.
would have been okay if it meant getting this thing found much quicker. Unsurprisingly, that didn't happen, as the user who claimed to have it was just trolling, as I figured from the beginning. However, I would argue that maybe it ended up working out because it got me to dig deeper and actually make progress in getting this found. This topic in particular doesn't seem like something that'll be impossible to find. There seems to be enough people out there who know about it, and Cup of Coffee is still around. I have a feeling Super Y will find its way online eventually. Until that happens, however, the Super Y pitch pilot from 1999 will remain a mystery. If you were a Nick Jr. kid growing up, then you probably remember Bob the Builder, a stop-motion series with lively construction vehicles, each having their own personality. But if you grew up with Disney Channel, your handyman was that of Handy Manny, a show animated with CGI that followed the title character Manny in his box of lively tools, each with their own personality. The show ran for nearly a decade, beginning in 2006, outlasting Playhouse Disney itself and ending in 2013 on Disney Junior. The show was produced by Nelvana and most notably had cel-shaded graphics. However, an earlier iteration of the show exists in the form of a pilot, and similar to Bear in the Big Blue House, very little of its contents are available to the public. Before the show's premiere in 2006, a pilot was created in 2005 by DKP Productions and looked much simpler in style. The graphics were done in standard 3D and did not use cel-shading, with the background designs being much more simplistic as well.
I'm gonna rejoin
This
later.
lesser quality isn't anything too surprising though, as pilots are usually more basic than the work done on the final show. I think it's really cool to see this more primitive iteration, but unfortunately, there's not too much we can actually see from it. That's one of the most interesting pieces about the pilot, is how scarce information is. The only content from the pilot that's available are 2 short clips from a demo reel on DKP Productions' website, and that's it. Manny isn't even seen in these clips, so it goes without saying that the majority of this 11-minute pilot is lost. There's another claim from the Handy Manny Wiki that states part of the pilot was shown at the MIPCOM Entertainment exhibition, but I couldn't find any source for that. Similar to the Bear in the Big Blue House pilot, this one seems like it could end up resurfacing online someday. While this topic might be a stretch when it comes to children's television, it did air on PBS itself and is related to Lost Bumper material, so I'd say it counts. I also don't know when else I'll ever get the chance to talk about this topic, which is such an anomaly that it deserves to be discussed. Several years ago, I was flipping through the channels late at night and stopped on my local PBS affiliate station, which was running an ad for the PBS Kids block. I didn't think anything of it upon first glance, since there was nothing strange about the commercial, but for some reason it felt familiar. I watched more closely until I realized it was nothing visual which I had seen before, but rather the music I was hearing. For some reason, this particular commercial advertising PBS Kids was playing the song Tank by The Seatbelts as background music. This song is better recognized as the first opening to the anime Cowboy Bebop, and needless to say, I was blown away yet confused at the fact that such a song could be chosen for a basic ad like that late at night. Unfortunately, I had nothing to record the commercial with at the time, thinking it would be one of those stories people end up doubting and saying I misheard or misremembered it. That's far from the case, however, as a Reddit thread soon appeared which discussed the existence of the commercial, and for this short while, it actually wasn't lost media. There was a Twitter account who uploaded a portion of the commercial, which proved its existence, and just like many others, I thought that this would be here forever. Sometime over the past couple years, the Twitter account privated their tweets, and as far as I know, the clip was never downloaded, so it's fallen back into obscurity. I've tried looking elsewhere online for it, but came up empty-handed. If someone could reach the Twitter account who uploaded it, they might still have a copy, or the original tweet in their account. While we might never know how or why that song in particular was chosen for the commercial, it's still a cool piece of knowledge knowing that it exists at all. Blueprints might be the most iconic piece of lost media from this series, but there are actually quite a few other Blue's Clues related material that's gone missing over the years. Second to the pilot, and something that many people have dedicated time searching for, are the international adaptations of the show.
Never mind.
This is when countries such as Korea, for example, take the show's concept and rework it to fit their culture and audience. For this reason, the show is not simply dubbed, and many differences are present, such as a different host entirely. Though, despite these reworkings, the core elements of Blue's Clues are still present, and for that reason, fans have become interested in seeing these variations on the original classic. Most notably, the Korean and UK adaptations have become the most coveted, with only a handful of episodes having resurfaced.
Message from
Though many
Lil
screenshots and
Animates.
images of home media releases
Are you playing
have been
Jaws?
documented.
No.
The Korean adaptation had two
No.
different versions of
Message
the show,
from
one having aired
Lil
on
Animates.
PBS2 and the other
Can
on
I join?
Nickelodeon. Both versions replaced Steve with a Korean actor.
Sure, we
but
can.
the
You
rest
can
of the
join
main
after we
cast
come
is
back, but no, this is not
the
doors.
UK adaptation is hosted by Kevin instead of Steve.
We're playing Pillar
and has
Chase.
the majority of its episodes still lost as well.
Oh no, it's Coronation Day,
Apparently,
Peach.
Season 1 is available for purchase
In the Black
on
Sun.
Amazon UK, but it doesn't seem like anyone has purchased them to upload an archive. The only episodes that are currently available
Collect
on YouTube
rings.
range in
Alright.
quality and aren't from any specific season of the show, but rather mixed.
Oh, no, no.
I'll be the first to admit that lost dubs used to be a category of lost media I wanted nothing to do with. I didn't understand the mystery behind lost dubs, and it didn't make sense to me to find alternate language versions of shows you couldn't understand, which are already in English to begin with. However, after discovering some alternate English anime dubs for shows like Fullmetal Alchemist Brotherhood and One Piece, which stray pretty far from the iconic voices we've all come to know, it sort of opened my eyes to just how interesting and elusive all lost dubs can be. This is where Oswald comes in, a relatively unpopular Nick Jr. show that appeared and disappeared in the span of a couple years, only amassing one season. For a show with such low popularity, you'd probably think there can't be any lost media relating to it, but that's where you're wrong. Apparently, someone thought the show could be dubbed and marketed to the Japanese audience, which is exactly what happened with Hello Oswald, the Japanese dub of the show. It aired on Wow Wow in Japan and did so well that DVD releases and plush toys were made to promote the show, which is more than the US can say it got in relation to product releases. Currently, there are only 2 episodes of the dub that can be viewed online, with the rest of the series having never been uploaded. However, that could all change if someone with a big enough desire and wallet purchased the series. You can find all 8 volumes of the series for sale on Japanese shopping sites, but for some reason, the prices of a single DVD can range from $20 to $50, depending on which volume it is. There are even complete sets for over $200, which leads me to believe no one wants to pay these prices to rip the DVDs and upload them online.
Oh, here it is.
Though at the same time,
Okay, we just
unless
need
you were familiar
one
with this
more.
piece of lost media in the first
We'll
place
need
and knew
one
about the
more.
DVDs, I'm not sure many people even knew about them to begin with. If you're interested in unearthing some lost dubs, this might be the topic for you. We've talked a lot about earlier iterations of Playhouse Disney shows already, with the ones that existed in the form of pitch pilots. However, in those cases, the content from them was never meant to be aired on TV, and it probably wasn't intended to be known about by the general public at all. That's not exactly the case for another pretty popular show that aired on the block, called Higglytown Heroes, and ran from 2004 to 2008, spanning 66 episodes.
I can't.
The main plot of the series
They trapped me
involves
here.
the characters running into problems at some point
Okay.
in the episode, which is resolved by the end when a Higglytown hero saves
Do
the
not
day.
go. Oh shoot.
These heroes are
Glad they can't hear me.
firefighters, electricians, and similar occupations, with the idea being to highlight how important everyday jobs can be. One of the most notable design features is how every character is made to resemble nesting doll figures, even being able to open themselves up. From characters to plot, these ideas were present in the final show and didn't change
What's that?
direction
Oh.
very much
Oh, no.
from the original short that was created for the series. In
No.
2003, before premiering as a main show, Playhouse Disney ran a program
So
called
close.
Mini Show and Tell Time, which aired shorts of new shows, and Higglytown Heroes was one of them. This short ran regularly on the channel, and was even advertised in commercials which promoted the Mini Show and Tell Time program. Some of these commercials have been archived and can be viewed, complete with clips of the Higglytown Heroes short in them. However, if you want to see this in full, you're out of luck, as it's currently lost and cannot be viewed. There have been a few claims which state the short had once been uploaded to YouTube back in 2018, but has since been taken down. Another claim states that the short itself was available for viewing on the old Playhouse Disney website. It seems like this short was the only one in the Mini Show and Tell Time series, so we're essentially looking for a single segment, which might turn up as a re-upload if it actually was online at one point.
chances are if I asked you about the show Stanley, most people wouldn't really remember it or know what I was talking about. However, if I said, do you remember the Playhouse Disney show called Stanley, where he could talk to different animals and solve problems, I'm sure it would ring some bells. This cartoon premiered on the channel back in 2001, and seems to be a show that the majority of people end up forgetting about. Which brings us to the topic of this video, the Lost Stanley pilot. Before the show premiered on Playhouse Disney, it too received a pilot that was made to pitch the series
Baldy.
prior
Maybe
to entering
not.
production. However, unlike most of the other pilots discussed, this one has a little more context that's become available in a pretty interesting way. While a handful of screenshots do exist and can easily be viewed, a little digging reveals two promotional videos from Playhouse Disney. One is specifically advertising the channel, and the other is advertising a mall tour, and in both of these clips, several seconds from the pilot can be seen. These are both dated 2001, which means they must have been produced before the show actually debuted in 2001, with Stanley's final design. The pilot uses an earlier design for Stanley with thicker hair and outline, with the title card having a completely different color scheme as well. It's been claimed that this pilot is called Kangaroo Cleanup and was reused for the season 1 episode of the same name, but this is unconfirmed. There have also been some unconfirmed claims about who the voice actors were and that it never aired due to Stanley being too scary for kids.
Why, she's gone.
There aren't any sources for these statements, and as far as I can tell, not much is known about it. Though again, this seems like a really easy piece of lost media to find.
Sesame Street is a children's television show that seems like it's been around forever. With 48 seasons and over 4,000 episodes, the series has a huge and diverse history of material spanning many different iterations of shorts, skits, and segments.
I'll be right
Naturally,
back.
with so much having been made for the
Yes,
show,
Mom?
some of its content has slipped through the cracks and remains lost. Not released on DVD, not posted online, and not available for public viewing. A lot of lost Sesame Street content is simply a result of the lack of preservation, and quite a bit of it isn't exactly historical or noteworthy. However, today's subject in particular does stand as a holy grail, not only for the Sesame Street lore, but also for the historical importance it has to the lost media scene. There have been quite a few times within Sesame Street's history when they feature celebrities or other famous characters on the show. These are usually memorable and quirky, bringing a little pop culture into the show. But there was one time when this idea of a celebrity crossover went horribly wrong. So wrong, in fact, that the episode itself was banned, never to be shown again. It all happened when the Wicked Witch of the West landed in Sesame Street. On February 10th, 1976, episode 847 of Sesame Street was aired for its first and only time. It features actress Margaret Hamilton reprising her role as the Wicked Witch from the Wizard of Oz film. The episode itself involved the Wicked Witch losing her broom while flying over Sesame Street and having to interact with the residents in order to get it back. Naturally, as she's the Wicked Witch, the residents are cautious about her intentions and are hesitant to give it back. This results in the witch causing trouble, such as making it rain inside Mr. Hooper's store and threatening to turn Big Bird into a feather duster. Eventually, she uses a disguise as a trick to get her broom back, and then leaves Sesame Street. On paper, this seems like a relatively harmless and kinda cool crossover that's really interesting to hear about. However, this wasn't exactly the case for kids growing up in the 1970s who witnessed this episode of the series, and is the reason why it was shown once and only once on TV before being banned. The aftermath of this episode is perhaps more legendary than the episode itself, because for something like Sesame Street to get banned, you know something had to have gone really wrong, and it did. Apparently this episode pretty much traumatized the young viewers who watched it, and resulted in dozens of angry complaint letters from parents whose children were terrified of the witch and wouldn't watch the show anymore out of fear. Archives from the Children's Television Workshop hold some of the letters that were sent in, and include phrases such as screams and tears, and the threat of the witch's power remains in the children's eyes. Shortly after the episode was aired on TV, additional test screenings were conducted from March 1st through the 5th. Ultimately though, these tests were inconclusive, with the initial complaints being strong enough for the Children's Television Network to officially ban the episode from re-airing on TV, where it has not been seen since its original 1976 premiere. Now of course this leaves us wondering about where the episode is now and how we can see it.
Fortunately for us, this topic isn't one that's unknown or not cared about. There's actually a lot of discussion and talk about it on various places around the web. A lot of research has already been conducted as to the whereabouts and release of the episode, but perhaps the most important comes from a post by Nitrate Nerd on the Lost Media Wiki forums. He emailed Craig Sheeman, the president of the Jim Henson Legacy, an organization which preserves his work. Craig confirms that the Sesame people actually have a copy of the episode and that it's in good hands. While this news might not come as a surprise, it was actually speculated for a time that all copies of the episode had been destroyed, so getting this confirmation is pretty reassuring. He goes on to state that he'll try and see if they'll do a Lost Sesame Street episode screening, in addition to another party who has connections in trying to get it released. This post is from July 2017, but unfortunately nothing has come of it since. Contact to Sesame themselves and Carol Spinney, who performed Big Bird and Oscar on the show, was also made, but there was no response from either. You might be wondering why exactly Sesame has such a tight grip on the episode, but we don't really have a real concrete answer about that. It seems to mostly stem from the fact that this episode was banned for a reason, Sesame wants to keep their name clean, and likewise don't really have anything to gain from releasing such an episode. What's even more unfortunate about this case is that we can't even really hope an old VHS recording exists, because VHS recording was almost non-existent when the episode aired. This is sort of like the perfect storm for an instance of lost media. Hopefully someday we'll get a chance to see such an interesting and controversial episode from a series like Sesame Street nonetheless, but until then, it'll remain a mystery. Children's content plays a huge role in the landscape of television, and has spawned many successful franchises that have a lasting impact on American culture. Blue's Clues is a children's show that definitely falls into this category. With a 10-year run on TV, spin-off series, and merchandise galore, to this day the series is fondly remembered by nostalgic teenagers and their parents alike. The show follows Steve as he journeys through his house as well as far-off lands, where he attempts to find all three of Blue Puppy's clues to solve the mystery of each episode. But as recognizable as this show is today, there was one point in time where it was actually going to be a little different, and we've never actually seen all the secrets to this original version of the show. Before Blue's Clues' official 1996 TV premiere, in 1995 it took shape as something a little different, called Blueprints. This version of the show is actually the pitch pilot, and contains several differences from the final version, including the absence of Steve's signature green striped shirt, with a red one in its place. Unfortunately, however, this small collection of short clips are the only content to have ever surfaced from this pilot. In 2006, for the 10th anniversary of Blue's Clues, Nickelodeon produced a mini-documentary showcasing the history of the show, and in it, these clips were featured and discussed. Aside from this though, the full pilot has never been aired publicly, and according to the Lost Media Wiki article, after the documentary aired, there was a search effort online that attempted to track down this early version, which included searching for bootleg recordings and
Message
files
from
on torrent sites.
Lex.
The only people who have ever seen this full pilot outside of the staff were test groups of preschoolers in 1995 who watched it to give a sense of whether or not the show would be successful and worth
Let me just
pursuing.
eat this banana
And due
real
to this
quick.
fact, the pilot is labeled as lost. So even though Steve's shirt being red is really the most noticeable difference, there could be other secrets lurking within this unaired pilot that we'll only experience if we ever get to see it. But just because we don't have the pilot right now, doesn't mean we won't get to see it eventually. I think it says a lot that Nickelodeon
Message from
even made mention of it within
Lukey
the mini-doc
BOI.
at all. And at the same
FNF
time, it
guy,
also
what is your
proves they still
Roblox
have it in their
username?
archives. So perhaps for a future anniversary of Blue's Clues, we can get an official release of it. Because I for one think it would be very, very cool to see where a series I grew up with started out. So until the day Blueprints does get a full release, it'll definitely remain a mystery.
I'm gonna put it in chat real quick.
When it comes to Lost Disney content, the shows that aired as part of the Playhouse Disney block rarely get brought up, which is probably the result of Nick Jr. and PBS
Message
just having
from
more content that became more
Lukey
popular
BOI.
and memorable.
Mine is
However,
Lurlin.
that's not to say there aren't
Message from
Playhouse Disney shows
Markiplier Markiplier Markiply.
and a Lost
At Zoman 60.
or 3
Message from Lukey BOI. I sent request.
article about it until
I
recently.
love it. Zoman
This show is called Jungle Junction, and it premiered back in
This is a
2009
nightmare.
on Playhouse Disney, where it had a 3-year run spanning 47 episodes. However, long before its premiere, The show
Message
went through a lot of
from
development, starting
Lukey
all the way back
BOI.
in 2003.
My avatar is
first
Goofy
2D
SpongeBob
concept
or
art
SpongeBob
was
Skull Skull.
This eventually led to the creation of the first 6-minute pilot that was done entirely in 3D.
Wait,
A
can I
change
put
in
on Mickey
style
Mouse on it?
made to
Hold
better
on.
suit the design of the show.
Let me see if
This
I can.
pilot was pitched to several different broadcasters over the next 2 years, but it didn't gain very much interest. The crew felt as if the technology and writing had become outdated, so a second
I
pilot
can't.
was
That's a
made,
shame.
which offered a much higher quality of production not seen in the 2003 iteration. This one was created in 2005 and caught the attention of Disney, who really liked the design and style.
Message from
Here, Disney
Lex.
backed the show.
Mine
and
is at
requested that a
Margotti
third pilot be
Velada
created
23.
and tested with preschoolers in 2008. With the tests having gone well, leading to the official
Ooh,
premiere of the show a
Mario.
year later. It's pretty cool how a small idea from a collection of 2D sketches
Message
became a fully
from
animated Playhouse Disney
Lukey
show.
BOI.
But unfortunately,
ALR
we've
bet.
never seen the evolution of this show for ourselves.
No,
There isn't a
this
single
can't.
book
This can't be
available
happening.
online or anywhere that we know of, which contains any of the 3 pilots
Ready for
created.
No,
for
I
the
don't
production.
care. I don't care about Valorant. I
The
don't
only piece
care
that's
about
been found is an early character design that was shown in an article discussing its upcoming premiere, but that's it. This seems to be a pretty traditional case of show creators having the pilots and just never having released them. So, with a little bit of contact, it might be possible to unearth a couple of them. While Disney might still have ownership over the 3rd pilot, I'm most interested in seeing the first one, for how primitive it's been said to look.
BLRY. Welcome to the
There's a
stream.
lot of lost Nickelodeon
Message
and Cartoon
from
Network animation, most of which
BLRY.
has rarely been seen,
Goop
and some
Blocks
of which
Real.
might never be seen again.
Goofy
Message
Goober,
from
However, this idea of
yeah.
lost
Lukey
content is
BOI.
not only limited to the
I'm
popular
Lurlin.
mainline TV
Yep,
shows
over
that most
here.
people probably watch. Children's animation is just as likely to become lost media as anything else, and can also be equally as mysterious. This is exactly the case for Nick Jr.'s The Backyardigans, a CGI animated show about 5 animal friends who use their imagination to go on vast adventures. The show became a huge success that ran for 4 seasons from 2004 to 2011, and spawned many releases of toys,
Message from
movies, CDs, and
Lukey
worldwide
BOI.
stage production.
ALR
But
sent
before
request.
The Backyardigans became the phenomenon that it did, its original vision was an entirely different show, and it's for that reason why the desire to find it has been had. Years before the 2004 premiere of The Backyardigans, in 1998 at the Nickelodeon Studios in Florida, a live-action pilot titled Me and My Friends was filmed as a series pitch to Nickelodeon. This is the earliest incarnation of The Backyardigans, and we can visibly see it's an entirely different show than we know today, with actors in full-body costumes and walking around a hand-built set. Here, we can clearly see the 4 main characters of the final show, Uniqua, Tasha, Pablo, and Tyrone, all of which had a lead role in this pilot. Some of them look quite different from their final counterparts, but this could just account for the differences in costumes versus CGI. There is a 5th character in the Backyardigans crew, Austin, who does not appear in any of the visuals we have for this pilot. It's actually speculated that he doesn't appear in the pilot at all. He also doesn't appear on any early concept art, which would imply he was a late addition to the final version of the show. Aside from the 4 pictured characters, there were also a trio of meerkats that appeared in Me and My Friends, based on this picture of 3 puppeteers. While we don't know their role in the pilot, there's a possibility that it could have been a large one, since the meerkats have never reappeared in the series again. As for Me and My Friends, there's not much information available, as only a handful of images and that one short video clip is all that's ever surfaced from this pilot. The video clip is from a compilation commemorating Nickelodeon Studios' 10th anniversary, and the pictures are from Yvette Helen Studios, the company that helped in creation of the costumes for the characters. Currently, Rick Lyon, who has stated he puppeteered one of the meerkats, has been contacted in regards to the pilot, where he claims he doesn't have it and never saw it. Additionally, adding the pilot was done very quickly, and he doesn't
Message
remember much
from
about it, other than
Lukey
enjoying his work
BOI.
on it.
Kirby RU
Now,
subto
this is a
underscore
pretty
the real
important piece
cat.
of information, because instead of simply moving on to the next puppeteer or costume designer, we can assume that no one who helped on the items and props for the pilot has a copy. The reason for this actually makes sense. Just because someone has a connection to a project doesn't mean they got a copy of it, especially considering they were hired for only making the props. Their accolade comes in the form of a credit on their resume, and those few pictures showing the end result. So while that omits the costume designers and whatnot, I did try to find some of the actual production crew, mostly just the series creator herself, Janice Burgess. Unfortunately, that ended really quick, and I couldn't find anyone else who was available to contact that may have had a hand in the creation of the Me and My Friends pilot. In fact, as much as I hate to admit it, this almost sounds like a losing battle in regards to finding it, never mind getting it released. Janice Burgess would technically be the easiest and most likely person to have a copy, but even if she was able to be contacted, there's a really high chance Nickelodeon and Viacom would have an issue with it being released, as they're really protective of their properties. And while the Backyardigans hasn't really been used recently, releasing content involving it is something they just generally have an issue with. On the flip side, Janice might not even have it, since creators do not always have a copy of all their work. So really the only place that is almost guaranteed to have it is Nickelodeon themselves. And contacting a whole company asking them to release a super obscure pilot involving a very popular franchise is not going to yield success. There is a rumor that questions whether or not Nickelodeon even still has it, since remember it was originally rejected. However, the positive side in all of this is that yes, there's a very high chance it's in their archives. Considering Nickelodeon maintained the rights to the show and revamped it only a few years later, it doesn't make sense to assume they got rid of it. And actually, that could also be another reason why it was never passed out to the costume crew of Yvette Helen Studios. Maybe it legally couldn't have been. Essentially though, the last documented time this pilot was absolutely known to exist was 17 years ago, and generally speaking anything could have happened to it between then and now. But I'd like to think that it's still intact and can be released in some form someday, even if that release isn't official. It's also interesting to think about what the Backyardigans would have been like had it remained live action and maintained its original name. But we might never even know what the pilot is like, because until it gets found, it'll definitely remain a mystery.
Hey guys, I hope you enjoyed the video. Be sure to check out some of my other Lost Media videos. Thanks for watching, and until next time, Finn.
Actually,
the Nickelodeon crew members at the time. It's reasonable to conclude that these drawings were simply a cathartic response to that kind of work environment. For example, the picture of SpongeBob and Mr. Krabs could be considered a response to the rumors of performing sexual acts for advancement in the company. And SpongeBob saying to Squidward it only sings around you could be
why is it talking about this again? No! Stop talking about behind closed doors.
Vanguard Financial
Just stop.
Advice can help you do you.
There we go.
It's helping him save for vacation.
Children's content plays a huge role in the
Message
landscape of
from
television and has spawned
Freak
many
Bob.
successful franchises that have a
Somebody got mad at me saying it's not that deep to a 9/11 joke, so I sent them a 9/11 meme in my community tab. Did I handle it right?
Merchandise galore. To this day, the series is fondly remembered by nostalgic teenagers and their parents alike. The show follows Steve as he journeys
I got
through
no
his
comment
house
there.
as well as far-off lands, where he attempts to find all three of Blue Puppy's clues to solve the mystery of each episode.
That's crazy.
But as recognizable as this show is today, there was one point in time where it was actually going to be a little different, and we've never actually seen all the secrets to this original version of the show. Before Blue's Clues' official 1996 TV premiere, in 1995 it took shape as something a little different, called Blueprints. This version of the show was actually the pitch pilot, and contained several differences from the final version, including the absence of
Message
Steve's
from
signature green striped shirt
Freak
with a red
Bob.
one in its place.
Personality I say
Unfortunately,
yes.
However, this small collection of short clips are the only content to have ever surfaced from this pilot. In 2006, for the 10th anniversary of Blue's Clues,
Message from
Nickelodeon produced a mini
Lukey
documentary
BOI.
showcasing the history
Do
of the
any
show,
of you
and
guys
in it,
play
these
big
clips were
paintball on
featured and
Roblox?
discussed. Aside from this, though, the full pilot has never been aired publicly, and according to the Lost Media Wiki article, after
Message
the
from
documentary aired, there was a search
Freak
effort
Bob.
online that attempted to track
I
down
used
its early
to.
version, which included searching for bootleg recordings and files on torrent sites. The only people who have ever seen this full pilot outside of the staff were test groups of
Message
preschoolers
from
in 1995
Lukey
who
BOI.
watched it to give a sense of
Oh.
whether or not the show would be successful and worth pursuing. And due to this fact, the pilot is labeled as lost. So even though Steve's shirt being red is really the most noticeable difference, There could be other secrets lurking within this unaired pilot that we'll only experience if we ever get to see it. But just because we
Message
don't have
from
the pilot right now,
Lil
doesn't mean we
Animates.
won't get to see it eventually.
Play Bloodlust
I think it
real
says
quick.
A lot that Nickelodeon even made mention of it within the mini doc at all, and at the same time, it also
This better be worth
in their
it.
archives. So perhaps for a future anniversary of Blue's Clues,
Message from
This.
Lukey BOI.
This can't be.
That word is weird. Message from Heart Kirby. I left for a bit.
Alright.
Message from Lil Animates. The corruption it's made by Liebert. Message from Heart Kirby. 9/11 jokes make you a jackass. Message from Free Kaibob. Face with hand over mouth. Message from Lil Animates. Go to Liebert channel. Message from Heart Kirby. Or, in other words, makes you a middle schooler. Message from Free Kaibob. Personality, I don't think it's funny, but I had an opportunity to anger them more, so I did it.
Yeah, I'm going back. Please don't reset everything.
Retirement is officially over. Assemble the Mega Minions.
secrets lurk, find the URLs anywhere and stuff, so it largely comes down to trust. It's from Mark Merrick himself that debunks episode 29 as being the award show, alleged kiss scene, and all that stuff that people thought it once was. So despite having talked about this episode in 2 other videos and pretty much saying that I think this is fake and everything about it is fake, there were still a lot of people who said, no, this
Message
is real,
from
we're seeing it, or no, this is real,
Heart
I have it on
Kirby.
VHS, yeah, right. Or,
That
yeah,
isn't
this is
angering
real, for any number
someone,
of reasons.
it's just
But
being more
today,
unlikable
Mark
lol.
Merrick, on his website, his official website under the Kablam page, he has uploaded some videos for us. Now the most important video that I feel is here, is the one called episode 29. So upon first glance, you'd say, whoa, this is episode 29. This is the lost episode. This is the one that everyone has said they've watched but no one could find for however many years it's been lost. So you click it and you think you're going to see an award show kiss scene, but guess what it actually is? This episode is actually your logo here. An episode that was known to exist that isn't quote lost. It's just a regular
Message from
So what
Free
does this
Kaibob.
mean? It means
Bro
that
got
episode
mad
29
press so bad
is
though.
a normal Kablam episode. It doesn't exist. Mark Merrick would have uploaded
Message
it
from
if it did exist.
Heart Kirby.
This is the real episode
No
29
like, you're in the
that
wrong
was made for
there.
the series, and
Message
he uploaded
from
it and called it episode 29
BLRY.
because he wanted to
A 90.
show proof, I guess, without actually saying the kiss scene was fake. You know, that this is what it is, it's not what people say it is. Because in conjunction with episode 29, right next to it is Kafun, which was an episode that was lost for quite some time. So it all ties into the lost media and the rumors it kind of sparked about episode 29. So with that said, we can finally put episode 29 to rest. All the
Message
speculation,
from
all the rumors, all the
Free
thoughts about
Kaibob.
it, all the evidence,
I know
everything like
face
that
with
has
hand
finally
over
come to
mouth.
an end. And you want to know what, guys? Despite this, I guarantee you there will still be people saying, well, Mark Merrick is trolling us. He really has the episode in his closet or on some kind of tape that he's never going to release. And you want to know what, guys? That's okay. You guys can think that. But this, as it stands, is more than enough proof, much more than enough proof, that episode 29 is fake.
Message
never
from
existed, and the
Heart
mystery has
Kirby.
been solved.
Where
So I'm
TF is
Sonic
everyone
Hugh.
at?
Thanks for watching, and until the next
Message
video,
from
Finn.
BLRY.
It's not
Glass
often
is
that I
good,
make
remember.
updated videos for past topics I've covered on the channel, because in most cases the updates are so minor that they can either be pinned as a comment or the entire video would just be new speculation based on what the comments
Message
said.
from
Previously,
BLRY.
episode 29 and Capital
Glass
Nike
personally
were the
isn't
only
my
topics that I
favorite,
made
but it's good.
consistent updates for.
Message
Today we
from
add another topic to that list,
Free Kaibob.
because I have some new information
Probably
that
in the
gives
drawing
search efforts food for thought, might
ROTSMTH.
result in a consensus being
Message
reached
from
that there are no other
Heart
astrology
Kirby.
with Squidward shorts to be found
I need
beyond
link.
the ones we currently have.
Oh, alright.
Last summer when I made my first video on the
Hold on a
topic,
second.
I discussed
Please
the
finish
series
this.
as a whole and weighed the likelihood of
Message
all 12
from
zodiac signs existing as
Heart
shorts
Kirby.
versus the popular belief
Laminated
that
glass
only 8
is
of them
better
exist. In
TBH.
the case of 8 out of 12 existing, it only leaves 2 signs, Virgo and Libra, lost. My issue with this theory is that it didn't make sense to assume Virgo and Libra exist with literally no evidence online, while the existence of the remaining 4 signs was dismissed.
Message
with equally
from
no evidence to back that up.
Markiplier
As a
Markiplier
counter-argument,
Markiply.
I propose the possibility of all 12 signs
https://magma.com/d/bbwdd
To put it bluntly, the astrology with Squidward search effort has been scattered and directionless ever since the Virgo and Libra shorts were believed to exist. But on the contrary to all that belief, I have some new information which strongly suggests that they don't exist
Message
at all,
from
and it makes a lot of sense.
Heart Kirby.
The majority of this
Wait,
information comes
I
to me
just
in an email I
realized Free
received
Kaibob
from a
is
viewer
most
named
likely
Jeff
a middle
Paul.
schooler
I was
LOL.
researching the topic and found some
Message
information
from
regarding Virgo and Libra
Free
I missed
Kaibob.
back when I was making my
You
original
eat
video.
glass.
So let's take a look at this
Message
information
from
and what it means for the
Lukey
shorts.
BOI.
So as I stated
I was
previously,
playing
my
this new
biggest issue with
Roblox
the
game I
claims of Virgo
found
and
called
Libra's
Store
existence
Empire
was the
and this
fact that
guy
no
in a
one could
white van
find
came and
evidence or
bought
proof that
candy.
these shorts existed
Message
outside of their
from
memory. And furthermore,
Free Kaibob.
no one even had an original
I am
source of
bro
this
face with
information.
hand over mouth.
Well, I think the original source was actually hidden in plain sight all along. Remember the SB Mania thread about astrology with Squidward? I started my search here, and it's been cited in many places since the interest in these shorts grew. Anyway, someone in the thread attempted to explain the series, and does so by taking a write-up about the series and reposting it. The source of this write-up is Wikipedia. But let's take a look at what it says about
That's
Virgo
not
and Libra.
good.
Well, actually, Virgo is totally absent from this list. But this list is also missing some of the shorts that we've found, so that's no big deal. We'll come back to Virgo later. But as for Libra, Squidward is credited with it. But in addition to possibly being Tauros instead, as indicated with the or placed there, we know Patrick is Tauros, and it even says so earlier in the article. So it's a bit contradictory and confusing to say that Squidward could have been Tauros to any extent. But that's not all. Look at Plankton. It says Scorpio and Leo. Again, we know that he actually is Leo, but where does this Scorpio bit come from? I have no idea, but the gist I'm getting from this article is that the original author wasn't very sure about all of the shorts himself. This thread is from 2006, but that also means that this Wikipedia information is from around that time too. Being so, we come to the conclusion that Libra can be sourced from a 2006 Wikipedia article. Considering how popular this thread is, I'm guessing it's where a majority of the Libra believers originally got the information that it exists. Plankton
Message
being
from
Scorpio is probably not
Lukey
talked about
BOI.
and never caught on because
Nah,
by the
what
time
does
this
Plank
thread
have
popped
to
up
do
in
with
every
this
modern-day
skull?
astrology with Squidward Google search, we had the Leo short featuring him. And as far as we know, there aren't any characters who were featured in more than one short. Still, the point stands that this information is so off compared to what we know now that I certainly wouldn't believe most of it. So what about Virgo? Well, like I said earlier, it wasn't on the 2006 Wikipedia list, but instead can most commonly be found from a 2007 post on dxpnet.com. Here, Pearl is claimed to be Virgo, which I again used in my original video where I failed to notice that Wikipedia is the source. Jeff looked through the SpongeBob article's history on Wikipedia and found in April 2006, Pearl being Virgo was added to the page. But something interesting about this is that the person who edited that small portion into the article apparently used to frequent many cartoon wikis and edited the trivia sections on them. He was very active in editing for that April month, but he doesn't seem to be editing articles anymore, and there's no contact information for him, so we can't really get a
Message from
answer about this particular
Lukey
Virgo
VOI.
edition. Jeff
Why
proposed
are
that we
these
look through
guys
all
in
of his
white
other
vans
trivia
buying
edits and
candy
see if
from
they're
my
accurate,
store?
but then stated the SB episode Whale of a Birthday was released the next month because Pearl's birthday is in May. Even though May birthdays aren't Virgos, maybe he just added it because he heard of the episode and thought that Pearl should have had a zodiac sign. So this means that once again, the most popular source of Pearl being a Virgo online is again traced back to a Wikipedia article. But we can dig even deeper than this into Wikipedia. As early as August 2005, the very first astrology with Squidward information was added to Wikipedia. Patrick, SpongeBob, and Plankton were the only characters included, notably with Plankton being labeled as Scorpio again. Virgo, Libra, and the rest aside, you'd think that since this is the earliest documentation of the series online, that it would also be the most accurate, right? Well, as I said before, we know that Plankton is Leo, and aside from the fact that Scorpio isn't even discussed as possibly existing, I again highly doubt that they used the same character for multiple shorts even if it did exist, so this information is again probably false. Luckily, there was actually a username connected to this early edit, so Jeff found an email and contacted the editor who added this information. Unfortunately, the editor didn't recall anything about astrology with Squidward, though did confirm that he wasn't even the original author. He had merged that information with the main SpongeBob article, so it was just a copy-paste job, claiming that the original information was added by a couple of anonymous users earlier that summer. Essentially, it once again means that what we're looking at is random Wikipedia edits as the source of this information. And what does that leave us with? Well, almost nothing to point us in any kind of direction that there are more shorts out there. The tone of my original video was more to the point
Message
in
from
believing that all 12 shorts existed,
Free Kai Bob.
but now after going through this
What?
information, I'm more inclined to believe that only 6 of the 12 zodiac signs were in fact made into shorts, simply because of these origin stories. Literally, Wikipedia articles with lots of contradictions and inaccuracies are the only sources we have. In fact, when I was discussing Virgo's addition to the article in April 2006, look at what was written for Squidward. Now it says he could be Scorpio or Libra, even though Plankton still sports that title right above. Additionally, that original SB Mania thread where Libra's popularity arose from was posted 4 months after Virgo was added back in April. But look, where's Virgo? So it had to have been removed sometime in between. And Scorpio, I don't even know how people could have said that. At the end of the day, Wikipedia is the only living source for Virgo and Libra, and this information was reposted on websites that everyone runs into when they Google the topic. So that leads me to believe these shorts' existence was perpetuated by people believing they're real simply by reading these popular websites and not realizing Wikipedia is the source, which is pretty much what I did when I made my original video. And no, that clip of Virgo that was briefly passed around is fake. The quality of the short doesn't match up with the episode before it, and this image of Pearl is one of the first ones to show up in Google Images. So with that said, hopefully this update video gives you some more things to consider about astrology with Squidward. I just don't see how people can insist that Virgo and Libra are real when there's only been wishy-washy Wikipedia articles that point in random directions without anything concrete. I mean, I still get comments on my Teenage Gary video of people claiming they remember the scene, even though we've proven it doesn't exist. So like anything else, I don't believe the memory claim. And like I said at the beginning of the video, I think there's more of a chance that the 6 shorts that we've found already are all the series encompasses, since it's a perfect half zodiac. 8 out of the 12 is a really weird ratio for the series to end on. But anyway, that's all there is to currently know about the status of this topic. I'd really like to thank Jeff Bullock again for doing this research and bringing it to my attention, and like I said, this topic is still popular and discussed. So maybe one day we'll have official confirmation one way or another if there are more shorts to find. But until then, they'll remain a mystery.
There's something I really miss about the interest people used to have in lost media. Back a few years ago, it seemed like search efforts would rise up for every topic, no matter how small it was, and I really enjoyed getting to discover those kinds of topics that weren't super mainstream. But nowadays, I feel like I have to dig for those kinds of things, and it seems like most people aren't interested in them. But sometimes receiving a message with a topic so unknown that it evokes that nostalgic feeling is the pick-me-up I need. The other day I got a message on the Lost Media Wiki from That Gaming A-Hole with a question about a special he had seen from his childhood but had slipped through the cracks and gone completely undocumented. The special is fittingly called Cartoon Lost and Found, and is hosted by Adam West, who plays the part of an archivist collecting old cartoons from the 50s, 60s, and 70s that everyone has forgotten about. I had never heard anything about this special before, and apparently neither had most other people, since that gaming a-hole had only been able to find a short promo. It aired sometime in the late 80s or early 90s on Nick at Night, but this was the only evidence it ever existed, with no credits on Adam West's filmography or mention of the special in relation to Nickelodeon or Nick at Night. My interest was piqued, and I decided to take a shot at unearthing more of this special, so I read through the article A-hole compiled with all the information he knew.
Message from
I soon discovered that he
Lil
had done the
Animates.
second promo advertising the
What's
special,
up, Lex?
but also the first 15 minutes of it, which both had been sitting on YouTube for years. This is a great place to start, but we need more, and while the article provided a lot of background about the topic, there weren't really any leads to pull from it. I noticed a link to someone having mentioned its existence from a sitcom forum in 2007, but it didn't lead anywhere. Something I hadn't
Message
done
from
yet was watch the promo, even
Hart
though it was
Kirby.
one of the first things A-hole showed.
I need a smoother pen.
So I gave it a watch, and in
Message
doing so,
from
came to my first lead.
Lex.
I checked the comments
How
of the
are you
video
doing,
with the
little
hopes that
bro?
someone knew more about it, or
Message
even had more
from
content from it. And
Lil
to my
Animates.
surprise, I was greeted with
Look
a
in the
thread
link.
that asked for exactly
Message
that.
from
The uploader replied,
Lil
while not
Animates.
having the special himself,
Good.
linked 2 other YouTube
Message
videos,
from
which were allegedly parts
Lil
1 and
Animates.
2. The first
I'm
URL
making the
leads to
object
part
show.
that A-hole added to the article, so we already have this one documented. The second URL, however, leads to a video that was deleted and is no longer available. I tried looking through the Wayback Machine or other means that might have the video saved, but they all proved
Message
useless. I thought
Lil
about
Animates.
contacting these channels in the
And you're
slight
in
chance
it?
they'd know who uploaded this alleged part 2, but these channels in themselves are really old and pretty inactive. I really thought I had ended the search in a matter of hours, but it doesn't look like that's the case, so it was time to step up the search and work some LSSQ magic to make new leads and contacts from simple Google searches, and soon enough I struck gold. I found the resume of the senior programmer director for Nick at Night and TV Land, so I sent him a message asking if he knew anything about the special. But that wasn't good enough for me. Even though contacting people
Message
is a very
from
effective way of getting answers,
Hart Kirby.
it's not always the most
Is there,
reliable
like,
when you consider
a better
wait
pen
times
I could
or the
use?
fact that your message might never get read. So I conjured up some more magic and went back to Google, digging even deeper than
I'm
before.
not looking at
There
that.
had to be
If
more
it's
out
the
there
same
on the
one that I've
special,
looked at
considering
2,000
Nick at Night and Adam
times, then
West are the
no.
subjects. Someone, somewhere, had to have seen this
Message
and made some
from
kind of mention of it.
I'm
Lukey
tired.
BOI.
I'm
Very
tired.
close
I
to
don't
the
know.
first few pages of results,
Message from
I noticed the newspaper
Lil
archive
Animates.
site with preview text that
No.
mentioned cartoon lost
Message
without
from
name.
Okay, you know what? Fine.
I
Lukey
clicked it to
BOI.
discover that I needed
Maybe
a subscription
pencil.
to read the full paper.
Message
Until I
from
realized by scrolling down,
Lil
I could read the
Animates.
typed version instead.
No, it's not.
This revealed an entire blurb
Message
about the
from
special and described it in
Hart
detail,
Kirby.
including its air date,
Tired
which
of
was
it?
October 29th,
This is
1989 at 8:30 p.m. However, what really jumped out to me
Of the
was
contestant
premise of the
images,
special.
looking at it over and over again.
In short, it says that Nick at Night discovered a bunch of old cartoons in the dark
It goes to
recesses
show
of the
different
TV
people,
Land
but you
building,
know,
and
people
has
will
hired
just
Adam
like.
West to look over them. Now, I'm not sure
Never
how much
mind.
of this is fact and how much of it is plot written for the special, but remember the guy I contacted who listed Nick at Night and TV Land on his resume?
Message
This
from
might not be a coincidence,
Lukey
as Viacom
BOI.
is TV Land's parent
What is
organization,
happening?
Same as Nickelodeon and Nick at Night. This leads me to believe that this entire special was created from the fact that Nick at Night actually found archives of abandoned cartoons
Message
in the
from
TV Land building and
Lil
decided to make a
Animates.
special highlighting their
Lex wanna
existence.
see some peek
Now
for my
that's really
show.
Cool. It makes me want to find the whole special even more. However, it doesn't get much easier from here, as the newspaper article provided no further leads to follow. I did a little more looking around, and the only other things I was able to find involved comments on a thread from 6 years ago, which talked about interesting YouTube finds. Cartoon Lost and Found is mentioned by one user, and another posts those same YouTube links to part 1 and 2 of the special that I mentioned earlier. Though what's curious about them is that according to another comment, the part 2 that we believe to be the part that's still lost wasn't actually the continuation of the special, but something else entirely that was mixed in
I'm
with
gonna
the
go
first
find
part
another
by
art
accident.
jam.
So it's
It's already
possible,
filled
even
up.
if we found this video, it might not be what we're looking for. Unfortunately, my search ends there, as there was nothing else I could find online. But there's
Message
still some hope
from
that the rest of this thing will get
Lukey
found.
BOI.
That gaming a-hole says that
Speaking
there's a
head
chance
globe
we
showing
recorded the
Europe
whole
Africa
special back in
pouting
the day,
face raised
but that it
fist
would
cat
take a
face
really
with
long time
tears
to
of
go
joy
through their
handshake
entire
cat
VHS
face with
collection.
rice smile
Also
top
not
hat.
completely sure how long the special
Message
ran
from
for,
Kinda job
or if
brown,
there are any
Brace.
spin-offs.
Lukey BOI.
I wanted to
I'm
believe it
going
was
to
an
make an
anthology
art
series
jam.
like Toonheads, and there could
Oh,
be
wait,
more
that's
episodes
too
or
much.
content out there, but that doesn't seem to be the case,
I don't
and
think
that's
we'll
really
do it.
odd. To think that Nick at Night allegedly found all these cartoons rotting away in a building,
Message
bothered to put
from
together a special which highlights
not
their relevance,
a cool
and then
girl.
just never did anything else
I'm
with
back.
the idea or cartoon library is shocking. No one really knows for sure what the intentions
Message
of the special
from
were, but the
Heart
current
Kirby.
consensus is that this was a test
Hi,
to
Mary.
see if old cartoons were marketable
Message
on
from
Nick at Night. And I guess
not
to the executives
a
of the
cool
network,
girl.
they weren't. The whole
Probably.
existence of this special is still really interesting, and I hope we can get it unearthed. But Cartoon Lost and Found will remain lost and found until the entire special can be viewed, which leaves it a mystery for now.
Hold on, can I find that one SpongeBob
Hey
thing?
guys, it's El Supersonic Q and welcome
Where
to
is
the
it?
first video of October. So for the past couple years I've been wanting to have this like October spooky month of Halloween lost media videos, and that just hasn't really happened for a variety of different reasons, but hopefully this year will be different. And we'll
here
have
it
a lot
is.
of different lost media Halloween related videos. And today's topic is going to kick that off
Alright,
because this is a topic I've been wanting to do for like 3 years or so. It just hasn't happened, but finally I decided this would be a really great time to talk about this. So Kablam! It was a cartoon variety show that aired on Nickelodeon in the late 90s and early 2000s, but it's pretty much fallen into obscurity nowadays, and the only reason why I was even reintroduced to it was because of the lost media
Message
that
from
the series has.
not
The biggest of
a
which
cool
was
girl.
probably episode 29,
Hi.
which was a rumored series
Message
finale
from
that didn't actually exist.
BLRY.
Thought it existed, and I made
Man,
a
I love
trilogy
wasting
video
my
talking
time
about
on
that
Blender
few
for a
years ago.
backrooms
So
found
today's
footage
topic
videos.
has to do with more Kablam
Message
Lost
from
Media, which is really cool in itself.
Heart Kirby.
But this one actually has to do with
How are you
Halloween,
guys?
which makes it double cool because we're in October now. From mid-September to early November, so a little more than a month, Nickelodeon ran a block called 101% Spooky Whiz-Bang with Henry and June. As I said earlier, this block featured Halloween-themed shows, and the entire package was that of Halloween and getting everyone
Message
excited for the
from
month of October.
not
But specifically
a cool
what makes
girl.
this so interesting and why I'm
Bad,
a big
I
fan of
think.
it is because the block itself featured segments of Henry and June that were animated by creator Mark Merrick, and they're entirely original to this block. So this wasn't like rehashed stuff from the TV show or really like cheap animation. This was like
Message from
extra Henry and June content
Heart Kirby.
from Kablam, and
How
that's
so?
really, really cool. Especially considering the fact that there were so many different segments made for this block. And that's kind of where the mystery comes into play here. Over the years, a variety of different shorts have resurfaced, ranging from a barn dance scene to a classroom setting. These shorts really make you feel like you're watching a cartoon within a cartoon, which makes them really entertaining and why I want to find more of them. So that's probably the biggest reason why these are lost and where the search kind of comes into play, because this block ran for so long and there were so many different shorts that were made, we actually have no idea how many exist. And the only ones that have resurfaced came from VHS uploads. So in a way, we're not really trying to find the Spooky Whiz-Bang block as a whole, but rather these individual shorts that were aired during the block. Now, since these were made by Mark Merrick, you would think that he still has them. However, I'm not sure if anyone's asked him, but he's also never stated that he did have them. And when he released every
Message
episode
from
on his website a few years
not
ago, there
a
was
cool
no
girl.
mention or trace of
It.
these, so I'm not really sure what their status is regarding that. When it comes to VHS uploads though, again, that's probably the best way to find these is if you guys have old VHS tapes from back in the late 90s when this aired, go through them and you might have some
Message
commercial
from
breaks or some of the blogs.
BLRY.
But I definitely think that these are worth
FNF guy send
finding
link.
and that there should be a search
Message
effort
from
built around them, because as I
Lukey
said earlier,
BOI.
Henry and June and Kablam,
ALR
this is
made
a
art
great,
jam.
like Nickelodeon show, and a
Message
great
from
topic that has had a lot of really
Heart
cool
Kirby.
media searches up to this
Look,
point. So
if
I
you
think
want to talk,
finding more
you can
content
DM me
from
in
Henry and June
DeviantArt.
is definitely worth doing. As far as I can tell,
Message
the
from
earliest known existence of these
Markiplier
shorts was
Markiplier
back in
Markiplier
2012, which was 8 years ago.
https://magma.com/d/3mnhxj2vp.
So far, they've been very scattered and the search for them has been very hit or miss. Sometimes that's part of the fun of these like VHS tape lost media searches is that even though it might take a long time to find them, everyone has a chance of having some in their possession because anyone that taped Nickelodeon back then could potentially have these in their archives. And here's hoping more of them can be found. Hey guys, I hope you enjoyed the video. Be sure to check out some of my other game-related lost media videos. Thanks for watching, and until next time, Finn.
There are quite a few high-tier collectibles out there in the video game memorabilia collecting scene, including the elusive Sonic the Fighter's Super Sonic plush and the legendary Super Mario RPG Mallow plush. But if there's one thing both of these items have in common, it's that they were produced with the intention of being available to consumers, despite being holy grails in modern times. However, there's a separate, special tier of collectibles that exceeds even the most limited of collector's items, because the items I'm talking about were never intended to be in the hands of collectors. I'm talking
Message
about
from
prototypes.
Lukey BOI. Tell me when to send link to my new art jam.
A prototype is defined as a one-of-one mock-up created in order to give the company an idea of how exactly the product is going to look and be manufactured. These prototypes are not only used as internal reference, but they're oftentimes shown off at toy fairs or conventions in order to drum up anticipation for their release. While most consumers probably don't think twice about prototypes, or even realize that prototypes can look different than the final product that gets released, collectors consider prototypes the ultimate collectible, because technically they're not even supposed to have them. And this is where the mystery begins. After product lines are completed, or in some cases when companies dissolve or go defunct, what happens to all of those prototypes? Unfortunately, there is no definite answer to this question, and that's why prototypes are so mysterious and coveted. In many circumstances, prototypes of retail released figures get destroyed. Either materials will be recycled for future products, or they will be destroyed when they get sent to the factories for mass production. In other cases, employees who worked on the line will keep a couple for their personal collection, or sell them on eBay. This was especially true in the early 2000s with the now famous auctions from ToySight. An employee of the defunct company had many characters from the cancelled Mario's World line that was shown off at the toy fair, and thus sold them on eBay. Nightram from the Video Game Memorabilia Museum has quite a few of these, however, there were still a few he wasn't able to get. And that leaves us with the rest of the undocumented prototypes left in the wild. Back in 2010, someone visiting a thrift shop in California found a boxed Zelda prototype from the cancelled Ocarina of Time ToySight line. And it makes you wonder, how on earth did that end up there? And furthermore, where is it now? How many of these things are left roaming in the wild, at thrift stores and flea markets, hidden away inside someone's private collection, or simply discarded in the back of someone's closet? The intrigue of prototypes and their rarity factor is something that will forever keep collectors intrigued and interested in getting their hands on these insanely priceless pieces of history. And at the end of the day, that's what these prototypes should be viewed as. Historical pieces of artwork that should be preserved whenever they can be. Because aside from the fact that these are one-of-one figures, all of these companies are no longer in existence or no longer hold the character licenses, so there will never be another ToySight Banjo-Kazooie figure or Toy Island Gamma Bendy figure. And it's for these reasons why the mystery of prototypes may never be solved. Plush toys. They're something everyone has owned at one point or another. Whether you won them at a carnival, bought them from a store, or ordered them online, plush toys are everywhere, including many different collecting scenes such as video game or cartoon memorabilia. And in the past we've taken a look at the mysterious side to some of these plushes, including a Fire Mario plush of unknown origin, which looks very similar to Kelly Toys' design, incredibly rare sightings of the Super Mario RPG Mallow at auction, only twice in 16 years, and whether or not Toy Network officially made seasonal Sonic plushes that Sega licensed. And just when you think that there can't be any more plush mysteries to uncover, here comes another very interesting story, which actually takes us back to the Cartoon Network area of merchandise, and the cartoon Flapjack. The Marvelous Misadventures of Flapjack was a Cartoon Network original that premiered in June 2008 and ran for only 2 years before the series ended. While the series became fairly successful in this short amount of time, promotion and advertisement of the show through products was not very plentiful, with t-shirts and DVDs being the most common items that were produced. A few odds and ends do exist, but within the realm of statues or toys, nothing really exists. Even though it was supposed to. Series creator Thorop Van Orman used to be fairly active on DeviantArt back around the time Flapjack was airing on TV. He has a fair amount of posts, including some early Flapjack content and other pieces of artwork. But among these visual posts, a text post, which seems to have been deleted, once existed from 2008, almost a month after Flapjack premiered, which calls upon Flapjack fans to contact Cartoon Network and let them know that there is a demand for Flapjack merchandise, since Orman says he's gotten lots of requests already. But curiously, Just as you'd think the post would end with something like, hopefully we can come up with something in the future, or with your support we'll be able to get the goods out there, Orman sorta drops a bomb and declares that they've already designed Flapjack plushes with wires inside that allow them to bend and pose. That's actually really, really cool. Cartoon Network has created several plush sets before, including Camp Lazlo and Ed, Edd n Eddy, so a Flapjack set of these would have been a great addition. It seems like the plan here was to contact Cartoon Network with the interest of Flapjack products in order for these bendable plushes to be made and released. Well, unfortunately, these plushes never came out, and there are a few possible reasons why. As stated previously, this post is from July 2008, only a month into Flapjack's TV premiere. So if the plushes had already been planned and designed, I'd have to imagine that the series itself was too early on in its life for Cartoon Network to go ahead with producing and marketing toys. And again, since the series never got super popular, it makes sense that these were never revived later on into the show's life, because even after the show was nearing the end of its run in 2010, a second Flapjack plush set was created by Kelly Toy, which were also cancelled and never released, which sorta goes back to the theory of the show just never reaching the popularity it needed to for toys to be created. But the mystery doesn't end there. Yeah, we know they were planned, and yeah, we know they never came out, but just how far along in development were they? Well, I reached out to Thurup Van Orman on Twitter, thinking that maybe prototypes were made, and shockingly, he thinks prototypes may have been made. I mean, this is a pretty interesting piece of info on its own, but knowing that prototype posable Flapjack plushes that never came out could still be in existence somewhere is so cool to wonder about. Of course, if they still exist somewhere, I have no idea where they'd be. This case is a little more complicated because there isn't a third-party toy company to contact, and Orman himself seems to not have them. At this rate, any random internal designer or in-house toy producer could have held on to them. The cancelled Kelly Toy plushes started out as catalog scans until that picture came forward months later. So maybe in the future, their current owner will just happen to post them, or maybe there is some kind of internal picture floating around out there now. If I had to take a guess about what they looked like though, I'd say they were probably
Message
the
from
opposite of Kelly Toy's design.
Not a
These
cool
ones are
girl.
flat and sorta
I'm
cheap
gonna draw
because they
my
were
brothers
designed
among
for
us OC.
But had Cartoon Network been making these, they probably would have been sold on their web store as exclusives, and likewise would have been of much higher quality. I have no idea which characters they planned, but Flapjack and Knuckles most definitely would have happened.
Message
So in
from
that one line from a 2000
Heart Kirby.
DeviantArt post, it's opened
Okay.
up yet another plush mystery that, until it gets solved, will remain as such. Animal Crossing has had a rich history when it comes to merchandise. Most people are familiar with the Sentai New Leaf plushes, but before that there was a Wild World set, and even predating the Wild World set was a really diverse series of characters produced by Nintendo and released in 2001 as promotion for Dobutsu no Mori Plus. These plushes were released in 6 groups which contain 5 characters each. We have official set sheets for parts 2 through 6, and upon opening up the tag for plushes tagged with part 1, we can see all of the characters available. So altogether, there are a known 30 characters to this plush set. But I remember seeing another character. Back a few years ago, around 2013, I was browsing a Japanese auction site looking for Animal Crossing
What is
plushes,
its number?
having no idea what I would find, since I was unfamiliar with most of the merchandise. Much to my surprise, I had stumbled upon a plush of the Rabbit Islander, O'Hare.
I didn't even get
At
the
the
color
time, I didn't think much of this
right?
auction. I believe it was listed
She
at
is
around
right.
$130, and I thought one day I'd see it again. Well, that day has yet to come, as I've never found another O'Hare plush since that original listing from years ago, and that original auction has also never resurfaced. So that raises the
And what the
question, what's
scallop?
up with the origin of this O'Hare plush? This is a mystery that's boggled my mind almost ever since the auction
Mind
disappeared, and
boggles.
I've played around with a few different theories in my head. For sure he has to be related to this set, since there isn't any other set in existence that would contain him, but I needed to figure out how he fit in.
doesn't
One of my
even-
earlier
it
ideas
doesn't
was that
even
O'Hare was simply a one-off, randomly produced character that came out at the end of the final part 6. It seems like the first part never had an official set sheet like the others do, and I thought that was simply because as the set was just beginning, Nintendo didn't do a whole lot to document it. Similarly, I thought that perhaps as the set was ending, Nintendo just got lazy and released a random character by itself, since he wouldn't have added a 6th character to any of the parts, and there couldn't have been an entire missing 7th part. But after staring at the tag my Officer Copper has, the answer hit me. What reason would a super scarce item have to exist that doesn't fit into a larger set? The answer is on the back of the tag. In Japan, it's quite common for magazines or hobby shops to distribute items through the lottery system, which is sort of like a random raffle. The items distributed are often very limited and quite scarce, and in fact, another Animal Crossing item was actually distributed like this before, the Nook & Go playset. So if we look at the bottom of the tag, we can see the word Famitsu, which is a Japanese video game magazine that largely deals in Nintendo. The fact that their name appears on the back of these toys shows they had some kind of involvement in their promotion. So if we combine the common existence of prize items and the fact that Famitsu is a magazine with involvement in these toys, we come to the conclusion that O'Hare was an exclusive, limited prize item that only Famitsu was able to acquire and raffle off. This would also explain O'Hare's insane rarity, as prize items are very scarce, and no one was thinking about documenting a plush like that in the early 2000s before Animal Crossing got big and before collecting was a mainstream subculture. Of course, I like to be thorough with my searches, so I encourage some kind of visual evidence to come forward to undoubtedly prove that this plush does exist and that he was a prize item. The obvious is he a bootleg or a custom suspicions are common conclusions, but in this case I don't think O'Hare could be either of those. Since I found the auction in 2013, I can't say that bootlegs or customs didn't exist at that time, but based on my recollection,
Message
I don't
from
think anyone would bother making a custom that
BLRY.
looked identical to a super
Smash.
old and dated plush set,
Message
and
from
likewise no bootlegger would try and do so with
BLRY.
an obscure villager plush
This
and
glass
for
is so good, yum.
$130 at that. All things considered, I'm almost positive O'Hare was a limited prize and is the reason why he was never documented by Nintendo and why there are no saved pictures of him in the wild. I guess that means we have another incredibly rare item to add to the bevy of already unattainable items
Message
for most
from
people. And now that I've
To
come
Heart
to this
Kirby.
conclusion, I'll forever
Can I
regret
smash
the
you?
day I never dropped $130 on a prize item that hardly anyone has ever seen, and probably has no more than 10 in existence. Maybe one day we'll find some sort of Famitsu promo that mentions him, or even an in-hand picture from someone's collection, but until that day does come, the O'Hare plush will definitely remain a mystery. Kelly Toy is what I call an average American toy company. They've been creating original and licensed
I like my glass a
plushes
bit
since the
salty,
late
if you know
90s,
what I
and to this day
mean.
continue supplying their products to
I just
retail
put a
stores,
lot of
as
salt
well as
on it.
amusement
Message
parks.
from
In the past, we've seen
BLRY.
that way.
Catface with Rye smile index pointing at
Tastes
the
a bit
viewer.
bitter to me,
as well as
but
a Fire Mario whose origin we're still unsure of.
we put some
And because
spices
details
into
on
it,
were
it really
still
does the
unconfirmed,
trick.
I took to Kelly Toy's website from the way back.
Trash
when,
Neil.
and hoped to find some information
Welcome to the
possibly archived
stream.
on the site.
Message from
Came up empty-handed in
Trash
regards to the
Neil.
Fire Mario plush,
Quem
something I would
DXO
love to
o
get
canal
back to
Alberto.
and I immediately became intrigued with their mysterious lack of presence everywhere outside of this product catalog.
Work goes smoothly when you know the right
I can
steps.
understand that.
With Asana, you can coordinate tasks across teams and stay on track, so your team can spend more time celebrating wins. Try it for free at asana.com.
Cartoon Network merchandise has quite an odd history and release cycle, as what was once an abundant product line in the early 2000s dwindled down into limited-time web store exclusives that have fallen mostly into obscurity, if not some products being lost altogether, as I always find new things I never knew existed before. But exclusivity aside,
Message
Kelly
from
Toy have released quite a few different
Lukey
Cartoon Network
BOI.
plush lines in the past.
I will
including
translate
Powerpuff
it.
Girls, Foster's Home for
Message
Imaginary
from
Friends, The Grim
Lukey
Adventures of Billy
BOI.
Mandy, and Ben 10.
Give me a sec.
Despite all of these lines releasing
Message
in both retail
from
stores as well as amusement
Trash
parks,
Neil.
they're still decently rare
Junkyard
and pretty obscure.
PTBR. I am from Brazil. This is
Previously
from
mentioned plush
FNF
lines were not the
Fanzing.
only Cartoon Network ones Kelly Toy listed in their catalog. Two other popular Cartoon Network series, Chowder and the
Alright,
Marvelous
I
Mr.
understand.
Flapjack,
Yeah, I got a lot
both
of
had
viewers
plush
here
lines
from
created
Brazil,
for
so
them. The Chowder
yeah,
series
understandable.
features Chowder, Mongdal, Truffles, and Panini, and the Flapjack series features Flapjack, Captain Knuckles, and Bubby. All of these plushes appeared in an amusement catalog, meaning that they were intended to be released as carnival prizes and not sold in stores. Even after you consider the obscurity and rarity that carnival prizes can hold, you'd think that someone online would have had an in-hand picture of at least one character, especially after
Message
considering
from
multiple sizes of every character
Trash
listed
Neil.
for release. Well,
And
in
is
any
too
case,
much
no one has
banger.
pictures. In fact, there is no other documentation on these plushes outside of the one Kelly Toy catalog in which they appear. No listings in
Yeah, I
older
didn't
catalogs
understand
or
that
new
one, bud.
catalogs from Kelly Toy.
Message from
No in-hand pictures anywhere,
Lukey
not even a
BOI.
prototype or different angles of the
Translation.
plushes. With that said,
Who left
are
the
these
kennel
plushes
open?
just holy grails, or were they never actually released?
Who ate the
Well,
donut?
something I've been doing a lot more recently whenever there's a mystery to look into is contacting people from companies who worked on a particular line I have a question about to get the official word. So in this case, I tried to find Kelly Toy designers or product developers from around the time these plushes were listed in the catalog. And surprisingly, Kelly Toy employees are very secretive. The people I found either had no online presence or their information was unavailable to me. So that leaves us to speculate and conjure up our own ideas about what could have happened to these plushes. In my opinion, the most likely scenario requires us to look outside of the catalog and Kelly Toy as a company and into Cartoon Network.
Message
Chowder
from
and Flapjack ended their run on
Trash
Cartoon Network
Neil.
in 2010.
I am
The catalog in
animating
which
it.
these plushes appear is from 2010. So I'm going to assume by the time these plushes were developed and showcased as upcoming products, Cartoon Network decided that they weren't worth
Animating
trying
what?
to market for a series that was dead to them, and thus
Touch
resulting
it.
in their cancellation. Had they been planned and listed for an earlier release though, I'm sure they would have at least
Why
been
is it
test
all
marketed at
white?
carnivals only to start, and then brought over into the stores if sales were good enough.
You know, I
listed
don't
as
even
limited
wanna
carnival
know.
prizes to begin with kind of raises a red flag in itself and shows that Cartoon Network probably didn't have much faith in them being successes anyway.
Message from
Also, as much as I hate
Trash
to admit
Neil.
it, Chowder and Flapjack
The
were nowhere
Fansing.
near as popular as any of the other 4 series I mentioned prior, so maybe they were doomed from the beginning. On the opposite side of the spectrum, there's so much obscure and rare Cartoon Network merchandise out there that it really wouldn't surprise me if these were made in extremely limited quantities. And in combination
Message
with their low
from
series popularity at the
Lukey
time of
BOI.
release, it caused very few plushes to survive
WTH do you
nowadays.
mean?
What I'm saying is, Mung Doll could very well be the USA equivalent of the Japanese UFO Gamma plush, and we just haven't found him yet. I want to hold out hope that these did get released in some way, because then at least we'll know for sure there's a chance Cartoon Network fans could get their hands on them. But until then, it looks like the Chowder and Flapjack Kelly Toy plushes will remain a mystery. Kelly Toy. What a company Kelly Toy is. Before I really started learning about old companies and the products each one created, I always thought Kelly Toy was an average American toy company, a basic license holder that made cheap looking plushes that we only care about because Mario and Sonic were among those licenses. But the more and more I looked into Kelly Toy, more and more was uncovered. Last year, a mysterious Fire Mario plush surfaced from an eBay auction that we highly suspected was a Kelly Toy prototype. And earlier this year, an entire cancelled Cartoon Network plush series of Chowder and Flapjack characters were also discovered in catalog scans. And most recently, a new plush discovery has been made thanks to an image that popped up allegedly from 4chan. This image is of the Kelly Toy showroom at their Los Angeles headquarters and displays quite the bevy of unimaginable items that legitimately exist in physical form. Firstly, as an update to my Kelly Toy Cartoon Network plush video, we can clearly see all of the Chowder and Flapjack characters that were present in the catalog scans here, as well as Schnitzel, who did not appear in the catalog at all. He was probably a late addition to the set, and from the appearance of multiples for some of the characters, it reconfirms the idea that these plushes were definitely planned on being released at some point, and appear to have been very far along into production. I'd wager a guess that their cancellation was probably a last-minute decision by Cartoon Network in 2011, after the shows were completely done airing, and after the original images from the catalog were already printed. Now, while discovering the Mung Doll plush actually exists in physical form is hype enough, there's something in this picture that actually doesn't belong with the Cartoon Network plushes. In front of Bubby is a blue character from the Sonic the Hedgehog series, that character being Cheese the Chow. You can clearly see that this is indeed a Chow, but if you look close at the neck area, there is some visible red detail which almost looks like a bow tie. So this means that,
Actually,
allegedly,
no, I'm not gonna do
Kelly
that.
Toy had plans to create a Cheese the Chow plush for addition to their Sonic the Hedgehog line. This picture was most likely taken in 2011, and since Kelly Toy actually lost the Sonic license in 2013, Cheese existing makes sense. But this still raises many more questions than it answers, especially
Message
if everyone
from
who's familiar with the Kelly Toy
Heart
storyline.
Kirby.
Why didn't we get
Jason
Cheese?
Horries.
Well, as I said earlier, this is a Los Angeles showroom in an official Kelly Toy building.
Message
And another
from
important detail to note
Heart
is every
Kirby.
character having a tag that
The Among
belongs to
Buster
Sega.
incident.
This means that these
Message
plushes are
from
prototypes and were likely to either
BLRY.
be approved or denied by
Jason
the
Horry sounds fire.
Sega has always been strict when it comes to character diversity in their merchandise. So taking that into consideration, combined with the fact that Kelly Toy would be losing the Sonic license in just 2 years from the time of this picture, Sega probably decided that
I can
Cheese
see
was
her
not
having
worth
that
pursuing.
nickname, I guess.
Considering this is Cheese, I'd like to think that Kelly Toy had an idea to make a cheese purposely
What
for the
is
sake
this?
of pairing with cream, which is an excellent idea. This entire situation about a cheese plush existing, as well as Schnitzel who never appeared in the catalog, raises the overarching mystery involving Kelly Toy's plushes. What else did they have plans to make that we don't know about? Obviously, Cheese shouldn't be grouped in with the Cartoon Network characters, so what probably happened is either someone confused his blue color for Bubby or Mung Doll, or someone thought that Cheese the Chow was related to Cheese from
Message
Monster
from
since he's close by.
Heart Kirby.
Without this mistake, we
How
have
does she
no
kill
knowledge
people?
of this Cheese plush ever existing, because Cheese never
crushing them
appeared
with
in
their
any
thighs.
Kelly Toy print and was probably supposed to stay hidden
The way that
forever.
you would most expect someone
the
to
same thing
die.
can be said about the Metallic Sonic and Tails prototypes. Without those fluke eBay
Or
listings
some
from
other
years ago,
methods.
we'd have no knowledge of their existence. And as for the original Fire Mario mystery, if that actually is a prototype, I'd say there are probably a couple other prototypes in existence of other Nintendo characters or variants too, that we just haven't seen yet. The ambiguity of their whereabouts nowadays also makes the mind wander. How many other Metallic Sonic plushes or Cheese the Chow plushes could be out there? Why does Schnitzel have a handful of samples while Mungdahl only has one? Will we ever see these Cartoon Network plushes resurface?
Message from
Still in existence?
Heart
Perhaps
Kirby.
time is the best answer to
I'd
all
be
of these
contempt.
questions, and I, for one, am eager to see what the future of Kelly Toy's inner secrets hold. Once an average American toy company, now a base for lost potential of really cool merchandise. And until that
Message
merchandise
from
comes to light, it'll definitely
Heart
remain
Kirby.
a mystery.
If she strokes the pole until I
When
explode,
you think of
then I'm
stuffed
gonna
animals
have to
or
borrow
plush
her.
toys, you probably don't think there's too much mystery behind them, and in some cases, there really isn't. It takes a special set of circumstances for a plush or company to reach mystery status. I've covered a few on my channel already, like Takara Tomi's Mario RPG plushes and Kelly Toy's Chowder and Flapjack plushes. But there's something about the latter which is much more interesting to me. While old and unconfirmed to exist plushes are definitely something to wonder about, the known plushes whose stories are untold, or only a rumor, really get my attention when it comes to figuring out their origin. The most recent plush mystery we took a look at was the Kelly Toy Cheese plush, who appeared in a wall of prototypes from a leaked 2010 image of Kelly Toy's boardroom. And today, we're going to take a look at another Sonic plush that released. The question is though, is it an official plush or a bootleg? To set the stage here, the company we're going to be talking about in this video is Toy Network. They were kinda like Kelly
Message
Toy in a
from
way, as they produced
Heart
cheap-looking
Kirby.
Chronicle prizes and did
Twiddle
hold many
finger.
franchise licenses. Beginning with Sonic Adventure in the
Hey,
early
Nugget,
2000s,
want
the
to play
series
my
proved to be among their
ding-a-ling?
most popular, so production continued all the way into X territory many years later. However, I'm sure at one point or another you've seen some of their horrible looking plushes, constructed with inaccurate proportions and details, or accompanied by ridiculously
go.
odd seasonal attire. But something should strike you as odd here. Why and how was Toy Network able to make these horrible plushes? If there's something you should know about Sega, it's that they're really strict when it comes to character diversity and the image their characters perpetuate. So you're telling me that Sega was okay with a jailed Tails and an elf Sonic? I find this very hard to believe, and so does the website Sonic Gear. In a blog post they wrote up a few years back, they question whether or not
Message
these
from
plushes are official,
Heart Kirby.
theorizing that they actually
Twiddle
aren't real,
fingers sounds
and
silly,
bootleggers simply
but
got a
once
hold
they
of the
say
patterns to
Twitlitos
pump
then
out
you're
these
dying.
ridiculous-looking
Yep.
fakes for years.
True.
This theory makes a lot of sense, and it's something I believed. Until now. This is a picture of Amy in a bunny costume for Easter that you can find in the Calendar of Crud section on Sonic Gear. Now, there's nothing very important about the plush in itself, but take a look at the top of the image. There's some visible text that mostly gets cut off. It looks like it could say Bunny Amy and then something else I can't quite make out. Again though, it's not what the text says that's important, it's the fact that it's there to begin with. What I'm getting at is the possibility of this image being a professionally composed image from Toy Network that was used as an advertisement for this plush in one of their merchandise catalogs. If this is true, that would make this plush official, as well as every other
Message
horrible
from
seasonal plush. That's
Heart
pretty
Kirby.
big news.
I have a
only the
hatred
fact
for
that,
toe-related
yes,
shit,
Tails in a
so.
jail costume exists
Message
as an
from
official
True.
Sega item,
Lukey
but also
BOI.
the fact that Toy
Do
Network
you
was
guys
stupid
just
enough
want to
pitch
Roblox
these
or
ideas in the
something?
first place.
Message from
But just how are we going to
Heart
source where
Kirby.
this image came from?
Nah.
And prove whether or not Toy Network created it for a catalog? Well, there's almost no way we possibly can for sure, as Toy Network has evolved over the course of their many years of existence. Generally
Message
speaking,
from
they've always been a subsidiary
Lil
of a
Animates.
larger parent company.
Heart Kirby, do you want work on my show later? Message from Lukey BOI.
Toy Network doesn't really
ALR.
have a solid presence on this site, though is listed as a family brand. But I don't think this site would be of any use. There's one thing we definitely need to do to source the image, and that's find old catalogs.
Message from
After doing a little
Lukey
research, I
BOI.
discovered that Toy Network used to be
FNF
under a
guy,
larger
did you
company
get
called
Lethal
Manly
Company?
Toy Direct.
Message from Lil Animates.
One of these days I might have to ask them.
FNF guy, do you want to work on my show later? Message
yeah,
from
about that.
Heart Kirby.
I was thinking about what I said with the plankton voice thing, and I changed my mind.
Unfortunately, we've yet again hit
I don't
another
think
roadblock.
it's
Unlike
that good
websites
enough.
Like Kelly Toy, who posted all of their catalogs online.
Like it's,
apparently,
it's
Toy Network would
something.
only send you a catalog if you requested it via email, which means
But,
that if this picture is from a
yeah, I
Toy
changed
Network
my mind.
catalog, we're not going to find it on their site or probably anywhere online. I also scoured this entire site spanning many of the archived years to find a direct product listing for anything Sonic related, but I couldn't find anything. So while we can't get definitive proof one way or
Message
another
from
what the source of the picture is
Lil
or what it
Animates.
could mean for the rest of the season
Oh well,
before
I'll
it
voice
rushes,
Plankton
we
AI.
can make some conclusions about them. The way this picture was edited together is really basic and anyone could do it, so it's really possible that this was edited by a fan and we've just taken it out of context by assuming it goes into a catalog. Plus, as I said earlier, would Sega
Message
have really
from
approved of a jail
Heart Kirby.
plush or a green
Plankton
Sonic
AI should be voiced by AI LOL.
It's so out of context that even if Sega gave Toy Network total creative control, there's no way they would have let them continue with this idea for
That would
so many
actually
Message
make
from
a lot of sense.
Lukey BOI.
So I guess
I'll
there
let
is
my
a
dog voice
possibility
Plankton
this
AI.
Roy Amy was part of a single
Your
licensed
dog.
season of Snapchat, but that would be impossible to tell without
Yeah.
the full picture. So it seems as though we'll
I
never
kind of
know the
like
true
the
story behind
the
the
AI
seasonal
idea.
Sonic
I know
content,
AI
whether
is
or not
bad,
they're
but like
actually official.
if you're using
If
it for
someone
an
who worked
AI
at Toy
related
Network could come
character,
forward and give
like
us some
Plankton
info,
AI,
or if we could find
I
the
guess it
source
would
of the
only
image,
make sense.
Things might get a little clearer.
It would only
But
make
until
sense.
then, the
Message
history of
from
the Toy Network seasonal
Lukey
Sonic
BOI.
plushes will remain
Can
a
I join
mystery.
show?
It's been a while since I've covered a collectible mystery on the channel, but after another relentless search, I thought it was time to share my struggle with my viewers, because this mystery is a personal piece of lost media that's been bugging me for years. In my 12 years of being a
Message
Nintendo and
from
Sonic collector, I've
Lil
come across a
Animates.
bevy of various pictures
I'll
and
think about
information
it.
regarding prototypes
Message
or
from
unreleased products.
Lukey
Most
BOI.
of the time, though, these images circulate in
ALR.
the community and are well documented. But sometimes they don't, and it leaves you and you alone to hunt for something that most people probably haven't seen and have no idea exists. Our collectible mystery originates from the Metroid series, which did not receive a lot of merchandise in the mid to late 2000s, despite its popularity. Unfortunately for me, this is when my Metroid fandom was at its peak, as I started playing Prime in middle school and became obsessed with the series. I wanted to collect Metroid merchandise and scoured the internet for anything I could find. At the time, the Joyride Studios figure and the Toy Site bobblehead were really the only physical items you could buy. The Zero Mission DX figure existed, but was extremely rare, and First 4 Figures had just started releasing the first promotional pictures for their statues. And that was it. Disappointed, I wanted more, and that's when I stumbled upon the mystery. While I was hunting for all this Metroid stuff, as well as Mario and anything else I wanted back in the day, there were a handful of sites I used to frequent. One of my favorite sites was called NCSX.
Message from
It was an import shop that had
Lukey
lots of
BOI.
video-related toys, like
Chad,
the
I
Sonic
got this
UFO
big
sets
Peter
and
Griffin
Mario
coin
Super
and now
games.
there is a big yellow
The site still
circle at
exists
my
today,
house.
but
What
they
do
don't
I
import as
do?
many toys as they used to,
Message
and
from
almost all of their old products are out of
Lukey
stock.
BOI.
But back in the late 2000s,
On my house
this was
asterisk.
great. The year had to have been 2009 or 2010. I searched Metroid just to see what I'd find, and that's when I saw it. It was a pre-order page for an upcoming Samus Mini-Mate styled figure based on her appearance in Metroid Fusion. The image itself didn't display the actual product, but rather a 2D mock-up of the front and back of the figure placed over the Japanese box art of Metroid Fusion. Additionally, the listing had no information about a release or price, just that NCSX would update it depending on what the manufacturer would tell them. I thought it was really weird to see a Metroid Fusion figure coming out in the late 2000s when the game came out in 2002. I didn't hold my breath for its release, but I kept checking back occasionally to see if it ever went on sale. After a while, the page was updated again to state that the product had been cancelled by the manufacturer and it would not be releasing. Despite this, the product listing stayed up for years before it was taken down when I eventually thought to save the image. And to this day, I've never been able to find that image again. I've never even seen this figure mentioned elsewhere online.
Message
Even
from
back in the day, I never saw
Not
this image on
a
any other
cool
site
girl.
besides NCSX.
Send invite.
And this is where the mystery begins.
It's just gonna be Undertale stuff anyway.
Message
Are you
from
sure you want to join?
Lil Animates.
Now, I know what you're
Let's
thinking
do
at this point.
episode 1
Well, Super
script.
Sonic U, this is just a false memory, it doesn't exist. And while normally I'd agree with you, One of the reasons why this is so vivid in my mind is
Why
because of
did
how
people
invested I
ask,
was
does
in Metroid.
Papyrus
Message
have
from
When I
autism?
saw this for the
Heart
first time,
Kirby.
it was so unique looking and
Yes.
something I really wanted to add to my
Message
collection,
from
and it stuck with me.
Heart Kirby.
Additionally, I can't believe the case
Undertale.
for it being a custom
Alright.
Message from
because NCSX is an
Free
actual import
Kaibob.
shop that receives
Yeah.
products and information from
Message from
manufacturers. They aren't a small shop
Not
that made their own
a
listing
cool
or bought
girl.
their products secondhand.
Yesic
This
how
was
to
a
draw
big deal.
Undertale things.
As for the details
Message
of the figure
from
itself, I can't recall much
Lukey
about it
BOI.
actually. From what
I
can
just
remember, it looked
contacted a
very much
person
like a
who can
mini-make
voice
figure,
Plankton
but I had no
AI.
idea if it actually was a
Message
mini-make or some
from
kind of copycat brand.
Free
It
Kaibob.
was definitely of Japanese
Skull.
origin, and it was definitely from Fusion.
Message from
But even back then, I was confused why
Markiplier
Fusion
Markiplier
even
Markiplier.
existed so long after the game release.
https://magma.com/d/dbmxkdbs4h. Message from
Now, obviously, I wouldn't be making
Lukey
this video if I
BOI.
had found an image or at least
His
some
name
kind
is
of
Green
details about
Sour
it,
Patch
but
Kid
believe
who
me,
has
I've
no
tried.
friends.
I emailed NCSX
Message
directly
from
about it, but never got a response
Heart
back,
Kirby.
and I looked through their product
Papyrus
archives
is
looking for anything
actually
Metroid
smarter
listed,
and more
but I only found
self-controlled
the
than you
games and the
think.
first four figure statues.
Message from
I gave way back a
Free
shot, but the
Kaibob.
site is not backed up very
He
well,
don't act like
and I
it
came
though.
up empty-handed.
Message
At
from
this point in the search, I'm out of
Lil
leads in
Animates.
places where I thought the image may have
Heart
been
Kirby.
online.
Not a
There were some
cool
Metroid
girl.
collectors in the video game
BRLY.
releasing back in the day when I
FNF
first
guy.
saw this, so
Lex.
there's a chance someone out
Cat.
there may have saved the image.
Let's do
At
this.
any rate, if it ever shows up,
Message
it'll be
from
interesting to reverse image search
Lukey
it and see if
BOI.
it actually appeared on any other
Can I do
websites,
it too?
as well as being able to see exactly who made it, when, and really what it was supposed to be. But until that image
Message
resurfaces,
from
the Metroid Fusion Mini-Mate
Heart
figure
Kirby.
will remain a mystery.
I never agreed.
When it comes to plush toys or collectibles, you fall into one of two
Message
camps
from
in regards to how these items
Free
should be
Kaibob.
viewed when it comes to lost
Loudly
media.
crying face folded hands
Most
light
people
skin
don't view
tone.
toys as lost media, and while they don't exactly fit the dictionary definition of media, I think their history and the collecting scene surrounding them can allow enough wiggle room for certain pieces to be considered lost media worthy. For example, it's been debated for over 50
Message
years
from
whether or not a Super
Lil
Mario
Animates.
RPG plush of Geno exists.
So how does
as
the
no visual
start
evidence has
begins?
ever been found. And while you may think there's no way he can exist,
Message
consider
from
the RPG Mallow plush
Lil
being seen
Animates.
only twice in 16
I'll
years,
use note.
meaning that Geno could just
Message
be a pile
from
rarity. It's
Free
discussions like
Kaibob.
this one that make me believe
Angry
some
Bird
collectibles
Eyebrows.
should count as lost media, especially the ones like Geno that are so history
Message
changing to the
from
video game collecting scene.
Lukey BOI.
In light of that, I've covered many
Okay,
different
I'll
plush
take that
mysteries
as
on my
no.
channel before, and not too long ago, another plush mystery reared its head and garnered quite a bit of attention, which is something uncommon for old Nintendo collectibles. So I thought I'd take a look at this story and figure out what's going on. Our plush story today begins with a small, relatively unknown company called E-Tone. I'm sure most people haven't heard of E-Tone, and that's because they're not really known for much and have very little documentation. The company is as old as the 1970s, though
Have an
primarily
idea.
existed in the 1980s, releasing both generic and licensed
Message from
plushes. Perhaps their
Lil
most famous
Animates.
plush is the
Okay,
1982
Lukey.
Donkey Kong from the
You in the
original arcade
object
game.
show.
This plush released in 3 different sizes and are all pretty easy to find despite varying price ranges. There's not too much mystery or intrigue
Message
behind
from
them, but it's something that
Lukey
isn't easy to
BOI.
find, that didn't release
Ty.
in 1982 and isn't that well known about, surfaced on Reddit with an alleged connection to E-Tone, and oh boy, it's quite intriguing. Back in February of 2016, a post on Reddit was made titled 1978, Before Jumpman, Before Mario. What is this thing? It showcases a few different pictures of a mysterious plush. Upon first glance, it shares a striking resemblance to Mario's original
Message
design,
from
Jumpman,
Lil
in addition to
Animates.
sporting an E-Tone tush
Okay,
tag.
so what
So
object
simply
show
put,
are you going
this
to
looks
be?
like a Jumpman plush from E-Tone, which was likely made to be paired with their Donkey Kong plush, both based off of the arcade game. However, things aren't as simple as that. First of all, as the title of the thread states, this Jumpman's tush tag is dated
Message from
1978, which predates
Lil
the release
Animates.
of Donkey Kong Arcade
I
by
mean
3
object.
years. And
Message
secondly,
from
this plush has never
Lukey
ever been seen or
BOI.
documented before.
Visla
So these are the
image, I
first
guess.
images we're ever seeing of it. So what explanation could there be for a Jumpman plush to exist before its game of origin, and why have we never seen it before now? Could this be a custom? A generic man character who just happens to
Message
look like
from
Jumpman? A time traveling
Lukey
plush?
BOI.
Well, there is a
Oh.
pretty clear-cut answer that
Message
leads us
from
to our result.
Lukey
In the most likely
BOI.
of scenarios, there are
Oh.
many signs that point towards it being a prototype, especially if we look at past evidence, the first of which is where it was found. The owner of this plush has a friend on Twitter who confirmed it was found at a thrift store, and this kind of scenario has actually happened before. In 2010, someone visiting a thrift store in California
Message from
found a prototype Zelda
Lil
that was
Animates.
once on display at Toy
A
Fair
dog.
2000. So I can believe
Message
something
from
like that happening again.
Lukey
Now,
BOI.
if we turn our attention to the tag,
Fortnite
we'll
assault
see that
rifle.
here, which predates Donkey Kong
Message
Arcade's
from
existence. The
Lukey
explanation
BOI.
for this is that it's likely just a
LMAO.
placeholder tag from something
Message
else
from
that E-Tone grabbed
Lukey
and used for the
BOI.
sake of the prototype.
I don't
On
know
top of the fact that
TBH.
E-Tone existed in the 70s
Message from
and would have had tags dated
Lukey BOI.
1978, a similar
You
case of
pick.
misleading tag dates can
Message
be seen
from
with Kelly Toys Nintendo plushies.
BLRY.
Their first wave contained
It's
Mario,
Jover.
Donkey Kong, and Wario, which released in
Wait,
2001.
Lil Animates,
Though a couple
didn't
years
you
later, Luigi was added
make
to
the
set.
object for
Now,
Luke
despite
like a
Luigi releasing
monkey or
years apart from
something?
The other three, he still sports a tag that says 2001, and this proves that tag dates
I'm not sure if I
aren't always
remember
accurate
this
to
or
a
not, but
specific
I'm
item.
pretty sure that you already made
Also,
one
consider that
from.
we've never seen an E-Tone Donkey Kong prototype.
I don't know if
tag,
it's for
so
like
we're
the same
comparing the
thing,
dates on a
but
released plush
yeah.
to an unreleased plush, which isn't
Message
too fair.
from
Based
Lil
on all that,
Animates.
the creation of the Jumpman
No.
plush probably went
Ah,
like
never
this.
mind.
The Donkey Kong arcade game released in 1981, so E-Tone must have obtained the license shortly after and produced the prototypes of Jumpman and DK. Before their mass production and release, Nintendo probably shut down the Jumpman while approving of the DK, who then went on to release the following year, 1982, since video game merchandise has had a history of releasing 1 year after the actual
Message
game.
from
This resulted
Lukey
in Jumpman never
BOI.
releasing and fading
He'll
into
be a
obscurity
coconut.
until that Reddit post.
Message
And in
from
this scenario, it means
Lukey
this canceled
BOI.
1981 Jumpman
LOL.
plush is the first official Mario
Message
plush to
from
ever exist.
Lil
Touching
Animates.
back on the Lost Media side of the world, prototype plushes just randomly appeared on eBay, and then when we thought there couldn't be any more, Kelly Toy surprised all of us with the existence of a Cheese the Chow plush, of which the only picture that exists originates from a leaked shot of their internal prototype wall from a 2010 post on 4chan. The world of collectibles is very rich.
Message
and deep,
from
and I only think this E-Tone
Heart
Jumpman
Kirby.
plush is another layer
That
added
was
to the never-ending
unnecessary.
mystery of canceled toys. I did make an effort to contact anyone from E-Tone
Message
who may have
from
had any kind of exposure to
Lil
this plush
Animates.
or working with Nintendo
Yeah.
on a license. but
Message
just as nothing
from
on the company itself seems to exist online,
BLRY.
previous employees or
Put
contacts
bleach on
also
him.
don't exist. So while I
Message
think we have a
from
pretty good grasp on its
BLRY.
origins, we may never get a concrete
Cat face
answer
with
regarding
rice
it,
smile.
and that means its true origin and history will remain a mystery.
Another topic I covered earlier on in my Lost Media video series was that of the 24-karat gold Game Boy Advance SP. This was
It's
a
based off of
Message
that one
from
Fortnite meme.
Lil Animates.
which was done in a
PLS
Willy Wonka
don't.
style by hiding
Message from
tickets inside
BLRY.
GBA bundles.
Bleach is
If
deadly.
you bought one of these bundles
Message
and found a
from
ticket inside,
Lil
you could
Animates.
claim a 24-karat gold
Okay, I'll be
GBA.
freaky.
I first heard about this mystery from a Random Tens video and discovered that at the time there was hardly any information online about
Message
the
from
contest or prizes at all.
BLRY.
The most I could find
Freaky Animates face with raised eyebrow, face with raised eyebrow.
Freaky Anime.
Message from
For a really long
Lukey
time, we
BOI.
weren't even able to see the
Screw it,
content
I'll
in
just
hand,
be a pizza
and I had
slice.
my own questions about it.
Message
Like
from
how much of it was actually
Lukey
gold,
BOI.
and if it came in any
IDC
special promotional products.
TBH.
Some
Message
questioned whether
from
or not the contest
Lil
was real at
Animates.
all, and just a big PR
Off.
stunt without any prizes.
I'm coming.
Well,
Oh,
over the
This is
years,
why I'm
I'm busting off.
more and more content involved
Message
in this
from
promotion resurfaced.
Heart Kirby.
And finally,
BLRY
gained
want to
some
see my
real
snake
insight
part
about
2.
handhelds themselves. In 2019, a
The wanna see my
named
Pete B
Simon
Fortnite
Watts,
meme.
who assisted
Message
in the
from
production of these,
BLRY.
stated that the contest was
Bet.
real and
Message
confirmed
from
that two of
My
the most
favorite
famous
Lukey
images of
BOI.
these passed around
Either pizza
were
slice or
legitimate.
monkey.
Also,
Message
some
from
handhelds were created
BLRY.
using a process called
I love
electroplating.
snakes.
So they were
Message
the same
from
as a retail GBA,
BLRY.
but on solid gold.
Cat
And
face with
also,
rice
they
smile,
became
index
the
pointing
official
at the
packaging.
viewer, index
This
pointing
can
at
make
the
it pretty
viewer.
difficult to tell apart
Message
legit
from
units from fake ones,
Heart Kirby.
which is an issue I
Wait,
had back when I was
don't
trying
cats
to keep
hate
a rough
snakes?
list of how many we had
Message
found.
from
This first
Lukey
picture was
BOI.
from an eBay UK auction, which never mentioned the
I'll
contest
just
at
think
all.
about it.
And the second picture was
Message
from a
from
Spanish forum, where the guy
Heart
claimed
Kirby.
he had found it at a thrift store.
Besides, it's a
Since
different
we
kind
now
cat
know
face with
both of
rice
these are
smile.
legit, it's really something to think about, all the places where these ended up or where the remaining ones could be today. There was some speculation that kids had won these and they all got destroyed.
Message from
so it's good to know there
Lil
are a couple
Animates.
still in existence.
Don't cats hates cucumber.
If you've been watching my channel for a really long time, then I'm sure you remember the mystery of the Mario RPG Mallow and Geno plush. This was a video I did several years ago, though the mystery surrounding these plushes dates all the way back to the early 2000s. In the mid-1990s, Japanese plush manufacturer Takara
Message
released a
from
set of Mario RPG
Heart
plushes
Kirby.
to promote the game.
Cats mistaken
The majority of
cucumbers
the
for
characters
snakes.
that were released have been
Message
widely
from
documented and known about,
Lukey BOI.
but there were a couple
Whoa,
that seemed to
whoa,
elude
whoa, whoa.
fans.
EY.
From 2000
Message
until
from
2016,
BLRY.
Mallow had only appeared on Japanese
Kayla, you're
auction
grounded,
sites
grounded,
twice,
grounded, grounded for
whereas Geno plush had never been released.
998389729993847593999900993872899999009939872899999 years go to your room now.
And when it comes
Message
to
from
Geno, we had never seen
Heart
Geno
Kirby.
plush before, so his
BLRY,
entire
you're getting
existence was
grounded.
speculation.
Message
Theory
from
being, if Mallow and
BLRY.
Boshi exist, would it be possible
Pouting
for
cat
Geno to have
face.
a plush so rare
Message
that no
from
one has ever seen it before?
Heart Kirby.
Well, last year,
No more
we got
acid.
our answer to this
Message
decade-old
from
mystery. All the plush
BLRY.
sets that were released in the
Pouting cat face,
1990s
thumbs down,
were
crying
often
cat face,
advertised in
index pointing at the viewer.
a complete list of every
Message
plush
from
available in the set.
Lil
We
Animates.
theorized that if a
Off.
Mario RPG set sheet existed, it
Message
would prove
from
or disprove the legitimacy
BLRY.
of Mallow and Geno.
I'm drinking my
It's just
acid.
that no one had ever
Message
seen a set
from
sheet for the Mario RPG
Lukey
plush
BOI.
before. This
Kirby, how
was
long
until
would I survive
a
in your
Japanese Mario
bedroom?
collector posted a picture
Message
from an
from
old kids magazine
BLRY.
which had a couple pages
It's so
with
yummy.
dozens of different plushes.
Message from
And right there in the first
Heart
and
Kirby.
only official
No more
documentation
acid for
of
you.
the Mario
There's
RPG
no more.
plushes, Mallow can
Message
be
from
spotted next to Mario
Lil
on the
Animates.
right-hand side.
Off.
Geno doesn't appear at all, which proves once
Off.
and for all, the Mallow plushes that have popped up
Daddy,
over the
I'm
years
cumin
are
off.
official, and Geno does not
Ahoy.
exist as a plush
I'm
from
getting
this set.
freaky.
Well, I'm
Message
content with
from
the conclusion of this
Heart
mystery.
Kirby.
Some discussion
You'd survive
remains about the plushes, such as whether or not Mallow is actually Mallow
0.1
and if
seconds.
a Geno plush does exist,
Message from
but he was a secret character
Lukey
or
BOI.
prize.
9
I'm
elevator.
not sure if we'll ever get answers to
Message
either of
from
those without talking to
BLRY.
someone directly.
Lil
But for
Animates
now,
is
the
a
main
freak and a
mystery
tweak.
of the Mario RPG plush set
Message
will
from
finally be solved.
Lukey BOI. You thought I was going to say
Company
it.
Kelly Toy is full of
Message
mysteries,
from
many of which we've yet to get answers
Heart
for.
Kirby.
There's the entire
Which
line
is
of
pretty
Ken Fu Chow
surprising
flat type
considering
plushes
Mommy
that
Skull
Ken Fu released in
survived.
a catalog.
Message
Cancel
from
Cheese, the Chow prototype, we had no
BLRY.
idea existed outside
No.
of this single photo.
No more
And a
acids.
classic, the undocumented
Message
Fire Mario
from
plush that looks so
Heart
identical to
Kirby.
Kelly Toy, we're not
What?
sure if it's actually them or
Message
a bootleg.
from
Whichever way you look at it,
BLRY.
Kelly Toy has a lot of canceled
This
and
is a
secret
sad day
products
for
that seem to
America.
naturally surface over time.
Message
And in
from
today's story, this is
Heart
exactly
Kirby.
the case. Today we're
Sorry
going
I
to take a
drank
look
it
at a
all.
handful of Kelly Toy plushes
Message
that have
from
eluded all trace of existence for nearly
BLRY.
20 years. And
Pouting
had it not
face,
been for some
pouting
quick
face.
thinking and a little luck,
Message
we still have
from
no idea of these plushes'
Lil
existence.
Animates.
Our
Sorry
story begins
guys.
at a place called Tower,
I wanted to
a
get
website
freaky.
that frequently gets products from
Message
Chinese
from
factories where mass production of toys takes
BLRY.
place. One
Pouting
seller in
cat face,
particular was
index
able to
pointing at
obtain
the
literal
viewer,
boxes
pistol
full
cat
of
face
Kelly
with
Toy
rice
sample
smile, thumbs up.
prototypes straight from the factory
Message
Kelly
from
Toy used for the entirety
Heart
of their
Kirby.
existence.
No.
Among
Message
the first
from
wave of Kelly Toy products listed was
BLRY.
Werehog Sonic from
This
the game
is too
Sonic
heartbreaking.
Unleashed, which we had absolutely
Message
no
from
idea existed prior to this
BLRY.
listing. Fortunately, Pat
Crying
was able
cat
to
face.
obtain it and made a video showcasing
Message
the plush
from
and discussing its history.
Lukey
But
BOI.
what about on the Mario side?
Mishi
What
Animates
was the
Jackson.
holy grail that would change our knowledge of
Message
Kelly Toy's Mario
from
line?
Heart
Weeks
Kirby.
passed and we saw a handful
I
of
can
sample
throw up
plushes,
acid.
but these were pretty much retail
Message
ready,
from
so there was nothing exceedingly
Heart
historical
Kirby.
about them until
I'm
one of
sorry
the most bizarre
BLRY.
encounters I have ever
Message
made in
from
my 10 years of being a collector.
BLRY.
Another listing
Good.
went up from that Kelly Toy
Message
seller
from
in the same kind of
BLRY.
character format.
Cat face with
Except the
rice smile,
choices in
cat
this
face with
box
rice
were left to
smile.
be speechless.
Message
To
from
the right of the box lay 5
BLRY.
characters, Mario,
Makes me happier.
Luigi, Donkey Kong,
Message from
and 2 Yoshis.
Heart Kirby.
Now at first
Just
glance,
kidding.
I wasn't sure what to make of these. 4 out of the 5 plushes didn't look like Kelly
Message
Toy at all.
from
and an older listing
Heart
containing
Kirby.
DNA DK.
Acid
clearly
is
not
being
from
held in
Kelly
my
Toy.
stomach.
So I thought maybe these 4 were from something unrelated and just ended up in a box of Kelly Toy stuff. If there's one thing for sure though, this Yoshi doesn't look much like the other 4 plushes
Message
at all,
from
and it resembles the style
Not
of Kelly Toy's
a
final
cool
plushes
girl.
much more. So
My
with that
drawings here
research,
are so
I can
random.
say that yes, it's very
Message
likely that
from
this plush was an
Heart
actual
Kirby.
scrapped Kelly Toy Yoshi that
Also,
existed at one
me
point in
throwing
time
up
and never
acid
got
makes
past
you
the
happier
approval
face
phase.
with raised eyebrow.
But that doesn't explain the other 4 plushes. What are they? At this point, I'm thinking they're samples from
Message
another company
from
that Kelly Toy used as
Lukey
reference.
BOI.
Fortunately, they also
Kirby
kept
and
tagging
BLRY, you are
information on
both
them,
grounded
so
from
all it would
going
take is
into
one word to see what the
Meowskull's
tag says.
bedroom for 273-8366 seconds.
And strangely,
Sad
there were 2 of
face.
them in stock. I ordered both, thinking I'd just get 2 samples of the same plush. Nevertheless, I was still excited to dive deeper into this mystery, but when I got my package, my jaw hit the floor. What was inside my package was not the Donkey Kong pictured in the listing. In fact, neither of them were. They were 2 completely different looking Donkey Kong plushes. The first one,
Message
which looks
from
nothing like Kelly Toy's final
Heart
plush,
Kirby.
depicts Donkey Kong in a more
LOL.
classic pose
I
with
actually
darker
went to
brown
both
fur and more
BLRY and
vibrant color this
Meowskull's
time.
bedroom.
The second plush looks almost identical to Kelly Toy's final DK plush in terms of design, but is lacking the shiny metallic fur and has a more faded logo on his tie. But both plushes are really small and lack a tush tag, which
Message
looks like it
from
was cut at one point in time.
Lukey
This
BOI.
is really unfortunate because
No.
I'm sure there was probably some kind of information on it pointing us in some kind of direction about what these could be. So that leaves us to come to our own conclusion about how these fit into the Kelly Toy timeline and how that relates to the rest of the plushes from the listing. As I pointed out earlier, the second plush looks a lot like the final DK plush, and since its origins are sourced to a Kelly Toy factory in China, means that this miniature, more basic version of Kelly Toy's Donkey Kong is essentially the master prototype that was originally created in the process of designing the Kelly Toy DK plush. But what about the other DK?
Message
That one doesn't
from
look like Kelly Toy at all, along
Heart
with the other 4
Kirby.
Nintendo plushes from that
It
listing.
was so romantic, smiling cat
Likely
face with heart
scenarios,
eyes,
all of
smiling
these
cat
plushes
face
are
with heart
probably
eyes.
prototypes that predate
Message
the master
from
prototypes of the more final
Lukey
DK
BOI.
plushes. There's some
Kirby,
solid
we are
evidence to support
kidnapping you
this
and
theory,
forcing you to
because on what we know
Lankai for
sure,
10
there are
years.
2 different Yoshi plushes and 2 different DK plushes.
Message from
For the record, while the DK
Heart
from the
Kirby.
listing does look a little bit different
What?
than mine, I think it's just
Message
another attempt
from
at making the same kind of plush.
Heart Kirby.
So in light of that,
But
we have 2 sets of
BLRY did it
plushes,
too.
one set looking very character authentic and of decent quality, and the other set looking much more off-model and much cheaper in quality. Additionally, in this second set, we have what's known as a Kelly Toy DK plush, and they were all in the same box from Kelly Toy's Chinese factory. So putting all of this evidence together brings us to a conclusion that the original 4 plushes in
Message
this box
from
were the earliest Kelly Toy
Lukey
prototypes that
BOI.
were ever made for the line.
Too bad
and my second
LMAO.
Yoshi, along with my second DK, were later revisions and eventually resulted in release.
Message
Well, Yoshi
from
didn't, but that
Lukey
leads us to our
BOI.
unanswered questions.
Free Meowskull's
Unfortunately,
pillow
as far
here.
as we've come, there are still a lot of questions I don't have answers to. At the most
Message
basic level,
from
I have no idea why I
BLRY.
was sent the DKs that I was when they
Pouting
weren't even
face,
present
pouting
in the
face.
listing, and furthermore, that raises the question about whether or not that listing secretly contained
Message
the third
from
Yoshi or second and third
Heart
variations
Kirby.
of Mario and Luigi.
I'll pay 99999999999999999999999 dollars.
Prototypes created. It's also really interesting to know
Message
that Wario
from
isn't here at all.
Lukey BOI.
Ultimately replaced Yoshi.
Too bad.
Sometimes
Message
it's
from
impossible to guess with Kelly Toy.
Lukey BOI.
We'll never know what my DK's
Now.
tush tag said.
Message
and I doubt
from
we'll ever see any of these other
Heart
plushes
Kirby.
resurface again, however many may
MBBLRY.
exist. Though I've
We
tried
got to
many
stick
times in the
together.
past to find someone associated with licensed product design at the company, but all attempts have ended up in dead ends. Maybe someday we'll actually get all the answers we want. but
Message
until
from
then, Kelly Toy's Nintendo
Heart
prototype
Kirby.
plushes will remain
Bro
a
chill.
mystery.
Message from
The
Lukey
video game
BOI.
product market and the
It'll
video
make
game
you make
collectible
out with
market
Plankton
seem to
underscore
have
AI in
considerable
FNF
overlapping
guy's
items.
bedroom.
Rare trophy
Message
pieces of
from
hardware and software that
Heart
were made
Kirby.
in extremely limited
What
quantities,
show Jacob?
released only as promotional
Message
material,
from
or in some cases,
Free
never ended
Kaibob.
up releasing at all.
Papyrus got long eyebrows, loudly crying face, folded hands, light skin tone.
Wishing to own them in their own collection.
Message from
But just when I thought
Free
it was
Kaibob.
yet another
What?
elusive piece of video game
Give him those
history appears
big ol'
with an
eyebrows.
interesting backstory surrounding its origin. And in a surprising twist,
Oh yeah,
the
they
ability
didn't.
to
He doesn't
actually
have
own
that
this
much.
item today.
His eyebrows aren't
This
that
topic
long.
takes
Hold
us
on.
to the Mega Man
Gotta fix
franchise
this.
from the late 80s and early 90s, a time when the original Mega Man games were releasing on
Let me
Famicom in Japan and NES in America. It flourished and remains as one of the staples in video game
There we
history
go.
for its memorable characters, levels, and power-ups. But would you be surprised to hear that a large portion of the Mega Man universe, the Robot Masters, weren't actually designed entirely by Capcom? The company
Message
decided
from
to do something really cool.
Heart Kirby.
They had what's known
Lukey
as
is
boss
spending the
character
rest of his day with Plankton
These
AI.
were a series of contests held for a large majority of the original games, where fans could submit new Robot Master designs to Capcom. who would
Message
then
from
choose the winning designs to
Lil
be featured
Animates.
as the main bosses in the games.
So what can be the script
While the
for
winning designs
episode
were
1?
altered a bit by Capcom,
Message
the
from
artists still received credit
Free
and
Kai Bob.
bragging rights, as
I
well as
feel
some
bad
prizes.
loudly crying face folded hands light skin
There
tone.
was one prize in particular
Message
that
from
has developed a legendary
BLRY. First episode Freaky Animates
Here
should
is
be
the
trying to
Rockman
kill each
4
other.
gold card. While there's nothing special or different about the actual game contained within, the cartridge
Message
as a
from
whole is a highly elusive
BLRY.
item.
I know I'm a good writer slash J catface with rice smile catface with rice smile catface with rice smile catface with rice smile smiling face with sunglasses smiling face with sunglasses. Message from
language barriers
Lukey BOI. It's fine, I'll send that witch AHH garden gnome to the bottom of the food chain.
Oh, damn,
Message
we
from
reached the 1.30
Heart
already.
Kirby. Then I get freaky with BLRY. Message from
He actually did it.
Free Kai Bob. Movie director's script. Message from BLRY.
I should probably
Crying
read
cat
it.
face.
CX, the host of the
Message
show,
from
was intrigued by the rock
BLRY.
and did a small showcase
That's
of the
happening.
item.
Message from Free Kai Bob.
An original winner of the
What?
design contest,
Message
Yoshitaka
from
Miyamoto, who designed
Lil
Rayman,
Animates.
resurfaced and
B.
was
We
attended
need
by
introduce
fans at
characters.
Atomic Fire. In the
Message
interview,
from
they asked him about his
Heart
card,
Kirby.
to which Inamoto stated
BLRY.
that he
I
actually
saw
the
that.
Super Potato story on the
Message
news
from
and was shocked to hear that Super
BLRY.
Potato had priced the game
Introduce
out.
them in the
But
best
despite
ways.
the high value, he
Message
treasured his
from
copy and had no plans to sell it.
BLRY.
At this time,
Saw what
the
cat
price
face
Super
with
Potato
rice
had
smile
put on
cat
the
face
cart
with rice
was
smile.
590,000
Message
yen,
from
which is about 6,000
Free
US
Kai
dollars.
Bob.
And apparently,
Ayo.
that had sat in the shop
Message
for
from
years with no buyer.
Heart Kirby. Even the AI said
We know
it.
that Super Potato and
Message from
Yoshitaka Inamoto each had a
Free
card,
Kai Bob.
but the fact that Super
Loudly
Potato
crying
hadn't won at
face
all
folded
means
hands
that one of
light
the
skin
original
tone.
winners no longer does.
Message from
There actually is a list available
BLRY.
online of all the contest winners.
The AI is
So
on
if we
cocaine.
fast forward a bit to 2012,
Message from
we can get word from fans at
BLRY.
Rockman Corner that
Cat
Ringman
face with
creator
rice smile.
Hiromi Uchida
Message
still owns
from
her cart as well,
Free
as seen
Kai
from this
Bob.
random webpage she wrote
Cap.
about the prize items.
Message
And that accounts
from
for 3 of the 8 known
Heart
cards.
Kirby.
But going back to Super
No.
Potato within the same
Message
2012
from
year, the cart then
Heart
had
Kirby.
actually moved to a newly
I
opened
saw it.
location in Osaka.
Message
The
from
price of that cart jumped up as
Heart
well
Kirby.
to 628,000
With my eyes.
yen, or $8,000,
Message from
a near $2,000
Free Kai Bob.
increase. Then a
I
couple
saw
years
that
later in
shit.
2014,
Message
Yoshitaka
from
Inamoto reappeared with his cart on a
BLRY.
Japanese appraisal
Weary
show.
cat face.
He actually took a guess at
Message
the value
from
of the cart and believed it was
Heart
worth
Kirby.
78,000 yen.
My
or
big
about
ol' eyes saw
$760.
everything.
He ended
Message
up getting
from
appraised for 400,000
Heart Kirby.
yen, which is about
If you wanted me to get freaky with you, why didn't you
Since
say
this
so
show's
cat face
airing,
with
there
rice
haven't been
smile?
any reports of him having
Message
sold his
from
card. So honestly,
Lukey
that's
BOI.
all the concrete details
I
we have
am a
surrounding
hop
the
off.
history of this item in the
Message
public
from
eye.
Lukey BOI.
Without Super Potato
Bye.
and Inamoto, we really
Message
wouldn't have any
from
kind of context regarding
Free Kai
it,
Bob.
and most of the information we
Loudly
even have
crying
about it
face
comes
clapping
from Mega
hands
Man
light
fan
skin
sites.
tone clapping hands
There
light
hasn't
skin
been any
tone
word that
clapping
Super
hands
Potato
light
sold
skin
their
tone.
copy, though I would have to guess they
Message
probably
from
haven't yet if they
Heart
raised
Kirby.
the price after having no buyers
See you.
years ago. And Inamoto seems like the kind of guy that has no interest in selling his either, as he never did, and the prices have been so varied. Otherwise, I tried looking for some of the other contest winners from the list, but I couldn't find
Message
contact info
from
for most of the remaining
Heart
people.
Kirby.
There was one winner
That's
though
the
that
sound
caught
me
my
and
attention.
BLRY made
Yusuke
last night.
Murata, who illustrated
Message
the
from
manga Aisha 21 and
Free
One
Kai
Punch
Bob.
Man. I've read
What?
rumors that he still has his
Message
card.
from
I was interested in
Heart
finding out
Kirby.
for sure though, so I sent him a
Face with
tweet
raised
with the best
eyebrow.
translated Japanese
Message
that I put
from
together, and turns out,
Free Kai Bob.
yes, we can
I
confirm
saw
he
that
does
bro
still own
loudly
his
crying
card.
face
So
folded
that's
hands
another one we
light
can
skin
add to the
tone.
list, meaning there are only 4 undocumented cards left.
Message
Be
from
wary. There have
Heart
been a
Kirby.
plethora of fake cards that
Saw
have
what
shown up
cat
on
face with
Yahoo
rice
auctions
smile.
Japan and eBay over the
Message
years.
from
I read rumors
Lil
that
Animates.
I'm gonna get rid of that one at the
I wrote
bottom.
numbered on the inside of the
Heart
shell,
Kirby.
which
Hey
Super Potato
BLRY.
apparently demonstrated in a video
BLRY.
once, but but I can't
Oh
find
hey
that
Tark.
video and can't verify that
Tark
claim.
Kirby,
Most
wanna
of the fake cards are
kiss.brly,
easily identified
sure,
as fake,
in a
so I don't think
romantic
there's
way.
too much to worry about with getting
Message from,
But at the end of the day,
Heart
if you
Kirby.
find yourself at Super Potato and
Romantical.
they still have the cart, then make
Message
sure you have
from
at least $6,000.
BLRY.
In time,
In a
more
romantic
may
way.
end up surfacing,
Message
but this
from
is an item that will only increase the value
BLRY.
and desirability.
Goes
It's
Cray.
pretty cool
They're
that
gonna
so
hang
many
up
of the
that
Message
computer
from
call.
owners held onto them,
Heart
and
Kirby.
hopefully the undocumented
I said
cards
nothing
are
at
safe
all.
with their respective owners too.
Message from
So for now, the whereabouts of
Free
the
Kaibob.
Mega Man 4 cards
You said
will
that's
remain
what
a
sound
mystery
was in the
while their
bedroom with
legacy grows into
BLRY
mythic
loudly
status.
crying face folded hands light skin tone.
Here on the channel, we
Message
talk a lot
from
about traditional Lost
Heart
Media
Kirby.
before, and how that relates to
Free
video games
Kaibob
and
is crazy.
cartoons, but also some
Message
lesser known
from
topics like plush toys
Lil
and even
Animates.
just general oddities.
Kissing in a
However, something that
SUS
I've
way.
never talked about before, and I'm
Message
sure all
from
of you out there have worn at one
Heart
point
Kirby.
or another, and that's
I said no such
video
thing.
game t-shirts.
Message from
Now I know what you might be
Free
thinking to
Kaibob.
yourself. El Supersonic
Nah,
here.
I saw
There's
it.
nothing interesting about video
Message
game
from
t-shirts. I can go down to
Free
Target or
Kaibob.
GameStop and choose from a
Yeah,
bunch of
face
different
with
designs.
hand over mouth.
Well, yes, that's true, you can.
Message
Have
from
you ever thought about
Heart
the video
Kirby.
game t-shirts that you can't
I don't
get
know
anymore,
what you're
or the
saying.
ones that seem to vanish
Message
over the years,
from
or just have cool artwork on
Free
them?
Kaibob.
Let me open with a story.
Don't lie, bro.
A few years ago,
Message
I finally
from
bought No More Heroes on
Heart
Wii
Kirby.
after years of wanting to play.
Meow
it.
meow meow meow.
One of them. You can customize Travis with different pants, jackets, and most importantly, t-shirts. On the surface, there's nothing too interesting about this, other than the designs looking really cool. However, there's one shirt that caught my attention, which makes reference to the fact that it exists as a real-world item. I was confused. Was this some kind of joke to make the game seem more real? The wording seems way too specific to simply be made up though, so I took to the Wayback Machine in an effort to see if these No More Heroes shirts actually existed in real life. Much to my surprise, I found an old
Message
website
from
Grasshopper manufacturer,
Heart Kirby.
still accessible with listings
BLRY
that
help
depict
me
the
out.
exact same
I
shirts
ain't
in
say
the
nothing.
game. Unfortunately,
Message
since
from
this isn't an active site,
Free
you can't
Kaibob.
buy them from here.
Meow.
hours on a plethora of Japanese websites and thrift store websites, hoping to find one of these shirts in the game. And when I
Message
did
from
find a Grasshopper manufacturer
Free
logo
Kaibob.
shirt, I couldn't find the
Yes, you
exact
did.
ones
Even
from the web store,
BLRY
which is what I
said they
really
wanted to hit.
It was like they didn't exist, and that was something I just couldn't believe. How could an article of clothing
Also,
become
I'll be right
lost?
back. I'm
Especially
gonna
when the
probably go
revelation
see if
hit
I can
me.
eat something.
When I was a kid, I owned a lot of video game t-shirts and wore them proudly around school. But there's one thing that all of these shirts have in common. You can't really find them anymore. Try searching for Mario Kart Road Warriors
Message
shirt
from
or White Sonic
Lil
06 artwork
Animates.
shirt. Designs and
Off.
prints get phased out, or as games become less popular. Most of the Sonic shirts I have from the late 2000s contain classic Sonic because Generations was coming out at
Message
the time,
from
and the return of this
Heart
version of the
Kirby.
character was extremely
Me and
popular in
BLRY been
merchandise.
smashing
This has
LOL.
continued in Sonic merchandising today, with even older iterations of the character being used on modern clothing. My Mario shirts are also relevant to the time they were released, with really outdated renders from Mario Kart
Message
DS being
from
used for some of these shirts.
Free
There were a
Kaibob.
couple which feature classic
Yeah, you said
artwork,
skull
though these
skull.
were marketed as retro
Message from
Nowadays, you tend
Heart
to see
Kirby.
2D art based on Odyssey
Ag.
and Mario Kart 8, with renders being less common in
Message
general.
from
But since I grew up with a
Heart
lot of
Kirby.
these late 2000s designs,
What?
I remember them quite
Message
well.
from
I can recall
Free
a couple of
Kaibob.
releases of the Twilight Princess
Bro, how
shirt,
was it?
with
Face
one
with
being
hand
brown
over
color
mouth, face
and the
with
other
hand
using
over
slightly
mouth.
different artwork.
Message
The old
from
school Sonic shirts also had a fair amount of different
Markiplier
color
Markiplier.
releases, but let's go back even
Nazar
further to the
amulet
early
underscore
2000s.
Nazar amulet
This
I
isn't
soft
the
death
scarcity I was
Nazar
talking about
amulet
before,
underscore
with how
Nazar
shirts would
amulet
just
I
appear
soft
and
death
vanish
Nazar
almost
amulet
instantly. Back in the
underscore
day,
Nazar
GameStop
amulet
wanted to
I
use to
soft
sell
death
games in their
Nazar
store,
amulet
so
underscore
seeing
Nazar
t-shirts
amulet
was a
I soft
surprise.
death
And in
Nazar
fact,
amulet
an entire
underscore
apparel
Nazar
line was
amulet I
available
soft
that used
death
images
Nazar
of retro
amulet
inspired
underscore
artwork.
Nazar
The
amulet
shirt
I
that
soft
without a doubt
death
the most
Nazar
memorable
amulet
design from this
underscore
collection.
Nazar
Now,
amulet
again,
I
on
soft
t-shirt
death
with
Nazar
Lulla's
amulet
wristband.
underscore Nazar
I actually
amulet
owned
I
the
soft
Piranha Plant
death.
Lightning wristband, and to my
Message
surprise, found a
from
shirt with the same design on it
Free
recently.
Kaibob.
It seems like most
Anxious
of the
face
artwork
with
used in
sweat
this line
anxious face
was
with
printed on
sweat anxious
wristbands,
face with
t-shirts,
sweat.
belt buckles, and pins.
Message
This
from
is actually pretty cool when
not
you get into the
a
more
cool
standard
girl.
artwork of Mario.
Message from Squidward.
And sometimes appearing with slightly altered
SpongeBob.
coloring.
Do you
Like also
FW's a
getting an
bitey
appearance on the
toilet?
shirt, though the wristbands
Message
use the
from
game logo instead of the character.
SpongeBob.
This is just a
No.
small part of what was available
Modaduke.
back then.
Welcome to the
However,
stream.
retail only cracks the
Message
surface when it
from
comes to limited availability,
Heart Kirby.
Because if you take t-shirt
Ag.
shopping online,
Shgagag I am dying.
even further. When
Message
Sonic Forces
from
came out, I happened to be in the
Modaduk.
Sega shop and saw they released
No.
a new design for the game.
Message
I
from
liked it so much that I ended up
Heart
buying it
Kirby.
right away. But if you look
Me
now,
when
this design is not
https://youtube.com/short/z9cabd5xbim?/mark/si=sign jd new3f81npu10hi-9f.
Message
from
you might end up regretting
Free Kaibob.
Sanshi at one point
I am
had this
VIUT
Shark
to
Strikes
Ku.
Again shirt available at a convention
Message
only
from
until they put the extras up on
Free
the website.
Kaibob.
I was too
Ayo.
indecisive about ordering it at the
Message
time,
from
and then checked back later to
Heart
see that
Kirby.
it was out of stock.
Teehee.
Luckily, they reprinted it
Message
and now
from
it's back up for sale.
Modadu.
Generally speaking, though,
I'm
the
gonna
difference
touch
between
you.
web stores and retail
Like
stores
you're for
is
it.
that retail stores are pretty
Message
much
from
accessible to everyone. You can just go in there and
Markiplier,
buy a
Markiplier,
t-shirt,
Markiplier.
leaving more of them in circulation.
I love it when
Over
Baldi
online
gets
web
freaky
stores,
with
you have
his
to either
pickle.
know that a certain company has it
Message
on
from
or check certain
Free
online shops
Kaibob.
when you know the new games are
I
coming
am
out
about
to
to
get those
Ku.
t-shirts. And if you don't, you're gonna miss out.
Message
or
from
people are gonna want them. However,
Heart
I can't even
Kirby.
begin to tell you how many
We
times I walked
obviously
through
slam
JCPenney or
toothpaste
Kohl's
aggressively
and
on
saw just
stuff.
an array of Sonic X
Message
and
from
Pokemon shirts back in the day
Free
that I had
Kaibob.
very little interest in buying,
Me too.
but I've also never seen
Message
them
from
since. Sonic Gear,
Free
which is a
Kaibob.
merchandise archive website,
Cap.
does a great job of illustrating
Message
just
from
how many Sonic X shirts were
Heart
around
Kirby.
at the time and how even
Modadu
a few of the
bend now.
designs back then were elusive
Message
to
from
consumers.
Free
I own
Kaibob.
quite a few Sonic X shirts,
Loudly
but
crying face,
unfortunately
folded
they're all
hands,
too small
light
for me
skin
to wear
tone.
now, and if I ever wanted
Message
a larger
from
size, it would take quite a
Modadu.
bit of searching.
Oof.
Though
I
compared
did
to
deserve
back then
that.
and how video games weren't quite as popular as they are now,
Message from
I'll say that it's a lot
Heart
easier
Kirby.
finding a wider variety of
You do.
t-shirts in more sizes and at more locations. Now I will admit, video game t-shirts are not a large part of my wardrobe like they used to be. However, it's still fun wearing one on occasion or picking up a cool design that I might see in the store. When I went to Nintendo NY last year, I picked up a couple exclusive shirts to have as souvenirs, even though I haven't worn them yet. My brother also bought me this Nintendo World Championships shirt at Nintendo NY before I was able to go, but this one has gotten some wear since. I found this Star Fox shirt at JCPenney a few years ago too, and the color scheme really jumped out at me. In fact, I have so many video game shirts I completely forgot about until I started looking around for them in my stuff. The Nintendo 64 logo was one of my
Message
favorites, and
from
I wore it a lot. The
Modadu.
aging on it is artificial, however.
It's rewind
I have
time.
a couple Mega Man shirts which offer some nice variety, though the classic one I had to buy at the mall
Message
after I got
from
soaked in a rainstorm.
Not
And the
a
Resident
cool
Evil
girl.
shirt got a compliment
I'm
from the guy in the
FW
hospital
Arple guy
after he
cheese
thought I
wedge
wore
cheese
it
wedge
as a
cheese wedge.
reference. I also picked up some more Sonic shirts in the early 2010s, with the occasional Zelda one as a nice surprise. You know, I think this one came from a defunct FYE near me, and this one uses artwork from Secret Rings, but hides it with the 06
Message
logo.
from Free
Video game
Kaibob.
t-shirts are something I think
Cool.
a lot of people overlook because they can be hard to display and we wear them and just take them for granted. But there's a lot of history and design in each one, and I think that should be appreciated. But I'm really interested to know which of these shirts you guys might remember from back in the day or even own in your own collections. I think someday I'll end up with that No More Heroes shirt, but for now, I guess it's off to JCPenney to see what they have in stock.
Back in 2004,
Message from
Sega teamed up with
Not
McDonald's for
a
toy
cool girl.
promotion that gave away
Cool.
Sonic the Hedgehog LCD
Freaky
games
Bobby
and Happy Meals, and became a
926.
nostalgic staple of many childhoods. However, there was another part to this promotion that has become rather infamous and remained unsolved to this day. Search for the Silver Game became a Willy Wonka-styled treasure hunt where 2,500 silver games were hidden in Happy Meals across the country. If you were lucky enough
Message
to pull
from
a silver game,
Free
you were eligible
Kaibob.
to win game hardware,
What?
software, or even
Message from
$2,500. Though
Free
for the
Kaibob.
longest time, no one
That's
had
not
ever
my
seen
name,
one of these
disappointed
silver
face,
games,
disappointed
leading many of us
face.
to believe they didn't actually exist. This was until a couple days after my first video talking about the subject went live, when I received an email from Roomba Boy. Upon reading through it, Roomba Boy states that he was talking about the promotion with one of his friends recently and recalled having one, though was unaware of its rarity until finding my video. Then, attached to the email was an image of a silver LCD game, an exact match to the promotional
Message
image
from
that had been circulating
Not
on the internet for
a cool
years.
girl.
He invited
Mild
me to a
Bobby
Discord chat
sauce.
for more information,
Message
where I learned
from
more about the origin of Roomba
Not
Boy's specific
a cool
game.
girl. Freaky Bob.
Roomba Boy
Message
is
from
the original owner of this
Lil
game,
Animates.
having pulled it from a Happy Meal
Okay,
when
what's
the promotion
next?
was running in 2004. While the prize was supposed to be a copy of Sonic Mega Collection Plus, they never actually claimed it as the process to redeem the game was apparently confusing. The official rules
Message
list
from
found by Rabbit Ears
Free
alludes to
Kaibob.
a scratch-off piece that could
What?
be sent in for the prize.
Message
Roomba
from
Boy does not recall every single one of
Markiplier,
these,
Markiplier,
so it might have been
Markiplier.
accidentally discarded.
When I was about 13 I loved Angry Birds. I had every game and bought every toy they had. One day I was playing Angry Birds when all of a sudden the big red bird turned me on. Message from Heart Kirby. Day of having infinite sloppy toppies. Message from Lil Animates. I already wrote a little bit of a script. Message from Free Kaibob. Bet. Message from BLRY. The Ball Crusher. Message from Heart Kirby. What? Message from BLRY. Mwahahaha. Message from Free Kaibob. Relatable.
Hey guys, I hope you
Message from
Be sure to check out
Heart
some of
Kirby.
my other game-related Lost Media
BLRY.
videos. Thanks for watching.
Message
Until
from
next time, Finn.
BLRY. A big red bird turned you on FNF guy. Message from Not a Cool Girl. One day I was playing Angry Birds and my brother threw a bird on me and I died. Message from Heart Kirby. Who is the Ball Crusher? Message from Markiplier. Terrace is a smash. Message from
If you're
Free
watching
Kaibob.
this video,
FR.
there's a pretty good chance
Message
you own some
from
kind of piece of merchandise,
Not a
whether
Cool
it be
Girl.
plush toy, an action
FR.
figure, or even something
Message
like a
from
Funko Pop.
Heart
It
Kirby.
seems like the world of collecting
One
and
day,
memorabilia
I was playing
has
Angry
really
Birds,
exploded over the
and I
past
went
few
on Google
years
and searched
for
up
video
Rule
games,
34
anime,
Angry
and
Birds sexy and I beat my
with a
shit.
crazy amount of new
Message
products being
from
released every month
Heart Kirby.
with characters and series
FR.
we love so much.
Message
But
from
while looking at the merchandise
Free
we've
Kaibob.
acquired,
I
have you
prefer
ever
red
thought
though.
about the mystery or
Message
lost
from
media that can surround
Not
the hobby
a
of
Cool
collecting?
Girl.
It's
What the
probably
duck?
something that most people haven't
Message
thought
from
about, and unless you look in the
Heart
right
Kirby.
places, it's something
Caught
you miss
white-handed.
entirely.
Message
As someone who
from
comes from the video game
Not
merchandise
a
scene,
Cool Girl.
with 15 years of
What the
collecting
duck?
experience, I've come across a variety of mysteries, oddities, and intriguing stories surrounding these items that you might not think twice about.
Message
As
from
someone who loves collecting,
Heart Kirby.
I'd like to discuss a few
Teehee.
unsolved
At least it
mysteries
wasn't
and
of you
lost
face with
media
hand over
behind some
mouth.
pieces of merchandise. Maybe some of you out there have even come across these before, or have answers to them.
Message
With that
from
said, let's start off
Heart
with a
Kirby.
piece of Nintendo Lost
Are you
Media
fucking
that
hot?
is something I've been trying to find for years, but have been unsuccessful in more ways than one. For all the new collectors
Message
out there
from
who buy the Jakks Pacific
Heart
Mario
Kirby.
products that every
My
single
name
season
Jeffy.
carry
I
nowadays,
slap my
you
diaper.
have no idea how
Message
difficult
from
it was to even
Free
find Mario
Kaibob.
figures growing up
Yeah,
in the
Everett.
mid-2000s.
Message
Back
from
then, the options for
Free
video game
Kaibob.
toys were really
Night.
limited, and even
Message
if you could
from
find them, it was usually
BLRY.
online only, and the
Crying
prices
cat
were
face.
cheap at the time.
Message from
Toy Biz and Joyride
BLRY.
Studios were just about
AM
the only
Fina
options
fucking
for
not.
Mario figures at the time,
Message from
but they had been out of print for
Heart
many
Kirby.
years by that point.
I like
There
to
was
annoy
a
daddy.
long period
I
of
slap
time
my diaper.
where it seemed like nobody
Message
wanted to
from
make new Mario toys.
BLRY.
So as a result of
Oh
being
shit.
a new collector at the time,
Message from
I had to do my own research.
BLRY.
I frequently looked
KGHT
online for
layer.
any piece of Mario
Message
merchandise I
from
could come across, just to
BLRY.
gain knowledge about what was even
I'd
out
later
there.
asterisk.
At the time,
Message
a lot of
from
import shops were operating
BLRY.
and carried classic items
Catface
like
with
Medusa
Rye Smile.
brushes and Sofubi
Message
figures.
from
But the stock on
Heart
these
Kirby.
sites were often limited,
BLRY.
and
Can
even
I
buying too
bust?
much of it could add up quickly.
Message from
It simply wasn't the same
Markiplier.
as being able to find Mario
Markiplier.
figures at Target.
Stuck
And as
my
I kept
PP
searching,
in some
I
Cheerios.
believed at some point we
Message
were going
from
to have to create a new line of toys for
BLRY.
the American market.
Yes.
Well, eventually,
Message
that
from
day came around
Not
2007.
a Cool
when I
Girl.
came across a company called
His name is
Popco,
Jeffy and he
the
drank
first
a 8
company
ball
to
of
release
Coke.
Mario toys in America
Message from
since Joyride Studios
Free
4
Kaibob.
years prior.
Okay bet.
One of the first products they
Message
released
from
were the classic line
Heart
of
Kirby.
minifigures that I was actually
Kill
able
you.
to find in stores.
Message from
However,
Free
this line in
Kaibob.
particular was an
Bet
original
FNF
Popco
guy.
creation.
Message
Not all of their
from
merchandise was,
Lil
and
Animates.
At the beginning of it all,
So
they
then maybe
simply
not a cool
localized
girl
one
was
Japanese
talking to
items.
Plankton AI.
Those Sofubi figures
Message from
Japan were repackaged
Heart
in
Kirby.
red, and one of the
How
Nintendo
small would it
Plus
have to be
lines
for a
received
Cheerio
a
to
new
be
English
fucked,
tag
bro?
as well, but the
Message
patterns were all
from
the same.
Lil Animates.
Strangely, It wasn't
So
always
Magma
going to be
logo
like
stops,
this,
not a
and
cool
this is
girl.
where the mystery begins.
Message from
At some of Popco's
To Heart Kirby.
earliest toy show appearances,
I'm over here stroking my shit, I got lotion on my dick.
that never saw the light of
Message
day.
from
It's not
Markiplier
completely known why Popco
Markiplier.
canceled all of their
I
original
wish I may,
products,
I
and
wish
as
I
far
must
as
find a
know,
princess
these
before I
prototypes have
bust.
never resurfaced.
Message
So in that
from
way, they've all remained
Free
lost.
Kaibob.
But with that
Me
said,
too.
these same images
Message
could
from
also be found online,
Not
as a
a
lot of
cool
toy
girl.
websites used them as placeholders
WTH.
for their pre-orders.
Message
To
from
this day, they've been saved
Free
and
Kaibob.
act as an archive for
Relatable
what once
FNF
was.
guy.
But currently,
Message from
there's one photo
To
in
Heart
particular
Kirby.
that I saw back in the
SpongeBob.
day that wasn't saved,
Message from
and I've been trying to
To
find
Heart
it for
Kirby.
years.
Same.
Around this same time in the late 2000s, I ended up on the website Big Bad Toy
Message
Store,
from
who had a lot of these
To Heart
Popco
Kirby.
pre-orders open, and
Daddy's
used
home
those
tongue tongue
prototype
tongue.
images of the figures I mentioned before. However, what they also had that I haven't seen anywhere else in all my years of searching for Mario
Message
plushes
from
was a prototype
Free
plush
Kaibob.
that went to the new
Yeah,
Super
I mean
Mario
what?
Bros. Plush set Popco
Message
release.
from
As
Not
stated
a cool
previously,
girl.
this set is a Japanese
Relatable
plush
to
set
Markiplier
from
Markiplier
that
Markiplier.
Popco printed off new tags for and sold in the US. But it seems that originally they were planning on making an original Mario to replace the jumping Mario that goes with the rest of the characters. Big Bad Toy Store had a
Message
listing
from
of this Mario up
To
on
Heart
their site.
Kirby.
I found the
Oh my
listing
god,
photo
it's
on the Wayback
going
Machine,
everywhere, cover
but
your mouths.
unfortunately, there's no picture attached to it. This original Popco Mario looked nothing like the Banpresto one. Instead, Mario was facing forward in a standing position with an open mouth, and overall looked flat
Message
in
from
comparison to the depth of the
Not
other characters.
a cool girl.
The material it
Wah.
was made with also looked nothing like the other characters. The colors were brighter,
Message
and the
from
material looked shiny.
Free
The memory
Kaibob.
sticks out in my mind
Relatable.
so much because I remember how it looked nothing like the Banpresto one, and was confused by that
Message
fact.
from
Originally,
To Heart
it was
Kirby.
a counterfeit plush,
4 big
as
black
fakes were just
girls,
starting to show
and
up
I
around
bust
that
on their
time.
thighs. I
I've
eat their
searched
ass
all
like
over
it's
the
apple
internet
pie.
for a
If
photo
I
of this
continue, they
plush,
might
but
just
I've
die.
never found it again.
SpongeBob.
I think Big Bad Toy
Welcome
Store
to the
was
stream.
only website to have
Message
used the
from
photo in the pre-order listing.
SpongeBob.
But this might
Also,
Hey guys,
just to confirm,
this is
yes,
my all.
that SpongeBob account
Message
is me.
from
I'm just on a different account.
SpongeBob.
Just before you think it's
FNF guy.
Plankton AI, it's not.
Message from To Heart Kirby. Why did you open your mouth face with raised eyebrow? Message from Not a cool girl.
and in it was a brief
Hi
clip of their
SpongeBob.
plush display, where
Message
Mario was
from
seen.
To
But I
Heart
simply
Kirby.
can't find that video again.
Who are you?
I even
Message
searched by
from
year and brought in the
To Heart
terms
Kirby.
simply Toy Fair,
Gay
rather than
Bob.
just searching for Popco,
Message from
but I still couldn't find
Free
anything.
Kaibob.
That was
BC
until
I want
spent
some silly
editing
face
this
with
together
hand over
as I
mouth
was trying
face
to
with
find
hand
those
over
videos
mouth.
of Popco at Toy Fair.
Message from
Even though I
To
couldn't
Heart
find
Kirby.
the videos,
I
knew
didn't think
visuals
that
from
anyway.
the event had existed,
Message from
and eventually
Not
I came across
a cool
website
girl.
that archived
He
Toy
is
Fair
not gay Bob.
2008 pretty
Message
extensively,
from
and contains the
To Heart
entirety
Kirby.
of Popco's booth
Gay
from
Bob
the
Gay Bob
event.
call me daddy.
Some of these photos
Message
I've
from
never even seen before.
SpongeBob.
But while gathering the
Don't
visuals
call
to
me Gay Bob
use,
or else I
my
get the
eyes locked
spatula.
onto a Mario plush
Message
that
from
fit the description of the
Not
one I was looking
a cool
for.
girl.
It was rather
Sprinkle
flat,
Bop.
had an open mouth, and
Message
used
from
different material than the
Not
Banpresto
a
ones.
cool girl.
Based on the context
Bob
of this
Sponge.
plush and having
Message
seen it in
from
these photos,
SpongeBob.
this is the original Popco
Hell
Mario
not.
plush that had been lost
Message
for all
from
those years. I
Free
finally
Kaibob.
found it.
Who are you?
Interestingly, it seems to be a
Message
jumbo
from
plush,
To
suggesting
Heart
that
Kirby.
Popco was planning to create a
Spatula
large plush
dildo.
line. There is even a
Message
giant
from
Yoshi on the other side of the
Free
booth.
Kaibob.
And coincidentally,
Yay.
the Mario
Message
actually looks
from
pretty similar to the
SpongeBob.
Jumbo Jack's Pacific Mario
How did you
at
know I mean what?
release.
Message
Both of
from
these plushes were canceled,
Lil
and
Animates.
as far as I know, the
SpongeBob
Yoshi
me
has never appeared
BOI.
outside of this photo.
Message from
As for the Mario,
Not
there
a
must
cool
have been an
girl.
alternate photo for the
Epic
press,
rap
because
battles.
this angle is not the
Sprinkle
exact same
Bop.
one that was on Big
Versus
Bad Toy
Freaky
Store's
Bob.
website. It's
Message
so
from
strange that they chose
Free
this plush
Kaibob.
to use in place of the
Can
Jumbo
I have
Mario
it
for the
SpongeBob?
pre-order, but maybe they got
Message
confused
from
about which plush exactly
To
was
Heart
going to be
Kirby.
released, because the Jumbo
SpongeBob.
ones specifically
I'm a
were
minor.
never up for pre-order.
You're like in your
The
20s
next
or
step in this
something.
search would be to
Message Message from
Find these plushes
Heart
along with
Kirby.
all of Popco's canceled
What?
original figures.
Message
But
from
by now, I'd be surprised if
SpongeBob.
they weren't long gone.
MR Krabs got me into that shit, I swear. Message
This
from
next topic relates
Heart
directly to
Kirby.
that old school era
Most
of remote
relatable video
plushes
ever.
from the late 90s and
https://udo.be/pocu3b1savy9y question mark si equals sign devo mhmsqbrauc1c. Message
There have been a
from
few times in the past
Free
where
Kai Bob.
plushes, just because of how
CAO.
cool or sometimes
Message
strange
from
the characters look,
Free Kai Bob.
despite never having played the
Cap.
games they're from, like
Message
Seaman
from
and Rent-A-Hero.
Heart
But
Kirby.
at some point in searching
No,
for obscure
I want
video
my
game
butt to
plushes
stay
like
tight.
these,
Message
I came across
from
one set that seems to
SpongeBob.
have never been released.
This is canon.
It could just be so rare
Message
that's
from
not entirely the case.
Not a cool
I
girl.
don't even remember how I came
MR
across
Krabs
these
threw a
originally,
Krabby Patty on
but
me
there
and
were
I
a couple
died.
different old Japanese websites that were advertising upcoming products from back in the early 2000s, and one of these items happened to be a series of plushes from the Arena Fighter Power Stone by Capcom. I don't know anything about the game, or even much about the characters at all, but these plushes have a really cool style to them, and look great, so they would be nice additions to my collection. However, that's easier said than done, because in all the years I've first seen pictures of these plushes, I have never seen them for sale before. This image, sourced from a Japanese website, states that they're supposed to be coming out at the end of 1999.
Message
Sega
from
Enterprises Co. Ltd.
Heart Kirby.
held an exhibition
I
to
posed
promote
as
new
money by
prizes for
shape-shifting,
99
and
year-end
Mr. Krabs
sales
found me.
to interested
Let's just say
parties.
I got into a sticky
These new prizes are
situation.
products
Message
exclusively
from
amusement facilities
Free Kai
nationwide
Bob.
and can only be obtained
Yay.
at prize machines such as UFO Catcher. I'm not sure if any of the other sets shown here actually released, but there's nothing indicating that the Power Stone plushes actually did come out. My long-standing theory has
Message
always
from
been that they were
Not
cancelled before
a cool
being
girl.
made, but I don't
Rowdy
have any
reference.
evidence to prove that,
1.
other than the fact that I've never seen them outside of this image. But that's not a very solid theory. It's possible that they did release in such small quantities or are so obscure they rarely show up for sale. Just recently, I was looking for some Hunter x Hunter plushes from the original UFO set, and only came across the four main characters
Message from
the series in almost
Heart
every
Kirby.
photo I looked at.
Mr.
But
Krabs
even
knew I
those
wasn't money
only
crying
couple
cat
pieces were
face.
made. This was until I found the whole set advertised at a UFO prize event similar to the Power Stone ones.
Message
and
from
noticed that Hisoka was
Not
in the back,
a cool
bumping
girl.
the set up to 5
The Frunkle.
characters. He's not even shown on the tag, so I had no idea he was in the set. But again, I speculated he might have been cancelled before release, since I had never seen one. Though apparently that wasn't the case, and an in-hand photo appeared proving he came out. And after a more detailed search with this knowledge, if we could find a single
Message
in-hand
from
photo of any
Heart
Power Stone
Kirby.
plushes,
He
that
said
would
he
prove
likes
they
them
were
young.
released. But until one shows up, I'm going to believe they were cancelled, since I couldn't find any other information about them.
Message from Not a
This
cool
next
girl.
topic takes us to a
The actual
completely different
Frunk.
side of collecting, involving anime merchandise rather than video game stuff. While I always feel like I've been too dedicated to video game merchandise collecting to have time or resources to spend on anime merchandise, as I find myself getting back into Naruto and Bleach from my childhood, it's also a lot of fun buying all the new figures that are surprisingly still being
Message
made.
from
And while
Heart
reliving
Kirby.
my original Naruto
He
fandom,
also said he
I
is
found
into
myself
pegging,
going
so
back to take a closer look at the action figure line Mattel made in 2006 as part of the original series from when it was airing on Cartoon Network. This line had a wide variety of characters that hold up pretty well to this day. A lot of people like to criticize this line for its sculpts and gimmicky action features, but the original characters from the set,
Message from
like Orochimaru,
Free
Ruka,
Kai
and
Bob.
Zabuza really
What?
stand out. They're the only posable figures of these characters that have ever been made, and it's unlikely such characters will ever be revisited. For that reason, I love the line, so I started researching more of it, and once having gone down the Mattel Naruto rabbit hole, you can find some hidden gems, and of course, lost media. There are some really limited figures that I had never even seen as a kid, like Curse Mark Sasuke and Lotus Kick Rock Lee. But then there are a few others that seem to have been cancelled, like Lightning Blade Kakashi and Claw Attack Gaara. The only photos of them that exist are from Toy Fair. There's also a Jirobo that never came out and can only be seen on the back of a box, though all 3 characters have resurfaced as test shots over the years. But while doing all this research on Mattel Naruto figures, I came across a Reddit thread showcasing another figure I had never seen before, but it was the title of it that really caught my attention.
Message from.
It was called The Rarest Official Naruto Figures in Existence, only 2 ever made, and contains a photo showing 2 boxed Naruto figures with the 9-tailed fox chakra, marked as being from Wizard World and Comic-Con 2006. The user who posted these, named Shogunian, provided some details about what these were, stating, they were given out by Mattel as lottery prizes during SDCC and Wizard World in 2006, 1 for each convention. Naruto's eyes and the Kyuubi chakra eyes are actual rubies. The Naruto figure is the same mold as the standard Mattel Naruto, but with a different face. The Kyuubi mold was never reproduced. More of the story surrounding these figures is revealed in the thread. Apparently, the 2 winners of these figures both sold them off in 2006, not fully knowing how rare and perhaps valuable they were. And Shogunian confirms that they were only able to acquire them as a result of hearing about the figures beforehand and actively sought them out around the time of these conventions. I wish I could find the official announcement for these. I remember them being featured in an issue of Shonen Jump magazine in 2006, but I'm not sure which issue it was. As far as I know, that was the only time they were ever mentioned. And this is where the search begins. We know for certain that the figures exist. They were both resold, and as of this thread from 4 years ago, are still with Shogunian. So the mystery isn't about what happened to the figures, but rather where the original advertisement is mentioning them. As mentioned in the original thread, the advertisement for the figures was allegedly seen in a Shonen Jump from 2006, but unfortunately, I only had a few issues from that year. Still, it would be worth looking through my copies before purchasing new issues, in case I just don't remember seeing it. But I flipped through them and didn't see anything mentioning the Mattel figures. The September issue, strangely, even advertises a contest to win Mattel figures right next to Naruto's head. But there isn't anything that mentions figures in this issue either. I even looked through the manga pages where they sometimes insert extra content, and even checked the mail-away card in the front, but didn't find anything useful. I have no idea what this headline is in reference to, but after coming up empty-handed, I asked for some help from someone on Twitter who has a complete collection of Shonen Jumps to look through, and even they came up empty-handed. It appears as though the announcement for this figure was not from a Shonen Jump, and with that conclusion, I'm not sure where else to begin searching for it. There were a few different anime magazines that were released in 2006, so it could have been in any of them. But without even a date to begin at, you'd have to search the first 6 months of every magazine, given how the conventions took place over the summer. If you've ever seen an advertisement for the Ruby Eye Naruto figures, be sure to let me know.
The next mystery I'd like to cover isn't necessarily a topic related to lost media, or even a piece of merchandise that's gone missing, but it's a question regarding the history of an item. One of my favorite kinds of merchandise to collect are action dolls. They're basically 1/6 scale action figures that use real fabric for their clothing. To me, it's the most realistic representation you can get in an item, more than a figure or plush by themselves. And in my time searching for 1/6 scale figures, I've come across a lot of really obscure ones that most people probably aren't aware of, like a Capcom vs SNK 2 set and 2 Tekken sets. These were so fun tracking down and adding to my collection, so eventually, I started looking for action dolls from other series I enjoyed playing, having come across a pair from the Yakuza series of games, shortly after I started playing Yakuza Kiwami on the PS4. These looked awesome, and the sculpts were perfect. Not to mention, they had been released relatively recently, so I could buy them directly from the manufacturer, Asmus Toys. However, the most disappointing feature about these action dolls is their scale. They're not actually 1/6 scale or 12 inches tall, but rather 1/8,
which is about 9 inches tall. I ended up buying the Kiryu, and he looks fantastic, but it's just too bad he's not in scale with any of my other action dolls. So I held out hope that maybe some obscure old company had actually made 1/6 scale Yakuza characters that I hadn't come across before. I began looking into this and discovered that apparently in the early 2010s, the same company who released the new Yakuza action dolls, Asmus Toys, had also made a Kiryu and Majima in the 1/6 scale. As I began doing more research on the figures, I soon discovered just how obscure they are. There's not a lot of documentation about them online, aside from a few threads that were made around the time they were first released. They're also impossibly hard to find, but I kept an eye on them in case one did show up. And eventually, a Kiryu did surface. I was pretty set on purchasing it for my collection, trying to inspect every part about it, as the price was not cheap, and I wanted to make sure it was in perfect condition. I was pretty much sold on the listing, until I looked closer at Kiryu's face. There was something about it that looked a little off to me, like the sculpt looked a little different, or it wasn't painted with as much depth as some of the other photos I've seen. I looked into this further, and came across someone on Twitter who actually has one of these, and claims theirs is 99% likely to be
Heart Kirby.
bootleg. But
Welcome to the stream.
to the old photos
SpongeBob.
from the forums that were definitely
Welcome to the
legit,
stream.
especially compared
Message
to the
from
listing I had found.
Heart Kirby.
And with the more I compared,
Balls of Death.
the more differences I found
Message
across
from
all of the appearances of the
SpongeBob.
face. So the question I
FNF
have
guy,
to ask
get
is,
off the screen.
do bootlegs of these Asmus
Free
Toys
Kaibob.
Yakuza action dolls
Welcome to the
exist?
stream.
Based on my knowledge
Message
of
from
1/6 scale figures,
Free Kaibob.
some companies' products
SpongeBob.
have been bootlegged non-stop,
Message
and
from
others haven't been touched.
Heart Kirby.
For example, the
SpongeBob, you're
Metacom
adopted.
Heroes series
Not
seems to
a
have
cool
never been
girl.
bootlegged, and I've
Welcome
never
to the
seen a
stream.
counterfeit from this line.
Message from
However,
Free
the Resident
Kaibob.
Evil figures from
BLRY.
Wow for that.
Welcome to the stream.
I've even seen
Message from
box figures on Yahoo
Not
Auctions
a
Japan
cool girl.
that use replacement parts for
Markiplier,
some of the
Markiplier,
accessories
Markiplier, is
and
that
pieces,
SpongeBob?
something you might
Message
miss
from
without a close inspection.
SpongeBob.
But for the Asmus
I will
Yakuza
turn you into a
figures,
car
I
kebab.
couldn't come to a conclusion
Message
about
from
these. It doesn't seem
BLRY.
like Asmus Toys
Sponge Me
bootlegs
Boy.
exist in any large
Message
quantity,
from
but the Yakuza
BLRY.
action dolls are so scarce,
Shoot
there's
Plankton.
no way to tell if bootleg parts were swapped into real figures. Though I did
Message
read on those
from
old forums that the head
SpongeBob.
sculpts were done in a resin
Yes, sir.
material, whereas the body was plastic. So if that's the case, the heads were probably hand painted, and could be the reason for the differences in quality.
Message from
Kiryu also had two different
BLRY.
pieces from what I could find.
Smiling face
The
with horns,
first
smiling
version
face with
didn't have a
horns.
tattooed body,
Message
whereas
from
the second one did.
BLRY.
Asmus Toys partnered with a
Gangsta
company
Sponge.
that could print the tattoo
Message
on its
from
back. There was a point in
SpongeBob.
time where Asmus
His
offered
cheeks
replacement
shielded the
bodies
bullet.
to those that had purchased the
Message
original.
from
And it's in this
SpongeBob.
run where the
What
quality
do
could
Ito?
have changed, causing differences in appearance. I did end up
Message
messaging the
from
user who had stated theirs was a
BLRY.
bootleg on Twitter
Shoot and
got a
kill
reply,
Plankton.
stating that she actually isn't sure whether or not hers is
Message from
only that she was
BLRY.
She
Well,
mentioned
stomp
that the
him
box
out.
looked different than
Message
some of the
from
others she had seen.
Free
As
Kaibob.
far as I could tell,
Bet.
all the boxes I looked
Message
at were
from
exactly the same. But
BLRY.
maybe there's an explanation
I
for
forgot
this
his
too.
ass was too big.
Apparently,
Message
both
from
Kiryu and Majima were
SpongeBob.
released at Wonderfest,
ALRI,
as
stop
noted
on
by the
him.
label on their
He likes it
box.
anyway.
However,
Message
Look on the
from
Wayback Machine
BLRY.
reveals that they could also be bought from
Crying
Asmus
cat
Toys'
face.
website after the event.
Message from
Even though they had a
BLRY.
limited run, I wouldn't
Weary
be
cat face,
surprised
cat
if
face
changes
with
were
rice
made
mile.
at some point in production.
Message from
If you have one of these
SpongeBob.
figures or know more about
He'll
their
leave
release
Eights alone
history,
after that.
I'd be interested in learning
Message
more.
from BLRY. Freaky
If you're an
Plankton.
older collector like I am, who started buying Sonic stuff way before the days of releases from Jazzwares and Jakks Pacific, then you know how popular the Japanese UFO plushes of the 90s and 2000s were within the collecting scene.
Message from
The Sonic the Fighters,
Free Kaibob.
Adventure, and X series
I love Freaky
were so
Plankton,
common
no
in the
homo.
community, and I knew of several people who specialized in only collecting Sonic plushes back then. It was a pretty high-tier category.
Message
and
from
came with a lot of respect from
not
other members.
a cool girl.
But aside from all of the
SpongeBob killed me 3 times, then I didn't killed SpongeBob BC, I was
that
dead.
remained more elusive. Some of these include the Sega World Sydney set, which includes the only plushes for Sally and the SatAM design of Eggman in existence.
Message
as
from
well as the Jumbo Cow toy set from the
BLRY.
Best Buy raffle,
Just
which
imagine in a
included
different
slotted
universe SpongeBob is just an adult show.
But there's one
Message
set of
from
Sonic plushes that even back
BLRY.
then had rarely
Sounds so
been seen,
good.
and to this day remain a
Message from
mystery when it comes to their
Free
release
Kaibob.
and their whereabouts.
I want to watch that.
It all started in the mid-2000s on the defunct Japanese website Anime,
Message from
who specialized in
Free
reselling
Kaibob.
UFO plushes
SpongeBob
from the
would
special
clap
90s
Sandy's
and early
cheeks.
2000s era of products. Their site was one of the first places I even discovered a lot of the old Sonic and Mario sets.
Message
as their
from
photos were some of the only ones
SpongeBob.
online at the time.
I wish so too. Smirking face, smirking face, smirking face, smirking face. Message from
To check their Sonic plush
SpongeBob.
at any point in the
FR.
mid-2000s, you might have come
Message
across a
from
Knuckles plush that
Free
upon first
Kaibob.
glance doesn't
Clapping
look like
hands,
anything
light
out of
skin
the
tone,
ordinary.
clapping hands, light skin tone, clapping hands, light skin tone, clapping hands, light skin tone.
As part of the Adventure
Message from
series. But a closer
BLRY.
inspection reveals that this
SpongeBob
is
would
much
enjoy that
more
ong.
than a regular UFO
Message from
And no,
not
it's not just
a
because
cool
of Yuji
girl.
Naka's signature on
What
the shoe.
SpongeBob?
Unlike the Adventure
Message
UFO
from
plush, which has plastic eyes
BLRY.
and soft shoes,
Gangsta Bob.
this plush has iron
Message
eyes,
from
an open mouth, and
SpongeBob.
vinyl shoes, with a
Hell yeah,
slightly
I would.
different construction overall.
Message from
But it's the description
SpongeBob.
that really begins the mystery,
ALRIMA
as this
switchback.
Knuckles plush is apparently
Message from
a promo item from
BLRY.
Sonic Team that was given
Alright,
away at an
SpongeBob.
event called Sonic
Message
Show
from
1997.
Heart Kirby.
At the time,
WTF did I come back
any
to?
other listings of this plush aside from the one here, and to date, this is still the only listing I've ever seen for it. On top of the fact that it's not mentioned anywhere else online either. But it doesn't stop there and gets even more interesting if you visit the Wayback Machine to an even earlier capture.
Message from
Animate.
Markiplier, Markiplier, Markiplier.
Knuckles, the website
Greatness.
is a listing for Sonic from the Sonic Team series as well. Yes, that's right. There's a Sonic that goes to this undocumented set of plushes.
Message from
At the time, never
Heart
to be
Kirby.
seen or mentioned
How
outside of
sweat
this
that
listing.
sound.
Unfortunately,
Message from
no images were
Free
saved of it
Kaibob.
in this capture.
SpongeBob
But in
claps
the
Sandy's
years that have
cheeks on
passed
Adult
since
Swim.
first discovering these plushes, a few answers have been recovered. Several years ago, Patmac and myself had rediscovered
Message
the
from
plushes and their mystery,
Heart Kirby.
so we decided to look
What?
into them a little further and hopefully discover their origin. Through extensive digging,
Message from
we uncovered an interview
Heart
with Yuji
Kirby.
Naka from the
That's
Next Level
actually Rule
.com
34.
that contains a photo set showcasing the inside of their offices. These photos in themselves are pretty incredible to see. Just some of the old artifacts and plushes like Gamma and Hero Chow that are impossible to find nowadays.
Message
But if you
from
look closely at
not
the first photo
a
of the
cool
plush
girl.
shelves, you'll
H.
notice a sitting Knuckles
Message
that
from
looks quite similar to the
Free
one
Kaibob.
Anime made. And
I am
then
not
on the
looking
other
at
side,
that.
a Sonic, made with the same materials and style. And finally, a Tails, with blue iron-on eyes and vinyl shoes to round out the set. Within these photos, we can clearly see the set that is the promo Sonic Team set that Anime Mate had somehow managed to get the Knuckles and Sonic from and sell on their website. But if they were sold, how did Sonic Team end up with them, and what's up with the story about their giveaway in the first
Message from
place? Based
Heart
on our
Kirby.
research,
You
these
definitely
plushes
have
were
something
created
on your
as
search
internal
history.
products for Sonic Team
Message from
around the time Adventure
Free
was being
Kaibob.
developed, as they're
I
the
want to
earliest
watch the
Adventure
EP,
plushes
not
that
a photo.
exist based on those designs, further proven by their colored eyes. However, the ones seen in the photos at Sonic Team were likely not the same ones Anime Mate had obtained.
Message
as the
from
sold listings on Anime
not a
Mate
cool
predate
girl.
Office photos,
His
which
search history have
implies
Freaky Bob.
2 sets were made,
Message
one
from
to keep at Sonic Team
Heart
and
Kirby.
one to be given away.
It was an animation,
But with that said,
so technically
the way
true
in
face
which
with
these
hand
were
over
given
mouth,
away
face with
is
hand
still
over
a
mouth.
mystery, with very few leads to go off of.
Message
The fact
from
that these are early Adventure
Free
plushes,
Kaibob.
and with the date of
Want to watch a
1997
15-minute
that Anime Mate
episode.
gives them, had led PatMac to believe they could have been given away at the Sonic Adventure reveal party, but we found no visual evidence to prove that. We've also never been able to solve where the Animemate ones ended up. They've never reappeared for sale or in a public photo after all these years. And there's no record of them ever having obtained tails.
Message from
who could still remain with the
Tahart
original
Kirby.
owner of the plush.
It lasted
In
20.
fact, the most recent
Message
appearance
from
of any of these plushes
Tahart Kirby.
was on the Japanese website
1,000
for
years.
Sonic's 20th anniversary in a section about merchandise. Sonic himself makes a cameo sitting in a Toy Island inflatable chair, but the other two characters are not seen and the plushes themselves are not discussed. Since these haven't been seen in so long, condition and preservation is something
Message
to worry
from
about. And if
Free
it weren't for
Kaibob.
the Animemate listings,
Send a link.
it's possible the entire plush set would have remained in obscurity. Though to me, it's all about the fun of the hunt for these collectibles. That makes them worth finding, whether they're lost media or not.
Hey guys, it's El Supersonic Q, and I hope you enjoyed the first part of the video, but now it's time to get into the second part, which is the collection showcase. So before we get into that, though, I just want to give a little introduction about, what we're going to see. So I've been, like I said in the other part of the video, collecting for 15
Message from
years.
Markiplier
My
Markiplier
collection isn't really
Markiplier.
all in one place anymore.
To
So
me.
the history behind that
Message
is
from
I had this main
Tahart
setup,
Kirby.
in the living room
I'm
for
reading
a
your
long
search
time,
history, lil bro.
basically for the entirety of my collecting. But a few years ago, we had this really bad flood, and I had to pack all that stuff up. And when we moved back, I decided to condense
Message
most
from
of my collection to
Free Kaibob.
one large
No,
table.
you're not.
And on that table is what we're going to be taking a look at in this video. Before we get into that,
Message
I kinda just wanna
from
show you guys some pictures of
BLRY.
other areas I'm kind of trying
Mario
to,
and Luigi chased me down after putting ketchup on my pasta and spaghetti. Crying cat face, crying cat
my Sonic
face.
section, which the majority
Message
of my Sonic
from
stuff, isn't even
Free
on
Kaibob.
this table I'm talking about. It's in a
Bruh.
different room.
Message from
I have my main shelves,
Not
which, again,
a
I'm
cool
still trying to
girl.
rebuild, but it's hard.
Did you guys know that the first SpongeBob movie is better than God of War?
This stuff is kind of
Message from
Maybe someday I can show you
Markiplier
guys,
Markiplier Markiplier.
what all this ends up being. And
No.
this doesn't even count the 5 or 6 bags of plushes that I just have literally no room for anywhere. Not to mention underneath the table that I'm going to show you guys is also more stuff that I just don't have room for. It's either boxed stuff or just stuff that I don't really want to display. Things like that. So with that said, let's get into the video, and I hope you guys enjoy. So I guess we'll just start at the
Message
top here and
from
work our way through the table.
Not
So this
a cool
first section
girl.
here is actually a new
Dang
addition.
Markiplier Markiplier Markiplier.
Plastic shelf and put it onto the wall,
Message
and I thought it
from
would be a good spot to put my
Free
Gashapon
Kaibob.
figures. So
Yes.
all the Dragon Ball ones actually came from a real Gashapon machine from Bandai,
Message
you find these
from
around nowadays, which is really
Tahart
cool.
Kirby.
And I love the
Reaching
old,
like hell would be better if SpongeBob gave Sandy back
I used
shots.
to get 'em, I remember from the
Message from
used to have some Yu-Gi-Oh ones back in the day, so
BLRY.
pretty nostalgic.
Me
and Dragon
Markiplier
Ball
PLS don't pull the
so
plug.
I actually
Crying cat
collected
face
all the
crying
sets.
cat face crying cat
These
face.
4 are a set. These 4
Message
are a
from
set, and these 4 are a set.
BLRY.
So I think these are all the ones that I
MR
have right now,
asterisk.
so I have them all.
Message
I have a lot of
from
doubles, but
Free
can't
Kaibob.
really do much about that.
FR.
These JoJo ones also were from the Gashapon machine. I did not get any doubles from these though. I actually saved money on these because my brother got me Rohan, and I got all the other
Message
ones in one
from
go. So that's
Free
the whole
Kaibob.
set, and of course my
I want to see freaky
Yosuke-
cheeks.
I think it's a Banpresto figure, PVC figure right there, and then the original Part 4, Volume 1 Japanese. That's my little JoJo display. It's not super big or anything yet, but I want to get some more characters from the series. And then on the other end here was just some other Gashapon figures and keychains that I just think really work well on this shelf because it's not a very big shelf, and just all the small figures go really well up here. There's a No More Heroes poster that
Message
I think was
from
the last time
Not
the last
a
video
cool
I
girl.
took of this stuff.
What
And
Freaky
these
Bob
other
said.
things from GameStop, which are still up there. So right below here is the Nintendo stuff, and this is kind of like what's left of the Nintendo stuff, I would say, because, like I mentioned in the video, I've kind of been getting into more anime stuff, and a lot of my Nintendo stuff ended up in that second shelving arrangement, like I said. So this is kind of what's left, the stuff that I either liked or just didn't move. So I guess from this corner going over, just some old like Jax figures and Gashapon figures I've had for quite a while. Same thing down here, Joyride Luigi, little buildable Skyward Sword Link, and the Jax Samus figures. Mario in that car, which I've had forever. That was one of the first things I ever even got. Some mushrooms, which are cool. I like my mushroom merchandise.
Message from
area, which is just kind of
Freak High Bob.
like the Sonic figures, like I said.
Sandy
All my
cheeks
Sonic
but
figures are in the
freaky.
other display.
Message
Like
from
Gamma, like the Laughing Sonic,
Heart
and
Kirby.
some,
Markiplier, Markiplier, am I adopted?
So I think we kinda
Message
end
from
the video game stuff
Heart
right around
Kirby.
here. Joyride Link,
Freaky Cheeks.
the Fox bobblehead, which is such a cool figure. What a classic. Goron Link from Epoch, and then, well, I guess we kind of go a little bit further with video game stuff later on, but then the Fox from the Power Ace statue, which is a nice statue, actually. I know a lot of people didn't like it for its paint job. I think the paint could be better, but I like the statue. So yeah, this little like formation is kind of all the video game stuff that's left on the table that isn't like Tekken or like fighting game stuff, like Nintendo stuff. As well as this plush display, I guess. This has pretty much stayed the same, I think, for a long time. I can't even think of anything new I added to it. This Yoshimitsu Tekken
Message from
isn't even new. I just
BLRY.
didn't have any other spot for it.
Mr.
Most of my
Wit
other
3.
Tekken stuff is out in
Message
the other
from
display, but
BLRY.
I like Yoshimitsu.
Jesse Yo.
And then there's the Sir Kibble, which is really cool. He's still there, and Banjo, and Link, and everyone is basically still here. Cloud, so yeah. Something I did add though was this Robotnik and Sonic like buildable. Well, it's Eggman and his ship, or Robotnik, I guess, classic here, from Jax. And the cool thing is you can swap up the accessories. Like I have the Wrecking Ball on right now, but it came with a bunch of other.
Message from
like objects you can
not
put onto the
a
ship,
cool
like
girl.
The drills and
OKCYA guys, I maybe never gonna
really
come
cool. I
back
just got
now.
Christmas from my brother, and it's a really cool display. I kind of wanted to have him like, hanging out over the
Message
display,
from
you know, almost as if like he's
Freak High
floating
Bob.
over the shelves, but
Right facing
the
fist,
little
crying cat
stand in
face,
the
left
back
facing
isn't great
fist.
for that. Like it doesn't really extend that far, so it looks kind of like Sonic's kind of hanging on there. This is kind of like the main central like
Message
first floor,
from
I guess, of the shelf area.
BLRY.
So these are like a lot.
Index
of
pointing at the
like I said,
viewer,
we're
cat
getting
face,
into
index
quite a
pointing
bit.
at the viewer, right facing fist, crying cat face, left
Project
facing
Vegan
fist.
from Metacom, and the
Message
other
from
from Metacom. I've had these for quite
Heart
a while.
Kirby.
But then I
Bro,
got this
why would you
Hollywood
say womp
recently
womp?
from Mega House.
Message
They also
from
made CC from Mega House as
Heart
well. I
Kirby.
think it was part of the same set.
Why are you
Colin.
womp womping her?
I'm gonna get
Message
her at some point,
from
and then those are all four
BLRY.
dolls that I think exist.
I'm replying to
There
Freak
is a
High
Suzaku,
Bob.
but it's like a designer doll kind of
Message from
thing that I don't want. It's not
Heart
like that
Kirby.
doll. The Real Action Heroes
Okay.
link over here from Metacom. I've had this for quite a while too. He's still here. And then these two
Message
are new
from
additions. The
Heart
A-Zone
Kirby.
Ichigo
See you,
and
Mary.
Hitsugaya, which I saw these a long time ago when I was a kid.
Message
I never thought I'd
from
get them, but
Freak High
when
Bob.
you're older, you have money for stuff.
Face
and you
with
find
hand
stuff
over
easily,
mouth,
so I
face
got
with
both of
hand
these.
over mouth.
That's the whole set. They're really cool. I like the Hitsugaya quite a bit. Ichigo is really cool as well, but I feel like they should have given
Message
more
from
accessories or just.
Heart Kirby.
I feel like
Index pointing at the viewer, cat face, index pointing at the viewer, right facing fist, crying cat face, left facing fist.
There's a Rangiku that's part of actually the Mega House line that Colin is a part of. So she's not really in the A-Zone set, but she does exist. If I ever find her for cheap, I might get her, but I'm not a huge fan of Rangiku, so I probably won't. And then right in front of here is some more Bleach stuff. I actually like Bleach quite a bit. Even
Message
though I don't
from
talk about it. So this is
Heart
the
Kirby.
new
Index pointing at the viewer, cat face, index pointing at the viewer, right facing fist, crying cat face, left facing fist.
Kenpachi from
Message
the new line
from
that came out for the Blood War.
Freak High Bob.
This is like the first.
You're
like,
so silly,
Kenpachi
face
that's
with hand
scaled
over
any
mouth,
other
face with hand
figures
over
from the
mouth,
line,
face
so
with
I
hand
had
over
a
mouth.
Really great scope.
Message from
This is the
Heart
BLRY
Kirby.
from Toynami. Again, Toynami
Wah wah.
did really good Bleach stuff.
Message
I think Toynami
from
Bleach stuff is probably one of the best
BLRY.
that you can buy.
Cat face.
And then Playart's Kai
Message
Hitsugaya,
from
I actually think the Playart's
Heart
Kai
Kirby.
are maybe the best Bleach figure
I know.
in existence.
Message from
Hitsugai is the best Hitsugai.
BLRY.
I'm actually a big fan of
AMBATU Falking NAUTO Shet.
Took me a long
Message
time to
from
find. That's one of those ones I saw
Heart
back in the day
Kirby.
quite a bit, but could never afford
Index pointing at the viewer,
then
cat
it
face,
got really
index
rare,
pointing at the
so I
viewer,
got
right
to review
facing
this
fist,
one.
crying cat
And,
face, left facing fist, index pointing at the viewer, cat face, index pointing at the viewer, right facing fist, crying cat face, left facing fist, index pointing at the viewer, cat face, index pointing at the viewer, right facing fist, crying cat face, left facing fist. Message from
Sasuke's design from
Heart
Shippuden,
Kirby.
so I bought
BLRY stop
straight up.
nading.
The Gaara came with something
Message
else.
from
Try and get more of these at some
Free
point.
Kai Bob.
And then this Lupin
Me
figure that's been
too.
here for like ever.
Message from
It's the PVC figure.
Heart Kirby.
And then in the back
I will
here
pull out my snake, don't
was
test me.
my, Jin
Message
figure
from
oh, I guess
Heart
this was
Kirby.
quite a bit here. So
What?
This was my old
Message
Tupac
from
Jin
Free
action
Kai
doll, which
Bob.
I, clearly still
Yay.
have. Probably
Message
one of the
from
best. Honestly, I've kind of
BLRY.
quite a bit. Probably one of the best
Cat face with rice smile, cat face with rice smile.
The Lupin from the Stylish Collection by Metacom. I think this is the best Lupin figure ever in existence. So, fantastic figure. And then the new 3-0 Naruto 1/6 action doll, which it's 1/6, but he's a little smaller because he's like young Naruto, I guess as they call him now. This is a fantastic figure.
Message from
And they're coming out with
BLRY.
Sasuke soon, and they've announced
Crying
Sakura
cat face.
and Kakashi, so I gotta get all of them.
Message from
Really, really cool.
BLRY.
Little Giorno PVC figure
Cat face
here,
with
Bloody
rice
Star.
smile, index pointing at the viewer.
Again, I'd like to get more JoJo
Message
stuff.
from
I've always kind of liked this one, so I decided to buy
BLRY.
it. So that was
You
like
bend
the
over.
first, like,
Message
area
from
here, I guess,
Heart
stuff.
Kirby.
So
What?
now we'll move over here.
Message from Heart Kirby.
Some anime
No.
character, some game character
Message from
some Yujin Gashapon set.
BLRY.
more of those around here.
I want to
Most
give
of
you
them get
something
displayed.
special.
Holy crap!
Message
these figures are a
from
pain to build, and they don't stay together.
BLRY.
The plastic they
Cat
use on
face
this
with
is
rice
awful.
smile.
Man.
Message
Do not
from
like this set.
Heart Kirby.
Kyo
Oh.
from a King of Fighters.
Message
I think
from
this was a pre-order deluxe thing
Heart
in
Kirby. Is it a
Australia.
gift?
It's one of the limited statues
Message
they made
from
for it. They also have
BLRY.
Terry, Athena, and
Yes.
Leona in the set. I'd like to
Message
get the whole
from
set, but they're impossible
Free
to
Kai
find,
Bob.
so I bought
Nah.
this one a few years ago.
Message
If I ever
from
find more, I'll probably get more. I
BLRY.
wish he was a little taller, but
The best gift.
I think the sculpt is pretty cool.
Message
It's, like, based
from
on the cover of the game.
Heart Kirby.
Behind here,
Bet let
more
me
King
bend
Fighter
over.
stuff and a
Message from
Hitsugaya from
Free
the
Kai Bob.
Kakashi set, but I
What
decided
is
to
it?
put him over here 'cause he's a little
Message
smaller.
from
He just fit better there.
BLRY.
Athena, King of Fighters,
Smiling face with horns, smiling face with
96, I
horns.
think. PVC
Message
figure.
from
They need to make better Athena merchandise.
BLRY.
There's a new statue
A free
coming out
Tofat.
from Kotobukiya, which is
Message
really nice
from
looking, but other than
BLRY.
that, there's not a lot of
Grinning
cool
cat
stuff to really
face.
go for. This
Message
is
from
pretty cool, though, this
BLRY.
statue.
But
So
only
I
if it
never
was
even
made by
seen
me.
this before I
Message from
first saw this one, and I
Heart
always thought,
Kirby.
like,
Okay,
because
you
Red
bent
Bar
over
had
now.
large-scale figures, and I
Message
didn't think they
from
existed, but then I found this statue
BLRY.
completely by accident.
Crying
I didn't
cat
know what I
face,
was looking
grinning cat
for.
face, grinning cat
It's from a
face.
company, I don't remember what their name
Message
was. Like,
from
it's not Kyoto, but it's something
BLRY.
like that.
Alright.
Kyoto, I don't
Message
know.
from
All they've made is these
BLRY.
Fighters figures. There's
You trade me your
Benimaru,
tie and I
there's
give you my
Iori,
top hat.
and a Kyo.
Message
And
from
that's it. They've only made like those
Heart
figures,
Kirby.
That's it.
I'm
So
only
what would
giving
grow
semen out.
with,
Message
like, the only
from
Benimaru,
Heart Kirby.
large figure in existence.
Bet.
I think if there was ever
Message
a chance
from
for Benimaru to get another figure,
Free Kai
it would
Bob.
be from Storm Collectibles.
Yay.
But I don't know. They tend to do some weird character choices. I don't know, like stuff that I'm not really interested in. So that remains to be seen, I guess. And there's my PlayArts Kite Cloud, which has been here forever. One of my favorite figures of all time. And then over in this direction, the NECA Leon figure from
Message from
another fantastic figure,
Heart
one of my
Kirby.
favorites. Got this
OnlyFans when?
Collectibles Akira figure from Virtua Fighter 5, which is probably the best Akira figure I would say that exists. There aren't like a whole lot of great options, but I think the sculpt and the posability is really good on this one. You can't really see him too well, but there he is. It gets kind of cluttered in this area. Here's my Jin Storm Collectibles figure, which was the first one I got. I'd like to get more Storm stuff, but I don't know. Like I said, some of the character choices just aren't really the best for me. And you got to get this stuff, the Storm stuff, right when it comes out, because if you miss it, man, you can't find it afterwards. Here's a Heihachi.
Message from
on
Free
top
Kai
of
Bob.
the,
Crying cat face,
Nina
crying
Williams
cat face.
Fox statue. There's a Jin that goes to this set. I'll have to get it at some point, but it's impossible to find. There's a new Ayane statue from the Epoch Dead or Alive set. This was really hard to find. I'll talk a little bit more about Epoch in a second when I show the Kasumi. This one was really hard to find. I don't know if they didn't make a lot of them or something, but it's numbered on the bottom of like one of 300, I think, or 400. The sculpt is pretty good, but man, the bow in her back, which isn't even hooked in now, does not stay at all. If you put that bow in, you better not touch this figure or even walk by it, because it might fall out if you walk by it. And her gosh dang little bandana broke because one of my figures slightly hit into it just the wrong way and it snapped off. I'll have to glue that back on. I'm not a big Ayane fan though, so it's okay. But these Epoch statues are, not only are they fragile, they're like 20 years old. So like the resin is just... And then there's an Athena King of Fighters, like, I guess it's like an action doll, but it's really small. And you had to like, I don't know, like build her necklace and like put on the stickers for her gloves, which I never even did because you needed to use like hair dryers and stuff. I don't know, kind of.
Oh wait, that was all recorded. Never mind. I thought my mic was muted anyway.
And then speaking of like small scale stuff, here's the Kiryu from the video that I mentioned. Really, really good Kiryu. I mean, this is probably the best one you can get. I think it's better than the Figma. But again, it's just, I wish it was bigger. I don't even have the Majima. Like I said, unfortunately, I didn't buy it.
Message from Heart Kirby. BLRY. When can I be on your OnlyFans?
Behind him is, he's kind of facing backward because I like
Message from Heart Kirby. Okay, buddy, where is the milk?
Statue. He's missing the base.
Oh yeah, here you go. I gave it to you.
I wanted him just so he could pose with the Asmus Kiryu, just the back there. The face sculpt isn't super good on that guy though. Sarah and Akira statues from More Creations.
Oh.
We're asking folks if they know what an HYSA is and why they should be saving with one.
Message from Heart Kirby. You're forgiven for now.
In the past, I've covered lots of
topics
regarding television, which so far
I keep thinking
mostly
about
been
those
American
native
animation,
ads.
From Cartoon Network
Like
and
at the same,
Nickelodeon.
it's funny,
So
at the
subject
same
areas like
time,
Disney and
why?
anime
It's
are
just
really
like
popular.
men
I just
spraying
haven't
deodorant
explored
over
yet
their
in
you know
regards to
what.
lost media.
And they're
And so today,
normalizing it.
we're going
They're
to
not
take a
showing
look
you
at
anything.
both a Disney and anime
They're
topics
just
that honestly
slightly going
no
to
one
that
should know
territory.
exists. But thanks to one nonchalant mention of it on a
I
forum of
keep
unlikely
seeing
origin,
that.
we have some kind
But
of insight about the
unfortunately, I mean,
canceled
fortunately,
Hannah Montana anime
I don't get
series.
those anymore. So
Now, I'm almost positive
Let's
you were
go.
just as confused as I was when I first read about this topic on the Lost Media Wiki. I thought for sure this had to be a troll. A Hannah Montana anime series? That sounds like a meme straight from Corey in the house. So you're telling me that someone had the idea to take the American Disney Channel show and make the effort to transform it into a Japanese anime? Well, yes, and that's exactly what was going to happen. Our hard-to-believe story begins in 2010 on the Kanzenshu Dragon Ball forums. The thread in question is titled "Which Game Is This?", posted by a user named Wasted Wisher. Now, Wasted Wisher is no ordinary user, as he's rather famous within the community for his history of leaking internal contents from Toei Animation, a credible source, as he himself worked at the Philippines branch of the company. Back to the thread, the purpose of it was to ask the community which new Dragon Ball game could be utilizing 30 minutes worth of new animation, which the company had been told to work on. Wasted Wisher mentions his hopes that some of this work on the Dragon Ball project ends up falling down to his position at the company, because, in an almost passive manner, he says that work for the new Digimon and Hannah Montana series have already been passed around the office. The inception of this project originated in 2009, when Disney approached Toei Animation's home studio in Japan with the series proposal. Accepting the pitch, Toei then ran an in-house contest that pulled a bunch of their artists together and had each one design the Hannah Montana characters in their own way. This gave Toei a way to decide which art style would suit the series best. According to Wasted
Message
Wisher,
from
4 different artists made the final
BLRY.
cut, one of which
Soon.
was Miho Shimogasa,
Message from
who worked on the character
BLRY.
designs of Sailor Moon and Powerpuff
We can show
Girls.
top hats.
In addition,
Message
two of these
from
art styles were developed in
BLRY.
music video tests,
And
but
something else,
ultimately,
Catface with
the
Rice
Filipino
Mile,
artist
Catface
working
with
at the
Rice
Toei
Mile.
Philippines studio won the design contest, which is how the studio ended up with the project and how Wasted Wisher was able to know about
Message from
it. Wasted Wisher
To
said
Heart
in the
Kirby.
past that it's okay to discuss
Bet
the
Catface
details
with
of the
Rice
project
Mile,
as the
Catface
series
with
was
Rice
underway,
Mile.
and that it would be probably announced very shortly. Well, as we all know, that never ever happened, and to this day, no one has ever seen any of the production content surrounding this seemingly cancelled anime series. There's a lot of speculation as to why that was.
Message
beginning
from
with the main Hannah Montana
To Heart
series
Kirby.
itself. That was
Top
nearing the
Hats
end
and
of its
Tide.
run, while the anime had
Message
just begun
from
production in May 2010,
To Heart Kirby.
and not long after, in January
Ties.
2011, did the series
Message
end.
from
So in terms
BLRY.
of a franchise, there'd be no room
Yes.
to bank on an animated series at that point. Never mind the fact that it was actually Japanese anime, which was not very popular in America in
Message
the
from
early 2010s.
To Heart Kirby.
Additionally, this was also the time when Miley
https://magma.com/d/20L4VECGJN.
Disney to create a new kid-friendly show based on her character. Speculating aside, that's an extremely unsatisfying result, to hear of such a project and then never get to see it, for better or worse. But that's never stopped us before. While I'm not exactly losing sleep over a lost Hannah Montana anime, it's definitely piqued my curiosity enough to try and see what I can uncover about it. So for starters, I did some quick Google searches for Hannah Montana, Toei Animation, and Disney, thinking maybe some obscure press release or leak ended up finding its way online, but I found nothing close to even what I wanted. This is a cancelled Disney series that was being developed in the Philippines. There is no way I'm going to find a random post online. So I was thinking about who I could contact that would have had access to this stuff, and the answer seemed obvious: Wasted Wisher. Now, believe it or not, the story originally ended here. I made an account on the site to check Wasted Wisher's latest activity, and it said December 2016, so I almost called it a day, thinking our only inside source would never reply. But if there's anything I've learned in getting contacts, it's you never know. So I sent him a message asking if he had any assets or additional information about the show. But then something occurred to me in Wasted Wisher's original post. He never actually said he got to work on the series, and since it was so short-lived, I highly doubted he was going to have any of the assets I wanted to see. So I decided that while I wait for him to reply, I needed to dig a little deeper and actually find past or current employees working at Toei Philippines who would not only know something about the project, but would also be willing to talk about it with me. But after a few hours, I ended up with about 5 different people of varying departments and years at the company. I only sent a couple of them messages, with one replying back that he never heard about the project at all. But luckily, there was someone in particular I had a feeling would be very helpful if they replied. And they did. My original message essentially gave them the rundown of Wasted Wisher's posts, and ultimately asked if they knew anything or had
Marshmallow
any assets.
Guardian.
In their first reply,
Welcome to
he
the
confirmed
stream.
a lot of the things from the forums,
Message from
including having started work
Marshmallow
on singing and
Guardian.
dancing scenes, which
Hi.
was probably the music videos Wasted Wisher was talking about, and that Toei hadn't even made so much as a teaser
Joshua
video, which
Memes.
again relates to the
Laughing
project
face.
never having been
Welcome to the
announced.
stream.
I asked again more directly if they had anything relating to the show's production, and this is where the big ticket
Message
item comes into
from
play. They confirmed
Heart
with me
Kirby.
that yes, Toei
WSGBBG.
Philippines does still have the Hannah Montana character model
Message
sheets
from
that were carried out
Free
in the
Kaibob.
series. Those
Cool.
exist and are there.
Marshmallow Guardian.
Understandably, they say that
There we
Toei
go.
is very strict about who they share them with, on account of the Dragon
Message
Ball ones
from
having leaked before,
Free
which is
Kaibob.
another reference to Wasted
What?
Wisher.
You barely even
At
know
any
the-
rate, they say they'll actually ask one of their contacts at Toei Philippines for me if it's okay to share the model sheets. At this point, I was super excited. Not just in the fact that we'll be able to see what this show would have looked like, but also because, dang, I found some more lost media in a seemingly incredible way. But unfortunately, my dreams regarding this search were shattered very quickly. My contact informs me that they talked to some animators, but the animators say they're not allowed
Message
to show the
from
model sheets, and
To
essentially,
Heart Kirby.
that's all the animators have
I
to
was
say
talking
about it.
to Marshmallow.
There's nothing more that can be done for me. Feeling pretty crushed, I checked back with Wasted Wisher to find out he did respond, but he didn't have anything from the show, as I suspected. Though he did specifically mention sets of model sheets for different character designs, which
Message
is exactly
from
what my contact was trying
Marshmallow
to get from me,
Guardian.
so it all comes full circle.
Tongue.
But unfortunately, that's it. When you have an inside to the company and they deny
Message
your
from
request, there's not much else you can
Free
do.
Kaibob.
Unless there's another
Skull.
Wasted Wisher working at Toei right now who would want to risk their job for a cancelled Hannah Montana anime series. In fact, Wasted Wisher ended up getting fired from Toei in 2013.
Message
after being
from
caught from a new Dragon Ball
Heart
leak around
Kirby.
that time. So I
Tongue,
don't think
tongue,
we're ever
tongue.
going to see those model sheets or the music video tests, if that animation is even still around. At the end of the day, though, if it wasn't for Wasted Wisher to discuss it in passing to begin
Message
with,
from
we'd still never know that it was once
Free
conceived.
Kaibob.
So at the end of the
Loudly
day, I
crying
should thank
face,
him and
folded
my
hands,
contact
light skin
for getting
tone.
me this far with the search. A search for a show that was still very early on in its production, with almost no trace of its existence, followed
Message
by a
from
seemingly swift cancellation
Marshmallow
by the super
Guardian.
protective hand of Disney,
Wait.
and currently residing
Freaky
in an
Bob
island
is
group at
not
Toei.
acting freaky.
So that means the mystery of the
Take
Hannah
away
Montana
his
anime
name
will
privileges.
probably never be solved.
Message from
Do you
Joshua
guys remember
Memes.
Foxbox?
Laughing
What
face.
about 4Kids
Tomato
TV?
Gaming.
Or maybe Toon's Eye? All of these are different incarnations of a Saturday morning cartoon block that aired on local stations in the 2000s. Not only did the block air some pretty cool cartoons, but they were also known for
Message
their
from
anime.
I was almost gonna.
This is
Heart
where series
Kirby.
like One Piece, Sonic
You're
X,
now
and
just
Kirby
Bob.
Right Back at Ya got their start in the US. However, there's a less popular anime that most people probably don't remember, and in fact you might not even know that this exists as an anime at all. F-Zero GP Legend. Yes, that's right, an official anime based on the Nintendo property. The series began airing in Japan in late 2003 and ran for 51 episodes, which concluded
Message
in
from
late 2004.
Free Kaibob.
Overall, it did pretty well over there,
Smash next
leading to
question.
home media releases and a GBA tie-in game. Eventually, this game would be localized in the US, and with it came the localization of the anime. The game and anime were scheduled to release in late 2004, as the series was wrapping up in Japan. So a big marketing push
Message
for the
from
series in the US was
Heart
made.
Kirby.
Despite some
No
censorship
too late,
and
bro.
localization changes,
Message
GP
from
Legend debuted on the Fox
Joshua
box in
Memes.
September
Laughing
2004.
face. That's a
The
drawing
plot
site.
involves a character named Rick
Message
Wheeler,
from
who suffers an injury and was
Heart
frozen
Kirby.
until a cure could be found.
You got exposed for being a
150 years in
fraud.
the future, he was brought back to
Message
the
from
police to help end
Free
corruption in the
Kaibob.
F-Zero League.
Loudly
New
crying
characters
face
were added to
tongue.
the series, but several
Message
returning
from
characters from the games were also
Heart
included.
Kirby.
Unfortunately, it seemed as though this
Message
didn't make an
from
impact with the viewers,
Joshua
as ratings
Memes.
for each episode
Laughing
got lower
face.
and lower.
I must try it.
Eventually, after 15 episodes
Message
aired,
from
the show was pulled from
Marshmallow
the schedule
Guardian.
abruptly and replaced by
Hear me
reruns of
out.
other shows.
What King Boo's
That was
tongue
the
do?
end of
Smiling
F-Zero
face
GP
with
Legend
horns.
on TV.
Smiling face with
However,
horns.
this raises a lot of questions
Message
about the
from
remaining 36 episodes
Free
that were left
Kaibob.
unaired. Did they get
I
dubbed
can
at all?
tell you
And
I
if
used
so,
it.
Is there any way to see them?
Message from
I haven't watched any of the
Heart
series
Kirby.
and didn't even know about it back
Get
in the
out.
day. But unearthing
Message
it after all
from
these years and giving it a
Heart
watch in
Kirby.
English would be really cool.
Both of you.
The Lost Media Wiki
Message
seems
from
to suggest that the remaining
Free
episodes were
Kaibob.
not dubbed, but I wanted
Skull
some
Skull.
confirmation on that. I did a little research
Message
into the
from
production and made my way to the
BLRY.
English voice actor of Captain Falcon
Hey
in the
guys, my
series,
name's Chicken
David
Nugget,
Wills.
and today we troll
I straight
Max.
up asked him if the unaired
Oh god,
episodes
he
were
has a
dubbed at
gun.
all,
Help me.
to which he confirms that
Like
they
to help.
were.
Thumbs up.
Not only is
Hold on a
this
second, that
Message
actually
from
gives me an
36
idea.
Lost
Free
episodes
Kaibob.
the only English dub
No.
of the series out there, but also that the iconic scene from the final episode where Captain Falcon does a Falcon Punch exists in English, and we've never heard it. This is pretty surprising information to learn because it means that 4Kids went through all of the effort of dubbing an entire series and had new content ready to air, but chose to replace it with reruns and burying the rest. Interestingly, the first 15 episodes that aired on TV have been archived and available for viewing, but it seems unlikely that we'll get our hands on the remaining 36. When 4Kids lost the rights to the series, it's likely they had to return all assets back to Nintendo. So I'd
Message
be surprised
from
if anyone from 4Kids
Free
had
Kaibob.
masters in their possession,
Smash
or
next
even
one.
cared enough to keep them over all these years. Voice actors also don't
think
keep
it's
copies
been
of their
late
work
for
like this, so David is out. But there's one sliver of hope that I frequently hear referenced when it comes to 4Kids properties. Discotek Media.
You were talking about the.
They're a legit company who releases less popular anime series and
I'm
have
still
done so
going
with
with the
many
idea.
4Kids titles before. It's possible they could get their hands on the license or do some looking around for the masters. Though I do have to be pessimistic about this kind of thing, as Nintendo is the larger company here. I can't imagine them giving the okay to Discotek to re-release an old anime based on an even older property that hasn't been touched in over a decade. It's not the Nintendo thing to do. However, if there's any interest in the series, now would be the time to make your voice heard. You never know who has what stored in their archives. But until that day
Message
comes,
from
it looks like the remaining episodes
Heart
of the
Kirby.
English dub for GP
Is that
Legend
chicken?
will remain a mystery.
Yeah.
Message from
Dragon Ball is a series
Marshmallow
with no need
Guardian.
for introduction, as it
Chicken
is easily
Nugget
one of
is
the most
currently
popular anime
depressed.
series of all time.
Message from
With its iconic characters and
Heart
dedicated
Kirby.
fan base, this
Wait,
series
he
is
is
never
canonically a demigod, lol.
With the
Message
incredible
from
success that the series has,
Heart Kirby.
having started in Japan
He is
well before it
LOL.
found its way to America,
Message
it
from
shouldn't come as a surprise
Free
that some
Kaibob.
Dragon Ball material has
Smash.
been lost.
Message
Some of its
from
previous
Are you
lost content
still
Heart
has been
Kirby.
recovered, such as the
MFS
Back Special
going
and
through
some
it.
original broadcast recordings. Perhaps one of the most historical features regarding the localization of Dragon Ball remains missing.
Message
and
from
it's likely that very
BLRY.
few people have ever
Free
even
Kaibob,
seen
you
it to
can't
begin
smash
with.
him.
One of the earliest Dragon Ball localization
Message from
attempts was made by a company
Free
called
Kaibob.
Harmony Gold in 1989.
Too bad.
It's believed this California-based studio took the first 5
Message
episodes of
from
Dragon Ball, as well as created
BLRY.
a fusion of movies 1 and
But he's
3,
a dog.
and dubbed them in English
Message
for
from
the American market.
Marshmallow
These
Guardian.
dubs were tested on TV in
Bro
certain
is
parts
going
of the
through the
country,
struggle.
but received poor ratings and were
Message
never
from
seen again.
Free
Harmony
Kaibob.
Gold did nothing else with the
I still
series,
will.
and naturally the small
Message
amount of
from
material fell into obscurity.
BLRY. You could
While
get
this dub is
cancelled.
one of the most popular
Message
Dragon
from
Ball dubs, we're actually
Heart
going to
Kirby.
save it for another video.
I'm a cat
I
and he
only brought it
smashed
up
me.
because this is what most people
Message
believe
from
to be the first English dub of Dragon
BLRY.
Ball content.
Crying cat
However,
face.
signs point towards a different
Message
origin,
from
which predates
Free
the Harmony
Kaibob.
Gold dub by 2 years.
ONVM.
The home of the first
Message
English dub
from
of Dragon Ball wasn't
Free
actually in
Kaibob.
America, but in
What?
Japan.
Message
In
from
1964, a
Joshua
man by the name
Memes.
of William Ross
Laughing face.
founded a Tokyo-based
Freaky Bob is
dubbing
getting
studio
freaky dog
called
skull.
Frontier Enterprises.
Message from
The studio had a focus
Heart
on
Kirby.
English dubbing specifically for
I smashed
export,
chicken
and
already.
largely focused on Toho
Message
style
from
films in the 1970s,
BLRY.
but shifted towards animated features
Mods
in the
cancel him.
1980s.
Message
Information
from
regarding Frontier Enterprises
Free
is rather
Kaibob.
scarce, with a lot
What?
of unverified details about the
Message
company
from
and incomplete lists of
Heart
their work
Kirby.
floating around the internet.
I'm not human though.
Where does Dragon Ball
Message
come into
from
play? In times like
BLRY.
this, it's really cool to gain
Heart,
insight
why
from
did you
someone who was
smash
actually
Chicken
there
crying
while
cat
it was all
face?
happening.
Message
Meet
from
Dave Neeskins, a voice
Free
actor who
Kaibob.
worked at Frontier for a
Smash
little more
Max
than a
next
year from
question.
early 1987
Message
till late
from
1988.
BLRY.
In an interview with
Max looks fucking deranged skull
Neeskins
skull.
recalls finding an ad and auditioning at the
Message
company,
from
when shortly after,
BLRY.
Neeskins claims that he was
He's
cast
ready
in
to
Ross's
pull the trigger,
production
no
of Dragon
remorse.
Ball Z.
Message
This
from
quickly caught the attention of
Free
the fan base
Kaibob.
at the time of its discovery,
Still
and
smash.
needless to say, there was a little bit of confusion regarding
Message
Neeskins'
from
recollection.
Heart
Is Max
Kirby.
Design Pro?
You didn't let me hit, that's why. Message from
Isn't he canonically a child or something?
Freaky Bob smash Freaky Sandy.
Or was his age ever, you know, brought up in one of his videos?
As that had just released a few months prior in
I just
December.
realized.
Message from
Additionally, Frontier was
Joshua
focusing on
Memes.
film and movies at
Laughing
this time,
face.
making it
What?
seem all the more likely.
Message from
This means we have an
Free
English dub
Kaibob.
of Curse of the Phantom Rubies
Yes.
from 1987.
Message from
An English dub exists
Heart
that
Kirby.
is older than Harmony Gold.
He is a
and
child.
one of the rarest Dragon Ball lost media of all time. The only problem is that there is no additional information about it,
Bro said
and no
smash
one else online
Max
has
next
claimed to have
question.
seen it
Message
or
from
even knew about it before the news
Marshmallow
broke.
Guardian.
Neeskins
Max
says
looks
in his
like he
interview
went
that he
insane.
used to keep all of his scripts from
Message
Frontier,
from
but must have thrown them
Joshua
away during
Memes.
one of his many
Laughing
moves.
face.
If
I
he
mean
was
he
able
has
to
parents,
uncover
so
even part
probably
of
a
the script
teen.
and post a picture, it would have given us proof it existed and a feel for what the dialogue was like.
MR_TRLLG_face. Welcome to the stream. Message from MR_TRLLG_face. Hello FNF guy. Message from Free Kaibob. Bro wants more content from the chicken nugget. Message from Heart Kirby. Dude's a child canonically.
This topic is one of the most extreme cases of lost media and borderlines the lost forever category. In most instances of lost media, you can contact specific people who either worked on the production or even the company themselves if you really
I should
need
probably
to.
lower the
In this case,
thing.
however, both of these options are off the table. As
Ju-
stated
just so it
previously,
aims, you know,
Frontier
right where it
Enterprises was
wants it to
located
be.
in
Message
Tokyo,
from
but focused on English dubbing.
BLRY.
This meant instead of
Imagine
hiring
Max Design
professionals from
Pro
the
is like
area,
19 to
Ross had
20.
hire any native English
Message
speakers he
from
could find.
Free
oftentimes
Kaibob.
resulting in common folk.
Max
As a
going for
result,
both
most
chickens.
of the names that have received
Lil
voice accounts
Animates.
for the studio
Welcome to
cannot
the
be
stream.
found online.
Message
Although a few of
from
them can be.
BLRY.
These people, while they have
Probably
separate
though.
dedicated pages,
Message
have
from
no contact whatsoever that
Free
I can find.
Kaibob.
According to a
Is.
few different websites,
Message
Jeff
from
Manning of Super Smash Bros. Seems
BLRY.
to be the biggest name here.
Max going for
So
a
if
clean
someone out
kill.
there knows how to reach him,
Message
it might
from
be worth asking if he remembers
Lil
the Dragon Ball
Animates.
production at the studio.
I humanized the Eggy that you draw.
Contact more of these people,
Message
there's
from
no guarantee
Oh,
that you
no,
can
not
work
the
on
Heart
Dragon
Kirby.
Ball or remember
I'm
if
gonna
you did.
smash chicken
This
again.
production would have happened
Message
32 years
from
ago, after all.
Free Kaibob.
What's even
Pensive
more
face,
unfortunate
pensive
is that a
face.
few of the more frequent
Okay.
talents who worked for Frontier are listed as deceased, including Will Ross
I'm never
himself
looking at
and
that
his close
again.
friend Cliff Harrington. Even though Ross was still alive when the company dissolved in the year 2000, there's not even a chance we can
Message
find
from
links through there anymore.
Joshua Memes.
It just gets really
Laughing
difficult
face.
given all these
No, we're not
circumstances.
smashing
As a
again.
result, the company might not even
Trash
be the
Neil.
least of our concerns.
Welcome to the stream.
In the case of
Message
the
from
Harmony dub mentioned earlier,
Free
that
Kaibob.
aired publicly on American
Brothers
television
gonna
at
kill
one
both
point in
chicken
time.
nuggets.
So technically someone
Message
could have seen it and
from
recorded it.
Trash
In the
Neil.
case of this,
Bro, I returned Bro
been shown on
Dayaz,
Japan
and I
Airlines flights
finished
to the
the
US.
animations and it looks like trash like my name Trash
Frontier
Neil.
actually did a lot of dubs for Japan Airlines, and again was focusing on movies at this point in the studio's life. It also explains why literally no one in the fanbase had heard of it prior to Niskid's interview. Because if you weren't flying to the US from Japan in the late 80s,
Message
then
from
you didn't have a chance of catching
Heart
it.
Kirby.
This makes
Okay.
sense and is the most widely accepted theory without any more evidence to confirm or debunk it. It's possible that had Harmony Gold
Why
not
is it
picked up
so
the rights
rare?
only a couple years later, this may have found its way to the US eventually in some form. Obviously, with Harmony Gold having chopped the first movie and third movies together, there's no way they would have even wanted the full movie, never mind that it was done by a different studio. Regretfully,
Message from
there's not much more to say about
Heart
this topic
Kirby.
for now, and I have
Check
no
the
idea
other
where to
thing.
even begin looking for a copy of it. Like I said before, Frontier Enterprises is
You
not
mean
a
the
studio
other way?
anymore. Most of the people who worked on their projects
Gladly.
aren't anywhere to be found, or can't remember this project at all. I'm not sure if Will Ross would have been able to keep anything related to the project,
Message
or if it had to
from
be sent back to Toei.
Trash
What's
Neil.
that face supposed to be, by the
And
way?
sorry,
There's a chance
I am
they might
horrible
still
at
have it in their
English.
archives,
Nah,
though, as
it's
we've
alright.
established, it's an incredibly
I
obscure
understand.
piece of lost media, and really I wouldn't be
It's funny,
surprised
though.
if all the masters are gone. It was such a small, obscure production in the huge content world of Dragon Ball, I doubt they'd ever release it anyway. On the contrary,
alright.
I'm sure there are some people watching this who are skeptical towards Dick's claims, as realistically he
No.
could very well be confused with Dragon Ball for a couple of anime that he's worked on. I think he's probably just calling it Z
Nice
since
design
that's
pro
what
at
most people recognize the
8:03
series
AM
as,
real.
and I do believe this really existed at one point in time, and that he's not mistaken.
I'm gonna eat
It's just a matter of getting the facts
Dude, please do.
and then actually unearthing it.
Please.
today.
Message from
This thing needs to
Joshua
get found,
Memes.
or at least
Laughing
maintain
face.
some stronger
Oh
fact
shoot.
regarding its existence.
Message from
Until that day comes, though,
Joshua
Dragon
Memes.
Ball's first
Laughing
English dub
face.
by Frontier
Who let Max
Enterprises
Design
will
Pro
remain
in?
a mystery.
Shopify helps you
That's
sell
actually
every
so
stage
true.
of your
Who
business.
let him
like
in?
That, let's put it online and see what happens stage.
And the site is live.
That we opened a store and need a fast checkout stage. Thanks.
Message
You're all
from
set. That counted up
BLRY.
and shipped around the globe stage.
Max Design Pro is real.
And
True.
That, wait, did we just hit
I didn't even know it was real in the first place, dude. I thought it was a joke.
Businesses that grow with Shopify. Sign up for your
And I'm
$1
shaking
a month
in my
trial
boots.
at shopify.com/YouTube audio.
If you take a close look at any subculture or community that's been
Also
around
for
long enough to
also
have
little
developed
animates,
rich
please get
history,
rid of that thing.
it's a guarantee there will be some fascinating
Every time I
elements
go up, I don't
that
wanna
make up
see it.
its
Message from
foundation.
Joshua
This is
Memes.
exactly how I
Laughing
feel
face.
about the
He is
early
real
days of
and now we
anime
must
and
shiver.
manga here in the US.
There we
And
go.
it's
Thank you.
incredibly interesting to discover what those early days were like before the thousands of series that became available instantly on streaming apps or translated manga
No,
that
actually-
would release at the same time as those chapters would come out in Japan. I never got to experience these early days for myself, and the closest experience I can recall was when I checked out the anime club in high school. It was held in a small computer room and hosted by 3 nerds who played that Squid Girl anime and something else that was really obscure.
Luki BOI. Welcome to the stream. Message from Luki BOI. Max Design Gay. Message from
Not gonna believe it, he's actually on
Kirby.
stream.
You were way more
No.
limited with what you could get your hands on, and which series were even available at all. The most popular ways to acquire content were either knowing someone in Japan who could seek out VHS tapes with recordings for you, or contacting a fan sub community to get English captions on what are essentially bootleg VHS recordings of a master tape.
That tree outside my
Shonen
window.
Jump wasn't even around as we know it today, and licenses were all over the place, which is where the mystery begins. I can't even remember how I
Message
found
from
this mystery in the first place,
Luki
but
BOI.
it comes from a Fist of
Max
the North
Design
Star
Pro
blog,
is on this
and
stream this
from a
second.
longtime fan of the series named RWG, dating back to the late 1980s. While working at a local comic book shop around the same time, he came upon a solicitation package one day and opened it to discover an announcement that Fist of the North Star would be receiving an English translation and be released as a bi-weekly comic series. The ad was impressive for the time, and even contained a write-up about the series, as well as some panels from the manga, but something was off about the whole project. Fist of the North Star wasn't known at all outside of Japan at that point, and its distributor, a company by the name of Angel Comics, had never been heard of by RWG or any of his friends in the comic community. It was really strange how the ad seemed to mysteriously appear and actually continued to appear for 2 more months until they just stopped. And to this day, no one really knows who or what the whole Angel Comics situation was about. Whatever they had planned went unpublished, which would have preceded Viz's adaptation by 2 years. But it's most commonly believed that the Angel Comics version would have technically been an unofficial release. RWG found a Viz newsletter from around that time, in which they stated Angel Comics was an obscure publisher who had solicited a pirated version of the manga and were stopped for the good of all. That's all that was ever really stated about them, but it's a believable conclusion to come to, and it fits perfectly with the idea that licenses and interest in releasing this content for the first time was all over the place before official companies started doing it. While Viz did own the rights to Fist of the North Star at the time, it's speculated that Angel Comics' attempt to publish directly caused Viz to release their official localization only a short time after. It's not known how far Angel Comics got with the series before they were shut down, but there were English panels on the advertisement, so some effort must have gone into getting the Japanese manga and translating the panels on an old 80s computer. Obviously, it's a good thing Viz stepped in and prevented piracy, but the whole situation is pretty bizarre.
I think it's probably
and really
the way
gives you
you
an
drew it.
idea of how the anime and manga community was so young.
Hey guys, it's El Supersonic Q here, back for another Lost Media video. So today's topic takes us to the Lost Media Wiki forums, and to a thread that was posted back in April, but it didn't get a lot of discussion at all actually. Though the topic is pretty interesting, so I wanted to cover it in like a full video. So the title of this thread is called Castle in the Sky Alternate Ending. So for anyone who doesn't know, Castle in the Sky is a really iconic Japanese film from Studio Ghibli, who I'm sure a lot of you guys know from Spirited Away and My Neighbor Totoro. But Castle in the Sky is also one of their more iconic works, and
Message
a lot of
from
people are familiar with it, and it's
BLRY.
a really good movie.
Max
So
Design Pro
this
is just a soulless man
idea
after
that
posting
there's an
videos.
alternate ending to this very iconic, very classic movie.
I mean,
which
I
might
didn't
be
see that.
surprising to hear, but this is what the story sort of goes like. So this thread discusses the source of this rumor, and it goes back to this Japanese tweet. This tweet pretty much says that this guy, Video VHS, has been searching for this apparent lost ending to Castle in the Sky for a really long time. Now, these pictures, okay, appeared on a Japanese social media site called Mixi around 10 years ago, so 2010, and since then, no one has been able to figure out where
Message
they came
from
how they relate to Castle
Heart
in the Sky,
Kirby.
or really anything about
He
them.
kind of vanished
All
2
we can
months
tell
ago,
is that They
LOL.
are from Castle in the Sky because of the way that the characters are drawn and whatnot, but they don't represent what's in the final film. Now, these pictures themselves are sort of, obviously they're really, really great.
Yeah, I agree.
These were posted back in 2010, according to this tweet, but that was probably not the time that they were taken. These could have been taken
Message
even
from
earlier than that. and
Heart
less than they were
Kirby.
because they're so grainy.
His
in
last
quality,
post was 2 months
but it
ago.
looks like they were taken off of a TV or some kind of off-screen, video.
Not gonna lie, I was still under the impression that he was still
Like I
making
said,
videos.
We don't know really how this relates to Castle in the Sky or anything like that. We just know that it's different content from what's present in the movie, and we don't know the origin of these photos, and that's pretty much it. So this thread goes on to say that he believes this is from an alternate ending of the movie. And he's
Message
sort of trying
from
to prove that
Lukey
by
BOI.
collecting VHS tapes, which
I'm
is
going
what
to
he
rot my
mentions
brain
in
and watch him this
these
second.
tweets. So something interesting
Message
about
from
Castle in the Sky is that apparently
Lukey
it airs
BOI.
in Japan every year. It's
Wish
sort of
me
like a
luck.
tradition, I guess. And what this guy is trying to do is track down a VHS recording of those broadcasts from 1988, which was its first year broadcast, to like the early 2000s, so that time frame, because he believes that this particular alternate ending was aired at some point in one of those broadcasts over that period of time. Now, that's a really interesting theory, and he's actually made a little bit of progress in this endeavor. This thread mentions that, the guy was able to get the 3rd, 7th, and 8th broadcast, but the 1st, 2nd, 4th, 5th, and 6th are still missing. So, that poses the question, do you think that the alternate ending to Castle in the Sky was shown in one of those broadcasts that this guy doesn't have, or is this something completely different and there is no alternate ending, it doesn't really exist at all? So he goes on to state that if you can find evidence that proves this alternate ending exists, you will get yourself a nice $500, and if you can find that recording with the commercials included, assuming that this was aired on TV, you can get yourself $700, which is a pretty cool prize, I must say, for this kind of like VHS search.
What?
However, I have my own suspicions about this particular
Message
theory that it was
from
aired on TV and that
Lukey
you
BOI.
gotta find a VHS tape.
Yeah, never mind, I lost 426 brain
This is
cells.
actually from a pitch pilot for the movie. It's not going to be in a broadcast on TV. It may have been shown at a special convention or maybe behind closed doors or something like that. So the reasoning behind my theory kind of comes from what I know about how, cartoons and things like that are kind of created. And this also has to do with the origin of Studio Ghibli. So a lot of people think that Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind was the first Studio Ghibli film, and it's sort of grouped in with the rest of their films because, Miyazaki worked on it and whatnot. But that film was actually created before Studio Ghibli officially formed, so technically it's not really a Studio Ghibli film because the studio didn't exist when it was made. Now, the same year that Nausicaa was made, there was another film that was being planned by, Miyazaki and all them, and it was called Little Nemo. Now, the curious thing about Little Nemo is that it was never actually made. The project was scrapped. However, a pilot for the film was actually produced, which you can see right here. Now, how does this apply to Castle in the Sky? Well, a year after the Little Nemo pilot was created and then the movie was scrapped, Studio Ghibli formed in 1985. And Castle in the Sky was actually Studio Ghibli's first film, releasing in 1986. But curiously, a second Little Nemo pilot existed and was made right after Castle in the Sky. And you can see that one on YouTube too. So my theory is that this is actually not from an alternate ending of Castle in the Sky, but rather a pitch pilot that
Message
was made
from
when Studio
Heart Kirby.
Ghibli was sort of
I
gearing
added
up to
stuff.
create their first film. This was sort of like the pitch to that first film. So piloting films was very relevant during this era of Studio Ghibli and Miyazaki and all them. Not to mention that they're having quite a few Japanese pilots as well, including, just to name a few, the Lupin the Third pilot, which, again, this was a pilot before it was picked up into being an actual series, and more recently the JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Phantom Blood pilot. So there are pilots that exist, and taking all things into consideration, that's what I believe this is. Now, of course, the question is, even if this is a pilot, how is this going to get found? It seems almost impossible considering the movie
Message
is so
from
old and Studio
Heart
Ghibli
Kirby.
is very protective of
Gulp.
their work and whatnot. So I don't think this would be as easy as just like messaging someone and they're going to release
Message
it.
from
Things were a lot different 20 years
BLRY.
ago. Who knows? Who
Watching
could've got
Max
their hands on
Design
what?
Pro has changed my life for the better. My family doesn't talk to me anymore, but Max Design Pro does. His videos are so funny, it brings joy to my life. It's so real.
Shown in some kind of like anniversary special commemorating Studio Ghibli or the film itself, but I thought that was a really cool mystery, and it's kind of surprising that this thread didn't get any discussion to begin with.
Message from
But yeah,
BLRY. He held a gun to my head while writing this.
Way you want to look at it. To Cast in the Sky will definitely remain a mystery until we can get some
Yeah,
more
he's
information
definitely
on
dead now
just that.
from admitting that.
In the past, I've received many topic suggestions and video requests for what I should cover on the channel. Sometimes these topics pique my interest and full searches take place, but other times I'm just not exactly interested to research a topic no matter how many requests I get. This was exactly the case for JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Phantom Blood. When JoJo was gaining popularity through memes a couple years ago, I would get dozens of requests to cover this topic. Back then, however, I only knew what JoJo was through memes, and I thought it was a dumb and pointless topic. Fortunately for me, Toonami gave me a fresh look at the series when they aired Part 4, Diamond is Unbreakable. Somehow, I had become a JoJo fan, and suddenly the urge to find Phantom Blood awoke in me. For anyone who's not familiar with this series though, you might be wondering what Phantom Blood even is. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Phantom Blood is a lost film adaptation of the first part of the manga, made to celebrate the 20th anniversary of the series and the 25th anniversary of creator Hirohiko Araki's career. It released on February 17, 2007 in Japanese cinemas only, and ran for a few months, ending in early May. After its showing, the film slowly faded into obscurity and was largely forgotten, as it was never released onto home media. It wouldn't be until the early 2010s when fans started rediscovering it existed at all. Due to its rare nature and the fact that it only released in Japan, finding any content or information from the film can be extremely difficult. A bevy of different rumors have popped up over the years claiming to be the reason why the film is lost, ranging from Araki hating it so much that he prevented a DVD release, to the producer of the film dying during its theatrical run, resulting in theaters pulling it early.
Actually,
While there is no proof that any of these rumors are true, there is some evidence that suggests a 2008 controversy with a completely different piece of JoJo media may have been the reason Phantom Blood was never released onto home media. Studio A3P, the producers of Phantom Blood, had made a JoJo OVA animation in the year 2000 with a scene that featured the villain Dio holding the Quran as he vows to kill the hero, Jotaro. Even though the inclusion of the Quran was just an accident, this caught the
guys,
attention of
imagine if
fundamentalists
Max
in
Design
Egypt,
Pro was
aimed
the
uproar
sequel
at
to The
JoJo
Ring,
series online in 2008.
except
Right around the time
for
Phantom Blood would
24th
have likely
gen.
seen release on home media. Shueisha, JoJo's parent company, got freaked out by this whole incident and recalled the DVDs, furthermore revoking the
Like,
rights to the entire
instead of like in
JoJo
7
series
days you will
from
die,
Studio A3P.
it's just like
This means
you
the
get
studio
way too
legally couldn't
addicted
put
to it,
Phantom
and
Blood
then you
on
lose
home
more
media
brain
after
cells to
losing the
continue,
license,
and then
they
you just
likely
become a
didn't have time to
mindless
get it done
zombie.
before this incident occurred.
Message
When the rights to
from
the series were handed over to
BLRY.
production, they buried
I'd
all
watch.
the older adaptations of the series and started fresh, as is common
Yeah.
in Japan.
Message from
You would have to call it
BLRY.
something different
Both
though.
English and
While
Japanese,
sobbing on the verge of
wondering where
death.
the heck the film went, as early as 2008 and 2009. Between then and where the search is currently at now, a lot of rare and important pieces of this film have been discovered thanks to Red Mango and his team at the Phantom Blood Archives Discord server. I was invited to join the server where I was enlightened on what the current finds and leads were. Firstly, there are a lot of baseless claims from random people in YouTube comments, and even details and threads from the Lost Media
Hold on a
Wiki
second.
that suggest people
gotta
have
make this the right
movie
color.
or have seen pirated versions of it. Without any evidence to suggest it actually appeared online at one point, I don't believe it's ever been available to the public. With that said, a user named Hubalawik on the Gaia online forums claims that a friend of his who came back from Japan with a bulky device once played the film on it. The point of the thread is just to hate on the movie, but the fact that this post is from 2010, before the topic gained popularity, caught my attention. Could his friend have actually managed to get his hands on an internal copy of Phantom Blood? We messaged him a couple different times but never heard anything back, so until he replies we'll never know for sure. Until then, it's the Phantom Blood Archive Discord server where all the goods are. Despite its lack of home media release and rare association, Phantom Blood actually had a lot of materials made for it. One of my favorite items released in promotion is this bronze statue of Jonathan Joestar, which was exclusively sold at the theater that premiered the film. Less than 100 were made, making it a very rare piece. Not all Phantom Blood merchandise was super limited though, as even the tickets were something special for the fans and came in a variety of styles. Advanced tickets would include a rubber keychain of the iconic stone mask, and art edition tickets showed Jonathan Joestar on the stub itself, complete with a folder to hold it in. In addition to theater exclusive rewards, several guidebooks, character model sheets, and flyers exist, all depicting the film in original ways. A list of cast members is even available, so there is plenty of material in circulation that gives us a look into this film's production. The character model sheets are of particular interest, as it's been rumored a
message
sequel movie
from
based on part
whoever
2
drew that one's really good.
was teased at the end of Phantom Blood. Despite this rumor, no model sheets of characters from that arc exist, and a sequel is never mentioned anywhere in cast lists or other print material. Phantom Blood is the only animated JoJo movie that exists, and it goes without saying that this film was definitely cared for and well promoted. So it's pretty unusual that we have so much content from the film without actually seeing any animation from it. At this point in the video,
message
you're
from
probably wondering about that.
Heart Kirby.
Was any animation from
Drew
Phantom
what?
Blood found, or is the whole movie still a mystery?
Oh, the ring thing.
Simply put, Phantom Blood
I think it
is
might
very
have
much
been
a
this
mystery,
dude,
as
but
hardly any
yeah, whoever
animated
that was,
content
that
from
one's
has
really
surfaced
good.
since its 2007 premiere. The most common piece of Phantom Blood animation comes in the form of a teaser trailer first unveiled at an event promoting the PlayStation 2 tie-in game. It's very short and mostly focuses on some action scenes while omitting the character voices. Luckily, this trailer was included on a bonus disc included with the PS2 game, so if the game didn't exist, we probably would not have this trailer. Things get a little more interesting though when we take a look at a different trailer which was previously available on the film's official Japanese website. This trailer details more of the story and includes voice acting, giving us a more in-depth look at what Phantom Blood had to offer. Still, these trailers are just that, trailers, and not raw film content. Putting both of these aside, the rarest piece of Phantom Blood content came about by pure coincidence and gives us the most in-depth look at the film yet. In 2012, a work print of the film's first 16 minutes was uploaded to YouTube by a student at the Academy of Art University. Strangely, this piece from Phantom Blood was provided as course material for their sound design project by the film's composer, and contains music. What you're looking at is the first raw content from the film to ever surface, and currently the only raw content from the film available. The remaining 74 minutes are still very lost, making this animation in particular very important to the archival process. Despite all of the art, screenshots, and clips that have been collected, it still feels like seeing the actual movie is far out of reach for the time being. No amount of art is ever going to replace seeing the real thing, and if it weren't for that student obtaining the work print by coincidence, we'd be even farther away. The story doesn't end there though, as prior to Phantom Blood as we know it today, there was an earlier piece of lost media from the Tokyo International Anime Fair. Unveiled in 2004, 3 years before Phantom Blood's release, was an exclusive 2-minute preview trailer. For a long time we've known of the existence of this trailer, but only had it available in a few very low quality screenshots. They contain differences to the final artwork and content of Phantom Blood as we know it today. This has led to some confusion about what exactly this is in relation to the final film. That was until a chance eBay listing appeared and we caught it just in time. A couple weeks after I had officially joined the search, Red Mango informed me that he had purchased a screener DVD copy of the 2000s OVA from eBay. Apparently the seller claimed that an additional trailer for the JoJo's Bizarre Adventure movie would be included. We speculated it could be the 2004 trailer, but we weren't sure until it arrived. Surprised, the whole server erupted in excitement as this rare trailer had actually been found in full. Red Mango uploaded the whole trailer, so definitely give it a watch. But it left us wondering, what exactly is this? Turns out, the 2004 trailer is essentially an earlier version of Phantom Blood, quite similar to a pilot. The animation style is different. the designs are different, and it confirms that Speedwagon was actually supposed to appear in the final film, but ended up getting cut. But none of us are certain why the changes between this and the final film were so drastic. It's almost humorous to think that these low-quality screenshots were once holy grails, now that we have the full trailer in high quality. This certainly has been the commitment of the community to uncover all that we have so far.
Message from
Between the print material and
BLRY.
merchandise, screenshots, and 2004
Hi, my name is
trailer,
Big Boobs.
We've amassed a ton of history that otherwise probably would have gone unnoticed if the movie had been found so easily. We know one thing's for certain though. Phantom Blood is out there, and the incredible search for this lost film continues.
Message from BLRY. Guys, search up
It's funny
Big
how you
Boobs,
never
he's the
know
silliest
when
cat.
Lost Media is just
Message
gonna show
from
up and surprise you.
Tahart
Lately,
Kirby.
I've been getting back into
Big
Yu-Gi-Oh
Boobs.
cards, which is something I was never really
Message from
big into back in the day.
Tahart Kirby.
I mean, I like the show and I have
Where?
some cards, but
Message
I never played the
from
game right. I didn't have many
Tahart
friends who played
Kirby.
the game, so
Where?
I didn't have as many childhood
Message
experiences
from
as others might have had.
Tahart
Recently,
Kirby.
I thought,
Wait
maybe it
for
would be cool to actually get back
Message
into
from
Yu-Gi-Oh! And start collecting
Tahart Kirby.
cards and teaching myself the game
Where?
and how to play properly.
Message
Now, this
from
is easier said than done,
Joshua
because
Memes.
apparently Yu-Gi-Oh!
Laughing
is
face.
way
The
more
funny is
advanced nowadays than it was
Message
back
from
in the day. But
Joshua
luckily, there are
Memes.
YouTube channels out there that
Laughing
really help
face.
in teaching you the
What is
game.
happening?
So I actually stumbled across this one channel called Team
Message from
APS. Now they cover a wide range
BLRY.
of topics ranging from
Big
like
boobies.
competitive card mechanics to just like fun memories and trivia stuff. So I was watching this one video on top 50 things you didn't know about Yu-Gi-Oh! And
Message from
something in that list surprised
Joshua
me.
Memes. Laughing
You know
face.
that Kazuki
Ruh-roh.
Takahashi actually designed a
Message
second
from
card game? Apparently it was called
BLRY.
Advent Heroes, and it
When
was
he
designed
said
to
I
be
booped
played
everywhere,
with
I
a
felt
traditional
that.
52 playing card deck. However, we tried to find information about this on the internet, but it seems to basically be non-existent.
That's right, there exists some Yu-Gi-Oh! Related lost media that I had no idea existed, and apparently no one else did either. So I had never heard of this Advent Heroes game before. I didn't even know that Kazuki Takahashi had made anything besides Yu-Gi-Oh! I thought like, maybe this is just so obscure to the point where like, you know, no one's really like looked into it or looked on like Japanese websites for it, because that's what I was thinking originally, was like Yu-Gi-Oh! Originates in Japan, so maybe this card game just didn't really find its way out of Japan. And that was kind of the sentiment that Trivia Fact gave me anyway, is that there wasn't really a lot of documentation on the game. So I think the idea behind this was to design a card game that did not require players to go out and buy extra cards or extra things you need to play it. Just anyone can play it as long as you have a 52 deck of cards, which is a pretty standard item that most people, you know, probably own. But this is kind of where the mystery comes in, since it's not like an actual, you know, Yu-Gi-Oh! Or something you have to go out and buy. Everyone has it. The game didn't really like release. More so, it was posted about on Studio Dice, which is Kazuki Takahashi's personal website. There were 3 parts to this. So the 3 components were 1, an introductory comic that kind of explained a little bit about the backstory. Now I'm not sure how in depth the comic was, but there is a little page of it archived on the different websites that reported on this game's existence. The fundamental piece of lost media in this case is that of the how to play rules and the walkthrough guide that had visuals detailing how to play the game. And that's what no one can find. So back in the day when this was first released, I guess online, a bunch of different anime news websites, a bunch of different like Yu-Gi-Oh! Websites reported on this because it was kind of a big deal, you know, Kazuki Takahashi's making a new card game. But the big problem that all these websites did is that instead of screenshotting the rules or screenshotting the walkthrough guide, they just posted a link that would send you to Studio Dice's website, which was kind of weird.
Message from
Screenshotted the little comic,
Tahart Kirby.
nothing else.
Guys, should I finish the blue drawing?
Crazy that
Message
no
from
one saved this.
Tahart Kirby.
I don't know how long it was up for exactly,
Drawing.
but it was popular enough to like get mentioned on anime websites, and I'm sure people in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Loop back in the day probably checked it out. But as far as I can tell, no one saved the rulebook for this game, so no one knows how to play it, and no one saved the walkthrough guide, so we can't actually like visually see how to play it either. And that's kind of crazy when you think about like something being online in the early 2010s that's gone completely missing. And I looked all over the place. It's just the same kind of like reposted story from website to website. They mention its existence, link Studio Dice,
Assad.
but that's it.
Welcome to the
Now,
stream.
you're probably thinking the Wayback Machine would have
Message
it, and
from
that's what I was thinking too.
Assad.
But I went there and Studio
Why
Dice's
not?
website just was not saved properly, or maybe it can't be saved properly. on the Wayback Machine, so you don't get any information, any posts on it, just a blank page. And that's actually the state of the website currently, is that it's kind of like, I guess, dormant right now, and it's unknown when it's going to go back online. So then I thought the only other solution I could possibly have would be to contact Kazuki Takahashi himself and ask if he has the rulebook or walkthrough guide. So the only account I was able to find for him was on Instagram, and I sent him a message in the best Japanese I could kind of like put together. It's pretty direct, just stating like, I'm looking for the rules to Advent Heroes, do you have them? Nothing more, I couldn't really say anything else. But as of this recording, he has not replied. It'll be interesting to see what comes of that, but I'm just surprised that no one else has it. Maybe after watching this video, some people will come forward with saved copies. A note about the rulebooks and the walkthrough guides, though, they were all in Japanese, so maybe that's why no one thought to save them, because if you didn't speak Japanese, you probably wouldn't really be able to understand what was going on. So that could be a reason why they weren't saved, but still, it would be useful to have them archived because we could get them translated, and then we could all play Advent Heroes. If you guys know of any more Yu-Gi-Oh! Related lost media or lost cards or something like that, definitely let me know in the comments, because I'd be interested in doing more like Yu-Gi-Oh! Lost media videos that directly relate to Yu-Gi-Oh! So yeah, feel free to let me know if there's anything like that out there. But until then, I think I'm going to go duel Tracker back there, so I'll catch you guys next video.
When it comes to lost dubs, I'll admit they're not a genre of lost media I've had too much interest in. There are usually dozens of different language dubs for anything that aired on popular channels, so it's a given some of them are going to get lost, and the effort it takes to find all of them isn't something I care to invest time into. However, when it comes to lost English dubs, that's a little bit of a different story, and gets me interested. Lost English dubs happen more often than you might think, especially with obscure anime that was never put onto home media, or English dubs that were produced outside of the US. One of my favorite examples that relates to this is Frontier Enterprises, a dubbing studio based in Japan that created English dubs of anime and movies primarily for use on Japan Airlines. The interesting part about this company is all their talent were from Japan, so you'd have a variety of quality, which makes the feel of the dubs quite unique. I didn't even know this company existed until I went down a rabbit hole and discovered them. But there's a far more famous English dub that has gone missing, and the search surrounding it got some attention. Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood was one of the last few anime shows I watched on Adult Swim back in the early 2010s, and its fantastic dub quickly became an icon in the genre, and with fans. So now, take that amazing dub and change it so Ed sounds more like a high-pitched female, give Armstrong a German accent, and make it all around not good. Such a dub exists and was created by Animax, a TV network located in Asia who dubs anime in English for the southeastern parts of the country. Animax's portfolio contains many popular anime series. However, in almost all these cases, the dubs are notoriously awful. This is similar to how Frontier Enterprises would find talent within its own country. Animax's voice actors come from all over Asia, so English is not their first language, and script translations can be poor. But it's for these production values that people want to find their content, which has never been released on home media. Animax only holds broadcasting rights, which prevents them from releasing DVDs, and there never was any interest in recording the dubs from TV, or even making bootlegs of them. In fact, most of the only details regarding Animax's collection of dubs come from Americans who were in Southeast Asian countries at the time of their airing, and also where a lot of the details surrounding this bizarre Brotherhood dub are sourced from. Some of the info that's been passed around came from a forum called Anime India, which is now defunct, but used to have a large discussion about Animax's content. This included threads dedicated to specific series, as well as master compilations of Animax productions, availability of shows, and even discussions about trading episodes. It was cool to see that there were hardcore Animax fans out there, but nothing from this era specifically resulted in Brotherhood content having been saved. And the only piece of content I was able to locate at the time of research was an ad described as being from the original Full Metal Alchemist series, but there doesn't seem to be any mention of that existing. The download link didn't work, and even searching for some of the old usernames didn't lead anywhere useful. It seems as though the time to archive this dub has long passed, and the people who would be most easily accessible to do that are no longer in the community. There was a rumor that the entire series was available to stream on Animax's website in the early 2010s, but no evidence has been found to suggest they were there. While the search for the series is still a large piece of lost media, we did end up getting some new content from the show, when several clips were uploaded to Twitter by Yui Haruhara, and confirmed the allegedly strange-sounding character voices were legit. Anime and manga often have elements of fan service within them, and there are whole genres of the two focused on that kind of thing anyway, so it's pretty interesting when you think about a mainstream show crossing over into that territory that wasn't intended for its primary audience. Kinda. Evangelion is a series recognized by nearly everyone and was at the height of its popularity in the late 90s. The show's main characters during this time were voiced by Spike Spencer and Tiffany Grant, who have had many different roles in television and video games throughout the years. It goes without saying that they're experienced with the industry, and it was for that reason one of the most famous pieces of anime-related lost media had existed. During this time, the city of Houston was looking for a couple voice actors to star in a radio PSA about unprotected sex, to warn people about AIDS, and Spike Spencer's studio thought he'd be perfect for the job. He agreed and asked Tiffany Grant if she would be interested in playing the other role, to which she agreed, and the recording commenced. Each role was recorded separately, with a third voice acting as the narrator, stating, "One of these young people is killing the other," with facts about the dangers of unprotected sex. Apparently, Spencer and Grant's voice acting was so believable that the whole project was scrapped and was never played on the radio. However, over the years, this story was passed around and spread throughout the community, to a point where its actual origin and message became misremembered, of which it became known as the Evangelion AIDS PSA. Even to this day, people still refer to it by this name, but Grant has gone on record to say the project had nothing to do with Evangelion. It was just a funny coincidence that both voice actors happened to also voice characters in the series, so in some relation, you can view it as Shinji and Asuka getting intimate. But at this point, you might be wondering how on earth such an obscure recording could have ever seen the light of day. Well, it was confirmed that at least one copy of the recording was still in existence, as Tiffany Grant has stated she owns a copy on cassette tape. However, it remained unreleased for 21 years until YouTuber Redbard reached out to Grant, who confirmed it was still in a box in her bedroom. Shortly after, she uploaded the entire recording and released it to the public, which is pretty important since it's unknown how many other copies still exist.
Hey guys, I hope you enjoyed the video. Be sure to check out some of my other game-related lost media videos. Thanks for watching, and until next time, Finn.
There's a lot of media out there in the world. TV shows, video games, music, comics. It is genuinely incomprehensible how much content has been produced. The media you grow up with is extremely important to influencing who you are today. The art we see influences us in ways we don't even realize. Every now and then, we'll want to look back on those memories and experience media from our past. However, that isn't always a possibility. Lost media is a term used to describe any piece of entertainment that is no longer available. Well, at least no longer easy to get your hands on, thus technically being lost. It doesn't matter if it's an episode of a cartoon, a piece of music, a video game, or even more obscure forms like an advertisement or website, one of your favorite pieces of media of all time might be undocumented. Over the years, a true community of dedicated searchers have banded together to find this forgotten media, in hopes of uncovering as much content as possible. There are always new and exciting topics being discussed and hunted for, and while there isn't always a huge search going on, chances are something's got the community's interest at all times. The scope of lost media is vast. It could be a historically important dub that contextualizes the struggles of bringing one of the most important shows of all time out of Japan and into America. Or it could be a variant SpongeBob episode airing with a funny puppet gag thrown in. As long as something exists and people have proof of such, but that thing isn't available online, it counts as lost media. So today, let's take a look at some of the most interesting examples of it. This is a look at fascinating cases of lost media. Let's begin. Let's start with a case most of you have probably heard of before. A Day with SpongeBob. Low-budget DVD releases are such a treat, aren't they? Ratatouille, extremely bare-bones collections, those weird documentaries. The Bargain Bin is a place full of non-stop gems. Most of these low-budget releases get forgotten over time, but in 2015, one unlicensed mockumentary changed the lost media scene forever. Let's take a look back at A Day with SpongeBob SquarePants, the unauthorized mockumentary. A leader in the low-budget DVD market was a company named Regal Films. You ever wonder what company makes those cheap DVD features you've seen in bargain bins? Well, this company is one of them. They released many unauthorized and unofficial documentaries, generally focusing on celebrities. Of course, they couldn't use any footage of the actual celebrities, but their names and just discussing them is technically fair game. They're completely worthless, of course. Watch the Taylor Swift documentary with no footage of Taylor Swift, okay, but technically they're not in the wrong. Things get a little more iffy when you're using an intellectual property like SpongeBob, but that didn't stop the powers that be, and in 2011, someone somewhere put into motion A Day with SpongeBob SquarePants, leading to an Amazon listing. With this listing, people had a name, a release date, the cover, a barcode, and a now infamous plot synopsis. In this mockumentary, SpongeBob lives above ground like all Hollywood superstars. Afraid that SpongeBob is becoming old news, his boss runs a contest called Spend a Day with SpongeBob. The contest makes SpongeBob the talk of the town, as thousands of kids enter to win. The lucky winner is Seth, and he is ecstatic about his day with SpongeBob. However, the day becomes a roller coaster ride as things do not go quite the way they planned. Sounds pretty good, right? Well, when the internet at large discovered this listing,
Message
it was
from
out of stock, and no one had uploaded
Markiplier,
the movie
Markiplier,
online,
Markiplier.
and thus the hunt for a copy
SpongeBalls.
began. The Lost Media Wiki is a treasure trove of a website, with countless articles covering tons of lost media. In 2014, a page for A Day with SpongeBob was added to the site, which really got the ball rolling. But did it actually exist? Well,
Message
were
from
up on Amazon at one point,
Free
but no
Kaibob.
in-hand copies had ever appeared.
Smash next
All
question.
reviews on the listing are fake. and
Message
have been since
from
the search started. No lack of any
BLRY.
sort of purchase confirmation.
Spunny Gonless.
Over the years, countless
Message
SpongeBob
from
DVDs have been released.
Heart
No fan of the
Kirby.
series had heard of this one.
Relatable.
Soon enough, everyone was on board trying to find it. Amazon wasn't the only website that had listings for the movie, so that means it really did come out, right? Well, not really. See, that was the case because many websites
Message
simply mirror
from
what was listed on Amazon,
Heart
but
Kirby.
these duplicate listings made it
You're
seem
done.
more like a product
Retire
that had been
Bob.
circulating. But it quickly became clear that beyond the listing info and the cover, there was nothing. Okay, well, let's take a closer look at the cover, starting with Seth.
Message from
This now mythical jumping
Joshua
graphic
Memes.
is a stock
Laughing
photo,
face.
so this isn't the
Bob
actor
got
who
a
would have
little
played Seth
freaky.
in the movie. The
Message
background was found
from
to be drawn by artist Jorge
Free
Pacheco,
Kaibob.
who when contacted
Nah.
said it was a commission for a client. Two versions were drawn, one which you see on the cover, and another never publicly seen, which looked much closer to SpongeBob's actual pineapple house. Apparently, the client's lawyer asked for the second version we see on the cover. According to the artist, the client was a realtor, though it's unclear if the client was the creator of A Day with SpongeBob. Maybe this drawing was commissioned for an advertisement for the realtor? It is a house after all, and then it was stolen for the cover? I guess we'll never know. That would imply whoever mocked up this cover used the art without permission, though considering how the cover is full of lies anyway, it's possible. Yeah, the reviews at the top are totally for it.
Message
It's
very
likely this whole cover
Joshua
was made as
Memes.
part of a pitch for the
Laughing
movie.
face.
This cover
The
is
video
similar to
is
what a
talking
final
about
version could look
SpongeBob.
like, but I doubt it was intended to be used. The
Message
legally distinct
from
logo is basically
Free
the only original
Kaibob.
asset made for this.
Slightly
and it actually
smiling
looks quite
face.
Nice. Above it reads Inavision Films Presents. Now, believe it or not, Inavision Films is another part of this cover that's pretty much made up. They're not a real company. It's just another name for Regal Films, who have gone under many names across their releases. It was learned that Regal Films
Message
was a
from
distribution company. They bought other
BLRY.
people's movies to sell on DVDs to
FNF
make
guy,
money,
you ever
and their
try to
releases
make a
were made in
backrooms
small
found footage
quantities,
video?
possibly even made to order. So yeah, it was gonna be hard to find this thing, let alone know who actually made it. One exciting lead appeared in August of 2015, when two Hastings employees found that the movie was in their store order catalog. They then proceeded to both order it, and neither got a copy. I remember summer 2015 so clearly, all these leads showing up and then dying immediately. Check out this tweet from January 1st, 2012, from a guy claiming to be watching the movie. Turns out he just accidentally called it that, and he was really just watching the original SpongeBob movie. How does that happen? Come on. One of the biggest draws to A Day with SpongeBob was it just seemed
Message
so
from
real. This is a liminal
Free Kai
space
Bob.
cover. It totally
Are
looks
you
like
muted?
something you remember seeing. It felt so possible that someone could just find this in a store. For some reason, it felt so real. With a plot synopsis like that and the film's connection to SpongeBob, it immediately became the poster boy of lost media hunting in 2015. Searchers all across the internet, especially on 4chan and the Lost Media Wiki, were looking for any trails they could find. The original hope was, okay, just find a copy of the DVD, but it quickly became much more than that. Also, with its popularity, hoaxes started showing up. Screenshots and videos claiming to be from the movie started showing up left and right. All turned out to be fake, of course. Every day, someone would post, "Look guys, look, I found A Day with SpongeBob."
Message from Heart Kirby. Balls act bloody.
The most beautiful thing I've ever seen in my life. An entire room full of Toys R Us managers.
No, guys, seriously.
Message from
I found it.
Markiplier. N9. I never
Pretty
attempted
great moment
it.
in the search history was the discovery
Message
of the
from
YouTube upload from February
BLRY.
2014, which claimed to be the
Balls
theme
act
song
bloody.
of A Day with SpongeBob.
Message from
However, this was completely
Markiplier.
unrelated. It was just a
Markiplier.
fan project that happened to use
Bo.
the same name. But hey,
Message
we have a song
from
people can sort of associate with the
Markiplier.
movie now, so that's something.
Also, I'm
Over
not there.
time,
RN.
The search got more and more bizarre. Members of the search team
Message
discovered how
from
shady Regal Films
Markiplier.
seemed to be, with their many name
Markiplier.
changes, previous
Balls
failed
act
weird
bloody.
projects, and at the time,
Message
Regal's
from
website would download a Trojan
Heart
virus onto your
Kirby.
computer if you tried to visit
FNF
it.
guy
So
is freaky
overall,
guy.
Not a great-looking company. Regal's headquarters were found to be in a mall's food court to be exact. Employees for Regal would deny
Message
working
from
for the company, and that's if they
Heart
could be
Kirby.
contacted, as many
Brooklyn
seemed to
freaky
not
guy.
exist or be in jail. People started speculating Regal's DVDs were a front for a money laundering scheme, which honestly didn't seem that unbelievable. As time went on, the search became muddied with tons of people lying about their knowledge of the film, like one guy who said he worked for Regal, and that the movie was actually made by Viacom. He couldn't say how Regal acquired it, implying they might have sourced it illegally, but also he couldn't prove anything. He did say though that a few copies were out there, so with this story, the search continued. Despite these red herrings, the search never really ended. There's another company involved here, named MVD Entertainment Group. They distributed many of Regal's DVDs. The Amazon listing also shows another company. You can see why it would be so hard to track down info on the people involved, which was definitely intentional. MVD's customer support actually gave some info about its release, saying its production
Message
was never
from
finished, but also said
Heart
that
Kirby.
promotional copies may have
Guys
been
wanna
made
ride
and
my
might
snake.
be out there. Eventually, eyes began to focus on a man named Lorenzo Hawley, a man who's founded two food-based companies, both of which share the same address as Regal's. Yeah, that's probably a coincidence. When contacted, many employees of these food companies had no knowledge of Regal, but did know Lorenzo. With this knowledge, people then found a Regal associate on a site called Stage 32, and looking at the comments on that page, people put it together that this associate was Lorenzo. Not much was found, other than an address. Someone had asked where to send their movie for potential Regal distribution. That address was found to be shared by an adult-only massage parlor. After all that craziness, search members actually got in touch with Lorenzo over Skype, where he explained many details about the movie and its release. He said the movie was released, but then recalled, though an improved version was planned. He said it could be done through the use of crowdfunding. Yeah, this didn't happen. Well, the movie was released, but it was recalled. Maybe a copy could still be found and we could sleep again? Is anyone telling the truth here? On August 3rd of that same year, Lorenzo disclosed more info about the film, and also got the search team hooked up with, the creator of A Day with SpongeBob, who went by the alias Mr. Orange. Orange called with the search team, and again we got some nice info. The film was, apparently, meant to be good, have wholesome messages, and be a nice film for all ages. The creator knew there was no way they were going to get the SpongeBob license, so they went the mockumentary route. But here's the thing, he says the movie was never finished, and nothing was really shot for it. That's right, this apparently never even existed. This film that generated so much speculation, demand, contacting, and searching never even existed in the first place. Now, to be fair, this was all said by someone who claimed to be the creator, but not much proof was ever given. He did supply 5 pages of an unfinished script for the movie, but could we really trust this? Also, Seth is now called Andy in the script, just okay. Mr. Orange might not have been the real creator, instead just being someone Lorenzo got to shut us stupid lost media hunters up. We don't know if anything anyone has said regarding this movie can be trusted. Well, in the end, we'll probably never get answers. Today, Regal and other involved companies' sites are closed, and the search is over. Sorry, there was nothing. It was a wild ride though, seeing everything everyone discovered about Regal Films, opening our eyes to such a fascinating, sketchy, and bizarre industry. I think it's alright this movie never happened. It would have never beaten SpongeBob Squares Up Fights 2 Women. Considering it was never made, I guess this movie is one step beyond lost media, and is a part of the media that was never even finished category, but that's opening up an entirely separate can of worms. Even if the movie did exist, who cares, right? This wouldn't have been
Message
amazing
from
or anything. What's even the
Hart
point?
Kirby.
Shouldn't things like this stay
FNF
lost?
guy is going in my basement.
Curiosity will
I'm gonna
always
use
win
him
out.
for content
Something like
farming.
this eats away at you until you know the
Message
truth.
from
We would have gone mad if we never
BLRY.
cracked the case. Technically, we
Skibidi.
didn't, and it's still being
Message
discussed
from
today. Funny thing is,
BLRY.
there are unofficial SpongeBob releases
Edging.
similar to this that do
Message
actually
from
exist, such as SpongeBob and
BLRY.
Gerard and other similar films.
Mewing.
These are total bootleg
Message
releases,
from
with no involvement from
Hart
Nickelodeon.
Kirby.
Maybe if this
I'm
documentary
edging
was
to you
made in the future where
BLRY.
Viacom wouldn't have launched
Message
Regal to the
from
moon over it, it could have
Joshua
happened.
Memes.
One
Laughing
thing we can
face.
thank a day with
What
SpongeBob
is
for
happening,
is really
Skull?
getting lost media hunting off the
Message
ground.
from
When this was big, everyone was
BLRY.
talking about it, and it made the
Catface
concept
with
of
Rye
lost media
Smile.
as a whole truly recognized.
Message from
If not for this movie,
Hart
even if
Kirby.
it never existed, who knows
Nothing.
if future searches would have caught on in the way they did. With that said, even though this all turned out to be a bunch of nothing, those memories of looking for it and following the search are something we'll never forget.
Message from
The most popular medium
BLRY.
to search for in the lost media
Brain
scene
root.
is probably cartoons
Message
and
from
animation. It's a perfect
BLRY.
fit. Lots of people have tons
I
of
am
memories of
fucking
watching
nutting.
cartoons when they were younger, but not all of them were properly archived, especially as you go back through time. Do you realize how many cartoons are out there from all over the world? Do you know how many shows exist that get no coverage? The 2006 Korean cartoon Z Squad has existed this whole time, but has anyone ever talked
Luciana
about it?
Garcia.
No. So naturally,
Welcome to the
considering
stream.
the quantity of media
Message
produced,
from
a lot of shows go missing,
Luciana
at least for a
Garcia.
long time. Now,
FNF
Z Squad
guy,
has
are
all
you
of its
okay?
episodes on various streaming services,
Message from
but not every show is as
BLRY.
lucky. Shows like Disney's
Still
Kino
got me crying,
Supremo
Catface.
have never had solid re-releases, and thus to this day some episodes are impossible to find. The Nickelodeon show Kablam is pretty well remembered, but for a while no one knew how many episodes of it existed. It wasn't until the show's creator uploaded all of them to his website in 2015
Message from
where we got confirmation.
Hart Kirby.
Even standard episodes
Didn't
of shows
get me
contain
tee.
subjects, as some episodes
Message
are
from
modified from their original airings on later
BLRY.
releases. SpongeBob
Lucky.
is infamous for how many deleted scenes the show has. In Just One Bite, the scene where Squidward breaks into the Krusty Krab was cut down, reportedly due to the use of igniting gas. If a deleted scene was only in the original
Message
airing of
from
an episode, it can be quite
Hart
hard to find
Kirby.
a high-quality rip of it, or
Holy
any rip
fuck,
at all.
I can't stop
Even the
ramming you
season 12 episode
BLRY.
SpongeBob Randomland was changed. The original cut of the episode included a reference to the Squidward suicide creepypasta. Though it being a reference to a creepypasta, I think that really helps the scene. Years from now, people will think they're crazy because they remember Red Mist Squidward being in it.
Message from
These SpongeBob examples
Hart
are
Kirby.
unusual as most deleted scenes
What?
are never aired. Some
Message
were animated
from
but then not used in the
Hart
final version
Kirby.
of the episode. Like with the Super
NOOO.
Mario World episode Mama Luigi,
Message from
whose deleted scenes we only know of
Hart
thanks
Kirby.
to animation cells.
That
There's
was
also
nothing,
this
I
legendary
swear.
set of SpongeBob cells.
Message from
Luckily, cells typically indicate where they were
BLRY.
to be used. So we
Real.
know this is a scrapped scene from the episode Texas. Some scenes were in storyboards, but then were never animated for whatever reason. This all makes finding and documenting
Message
stuff like cells
from
and storyboards incredibly
Hart
important,
Kirby.
as you never know what could be found.
BLRY. I think I blown
Nowadays, a
all
lot
inside
shows
of
are
you.
released digitally, so stuff like this is less common. A show like Talking Tom and Friends never has to worry about becoming lost. But for older shows that never got full releases, yeah, it was a little bit trickier when there was no YouTube to MP4. Though even older shows are now being
Message
released
from
officially on streaming services and even
BLRY.
YouTube. Ad revenue
Catface with Rice Smile. Catface with Rice
So
Smile.
as time goes on, we most
Message
likely will see
from
more and more shows get preserved with
Heart
this.
Kirby.
A great source of cartoon
I'm
lost
fake and
media
AI
is
generated.
pilots. TV show pilots
Message
are made as a
from
sort of test run to show what a general
BLRY.
episode of the final show
I'm
would be
drawing
like,
Rule
or more or
34
less.
of you.
Sometimes these pilots
Message
are shown
from
off as a sneak preview of the
Heart
series,
Kirby.
or maybe even released
Whoa.
later as a bonus feature on a home media release. Rocket Power's pilot is a curious example. The pilot, known as Rocket Beach, is actually publicly viewable, but only at the Paley Center for Media. They have the largest archive of television, radio, and internet media in America.
Message
and
from
that somehow includes the Rocket Power pilot.
BLRY.
It can only be watched
AI said
there,
that, guys.
but maybe someday it will be released.
Message from
At least we know it still exists.
BLRY.
A few shots of it are in the
Just
final
remember
show's
that.
intro, explaining why Otto
Message
has
from
these scary white eyes in
Heart
some
Kirby.
shots. Screenshots have
Bet
also
let
been
me
found,
draw
and an
myself ramming you
extremely
with
local
intense
footage
force.
sourced from Nick.com in the
Message
90s
from
has been uploaded to YouTube.
BLRY. Catface with Rice Smile. Message from BLRY. AI can frame anybody. Message from BLRY. AI framed Hark and me. Message
Mega
from
Man Fully Charged is a show that went through
BLRY.
a lot of changes during its development.
CCAI
It was
framed.
originally announced in 2015
Message from
with this less than stellar
Heart
2D
Kirby.
artwork of Mega Man. When the show
FR.
came out, it was animated with
Message
CGI,
from
but this art actually
Heart
does
Kirby.
represent what the show was originally going
None
to
of
look
that
like.
happened.
It seems a 2D animated
Message
pilot
from
of some sort was made for the show.
BLRY.
As clips from it were found in an animation
FR.
demo reel from an animator who
Message
worked on
from
it. The full pilot has never been
BLRY.
seen. An early version
But
of the
it's
opening,
canon.
CGI this time,
Message
has also
from
surfaced online. with the show
BLRY.
titled simply as Mega Man at this
Shushing
stage.
face.
Kappa Mikey
Message
is a show
from
that I somehow had never heard of until
BLRY.
way after its original airing,
I am out
but it's
later.
one that infinitely fascinates me. I watched a ton of Nicktoons when I was younger, and yet I have no memory of ever seeing it. Only years
Message
later did I
from
become conscious of its
Heart
existence.
Kirby.
Turns out there were two
See
lost
you.
pilots for
Meet
it.
me in my
Well,
bedroom later. Tongue
technically
tongue.
3. The funny fellas over at the Kappa Mikey production team named the first episode The Lost Pilot, completely unaware that the show's actual pilots would become lost years later. One pilot was made around 2004 for MTV. This one was lost until 2017.
Message from
when the show's director uploaded
Joshua
it to YouTube
Memes.
after tons
Laughing
of dedicated
face.
searchers showed that
Huh.
there was interest in it getting released. Before its release, this is a pilot that was thought to be completely gone, and even if it did still exist, maybe copyright stuff would prevent its release. But on July 26, 2017, Kappa Mikey history was made. The MTV pilot was saved, and it was well worth the wait. Again, since I've seen so little of it, I'm more a fan of this show just because it exists and less the show itself. So to see more lore from the series was right up my alley, and at the time, I couldn't believe it was found. Seriously, thank you to everyone who worked to get this one preserved. This one will always be a highlight in my lost media memories. It's still up on YouTube and absolutely everyone interested in this stuff should check it out. Being made for MTV, it's a bit more adult than the final series, with some questionable jokes, but what a treat this was. I love this one, in all of its temp audio, 2004, unfinalized Kappa Mikey glory. This is also a really great example of a pilot, with everything being just a little different than the final series. Eventually, it was decided the show wouldn't air on MTV, but instead Nicktoons. This isn't that strange as both are owned by Viacom, so really it was just decided to make the show more for kids. That brings us to the other pilot, or really animation test, which was made for Nicktoons but surprisingly looks even more different than the MTV one.
Message from Heart Kirby. Nothing.
The characters are the same, but the show has a totally different art style, with a lot more blatant references to designs from various anime. The voice cast is also completely different. This one is only 3 minutes long, and was discovered on a Nicktoons Film Festival
Message
promotional
from
DVD, which was found at
Heart
a thrift
Kirby.
store. It seems to be from the
BRB.
2005 festival. Thanks to this honestly miraculous finding, all of the contents on the DVD are now on the Internet Archive, and the finder also put the Kappa Mikey short onto YouTube. This one is more like a trailer for the show, and actually is where a lot of these old screenshots we thought were from the MTV pilot come from. The animation is extremely rough, but this one is super funny. It is unbelievable something of this quality was picked up and made into a show. A great watch. This even happens? Thank goodness that didn't make it into the final series. Pilots in general are always such great sources of lost media cases, as almost all of them show very intriguing differences to their final counterparts, while also generally not being released. It's always so exciting when they get recovered too. It's new content of old shows you've never seen before. I mean, where would we be without the Hi Hi Puffy Amayumi pilot? Again, nowadays, a lot of pilots are released publicly, but that absolutely was not the case even just a few decades ago. Lost episodes of shows? Pilots of shows? Ooh, bumpers of shows. Now we're talking. Show me Dragon Ball GT next on Nicktoons. TV commercials and bumpers are a whole other can of beans. For the majority of old commercials, you need TV recordings that happen to have them in between episodes. There are a fair share of commercials that people remember that aren't archived. The only hope to find those is either the original creator re-releasing them, which normally isn't viable as most old commercials are advertising products no longer being supported, or someone could have a recording of it and will upload it someday. Both are extremely unlikely, but could always happen. Some projects are made solely to be played in between other shows, such as Adventures in Nutrition with Captain Carlos, a series of Flash animated shorts that aired on Disney Junior, at the time known as Playhouse Disney, from 2004 to 2007. Shorts like these that air in between shows typically don't see complete home releases, and unfortunately Captain Carlos has yet to see any complete series release, and I don't think that's going to happen. So if not for these recordings and a few official uploads, all of this show could have been lost, and Carlos is far from the only example of this. Astrology with Squidward was a once obscure set of SpongeBob shorts, featuring Squidward giving horoscopes for various zodiac signs. These shorts aired on Nicktoons until 2005, but after that, they never aired again on TV, and as is so common for this type of production, were never given a home release. But when they were on TV, they aired often and tons of people remembered them. Over time, a handful of the shorts appeared online in varying quality and even language. Despite their obscurity, these were actually dubbed for a few international Nick channels. There are 12 zodiac signs, so naturally people assume there were 12 shorts. With only a few uploaded, it was impossible to prove whether or not more were out there. Eventually, crew members who worked on the show confirmed that only 6 exist. There were so many rumors and claims from people saying they've seen the missing signs before, but it seems there's no truth to any of that. This one is a good example of bad documentation and people misremembering, leading to speculation of media that might be out there but actually doesn't exist. On February 2nd, 2020, the SpongeBob YouTube channel uploaded a compilation of the shorts, no doubt in response to the demand generated by the Lost Media community. So only 6 shorts exist, but it seems the assets were reused at least once.
So, tie a tie and tune your horn and hide that ugly rash.
Places, please.
It's time for SpongeBob's Nicktoons Summer Splash. It's Rocket Power Day, so let's blast off.
TV networks having seasonal blocks is nothing special, but some go the extra mile and create new content for them. From July to August in 2000 and 2001, Nickelodeon had a variety marathon block called SpongeBob's Nicktoons Summer Splash, where SpongeBob and the gang hosted, with clips of them airing between each episode. A lot of stuff was made for this block which only lasted so long. We don't have everything from it, including what seems to be an Astrology with Squidward clip. We do have a lot of content from it though. Not everything is in the best quality, but a lot of people seem to have recorded this marathon on VHS tapes, so thankfully, we'll never be able to forget the events of Rocket Power Day. Before the SpongeBob version, Henry and June from Kablam hosted their own Nicktoons Summer Marathon, which featured its own great original content.
June?
Yes, Henry?
I'm going to say something and I'm going to say it very loud. Are you ready?
Sure.
I'm going to say that next week is the premiere of SpongeBob SquarePants!
Wow.
These blocks often have tons of original material made for them, but all of that is made solely for the moment, never to be seen again after they've aired, making them excellent sources of lost media. Recordings of original or special airings can be extremely important to have, or at least they're very nostalgic. Thank goodness the method of VHS recording existed. It unfortunately would be impossible to have every second of every network recorded and saved, so there will always be stuff that falls through the cracks. For many of these limited airing cases, we're just lucky someone out there taped it, and not only that, still had their tape. Hunting for lost media is fun because no matter how impossible something may seem, there's always a slight chance it could be found. Going back to animation cells, they weren't just used for animation. Promotional art was also drawn on cells once upon a time, and some cells of never-before-seen art from never-before-seen projects have been seen. Check out these Mega Man cells that were auctioned off in 2021. A group of fans banded together to win them, and now it's been confirmed these were from a 1992 anime project that was cancelled, but these great pieces will forever live on. How about cells of productions that have never been released in great quality, like ones from old game openings? The intros for games like Dragon Ball Final Bout and Ultimate Battle 22 are so fantastic, but we've never seen them in show-level resolution. The animation cells give us a glimpse at what that looks like. Some cells themselves are lost, as in the physical item. Some have never been sold off. Cells from smaller productions like game openings are much harder to find, and we're still waiting for the day a box of Sonic OVA cells show up. The best we have of those are these phone cards from Japan, as well as these images from the Japanese VHS cases of the 2 episodes. You can see these are actually scans of cells. Note Knuckles' incomplete body here. There is a lot to look into with cartoon lost media. There's so much more than even what was talked about here. For example, don't even get me started on international broadcasts or dubs of shows. Foreign dubs and similar subjects are some of my favorite things to research with media, but that's a completely separate topic, with so much to discuss just there. There really is an endless amount of lost media content. Out of all forms of media, movies might consistently go through the most amount of changes during development. It does make sense, considering how big of a deal they can be. They're always large-scale projects with tons of people working on them, and have developments that last years, if not decades. In that time, and with all those ideas forming, things are bound to get lost in the mix. Ever heard of the cancelled Disney movie American Dog? This was a movie that was to star a dog named Henry, a famous TV star. After an accident on set, he finds himself lost in the desert alongside a cat and a rabbit. Does this sound familiar? That's because this movie, American Dog, eventually became the 2008 movie Bolt. Pokemon the first movie was once planned to be the finale of the anime series, similar to how Gold and Silver were planned to be the final games. Of course, it was decided to keep Pokemon going and it continues on to this day, but before that was decided, an early teaser for the film was released. Nothing from the final movie is used in this trailer, which actually isn't strange for Pokemon movie teasers. But since this was done so early, it depicts a very different movie than the one we got. Famously, it shows Misty as an adult, along with 2 unnamed characters. As this was meant to be the finale of the show, it looks like it would have featured a time skip showing where all the characters ended up. We don't see Ash or Brock in these scenes, but Pikachu is there, and fans speculate that this child could have been Ash and Misty's kid. Of course, plans completely changed and none of this happened, but it's interesting to see what could have been. The original version of the movie Food Fight was stolen and was never recovered, so that's lost. There are countless animation tests that are produced for movies and then never released, which then become lost over time. In 2012, animation tests for live-action Marvin the Martian and Hong Kong Phooey movies were posted by the director online. It's likely both of these movies were dead at that point, as these probably wouldn't have been able to be released otherwise. The movies never happened, but we'll always have this lovely footage to wonder what could have been. In 2009, the Hong Kong-based animation studio Imaji released an Astro Boy movie in theaters, to almost no fanfare. Fans were very excited for its release, but it didn't live up to expectations. It failed to catch on with general audiences, didn't bring in many new fans for the series, was a box office bomb, and it was the last movie released by the studio. Astro Boy is a very weird franchise to me. For how monumentally important it is, I've never been too invested in it. It seems at least nowadays, tons of people are aware of Astro Boy, but it's not nearly as popular as it could be. The movie should have been a smash hit, and while I think it's alright, it just didn't land. One point of contention is the film's art style. The movie lost a lot of the flair that made the original illustrations so iconic.
Who's ever kissed
Toby looks like your
SpongeBob
standard
passionately
CGI
on the
American
lips?
movie kid, for example. However, it seems this wasn't always going to be the case. Early promotional images for the film show an art style much closer to the original look of Astro Boy. You can really see it in the face. But where does this come from? This scene isn't anywhere in the movie, and if it was, it wouldn't look anything like this. Over the years, loads of production art and work for the movie have been released, found on various artist portfolios. One animation demo reel by Imaji animator Wayne Fung shows tons of raw footage from Astro Boy, and at the end, we see this. A shot dated May 22nd, 2007, showing a very expressive early Astro Boy. As it turns out, this scene, that image, and more screenshots that have shown up over the years are all from an animation test made for the movie in 2007. Unfortunately though, as you can probably guess, this test has never been released.
Message from Free Kai Bob. What? Message from
We may have never known this awesome piece of Astro Boy animation existed. It makes you think about how much early test material must be made and then never shown off. How much lost media is out there that we don't even know about. Speaking of Astro Boy, it feels like it's been a very long time since the series has gone on a true refresh. There are newer shows aimed at young demographics, but nothing like the older shows. I assume if the movie was a bigger hit, a new series would have been made. But since it didn't exactly blow up, nothing has materialized. But man, are they trying. Let me give you all a crash course on a show called Astro Boy Reboot. So I didn't see the movie
There
in
we
theaters,
go.
but I did watch it shortly after it was released. And years later, I remember thinking, man, why isn't there a modern Astro Boy show? So I looked it up online and I found this. Astro Boy Reboot Teaser. A teaser trailer for a new Astro Boy series. And it looked awesome. Something about this trailer just captivated me. Maybe it was the music? The visuals look really cool too. I can't wait for this to come out. I said in 2015. We're getting a bit ahead of ourselves. At the 2014 Annecy Festival, Tezuka Productions announced the show, being a global production, made with France's Karabara Productions and Monaco's Shibuya Productions. The show was announced to be a 26 half-hour episode long, 2D and CGI hybrid cartoon. What was really intriguing about it, though, was that while it was being overseen by Tezuka Productions, it was said that the show would be a brand new take on Astro Boy, completely different from the shows that had come before it. This show was to be set in the present day, would feature new original characters, hope to bring the franchise to new modern audiences, and include, quote, positive things from the past version and new elements. This truly was an Astro Boy reboot, which, by the way, is such a genius title. At the event, it was said a teaser would be released in September of 2014. That month came and went, however, with no teaser. On March 21st, 2015, though, the teaser was officially revealed and was uploaded onto Karibara's YouTube channel, showcasing the show in motion for the first time. And to this day, it's basically the only piece of animation that has officially been shown off for the show. We do have this, though, the rough animation for the teaser, uploaded onto Vimeo by the animator. Not super important, but it's one of the few pieces of content we have from the show, so it's worth mentioning. Curiously, the description says the rough was finished in November of 2014, so that September date was way off. News on the show then went cold for a long time. Was it cancelled? Nope, because this poster was revealed at the Monaco Anime Games International Conferences, or MAGIC, in 2016, showing off a whole lot of characters, and along with it, we got a basic plot synopsis. Look, new characters, Fubuki and Akino, who are definitely not from any other incarnation of Astro Boy. So with new art and a synopsis, maybe production is going smooth? Around the same time, this teaser image was revealed. Despite looking a lot like Astro, this is Atlas, another classic Astro Boy character, who was now confirmed to be in the series. This update also listed the show as having 52 11-minute episodes, so the structure had changed. So then there were no updates for a year, but in March of 2017, again at MAGIC, we got concept art. Lots of art showing Astro and his new friends. Still looks pretty good. It would be nice if the show actually came out though. Towards the end of 2017, this new piece was revealed alongside some new details. Nothing much, but okay. In 2018, a tweet from Shibuya claimed their main broadcasting partner was gearing up to make an announcement about the show soon, but also said to not expect to see the show in 2018. Now this tweet was from January 2018, and they were already saying
I
don't
might
expect
just
it
end the
within
stream
entire
here.
next year. Well, I guess they were right. At MAGIC
Let me just
2019, we got more
all
concept
this
art. Well, a lot of it was the same as what we'd seen before, but Astro is now wearing red. Okay, is the show gonna come out now? There was some nice character model sheets and some landscape stuff shown. Our boy Fubuki now has tons of artwork,
thank you
so that's
guys
great.
so much
and
for
this
watching
photo
the
shows on screen a
stream,
frame from the
and,
teaser along with the new red design.
hope you
Is
all
there an
have a
updated
good
version of
night,
the
and I'll
teaser
see you
with this
tomorrow.
red design? Considering they went back and changed other